Lord of Mystery, I Married the Queen of Mystery by author Huo Yang. Chapter 101-130. 101 The Rebellious Lelouch. When Odysseus saw Bishop, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. Bishop didn't come in alone, he was accompanied by a Beander bodyguard. However, he asked the bodyguard to keep a little distance from him because he was about to give a speech and performance and didn't want the spectators to be distracted by the bodyguard's presence. Bishop opened his arms to Odysseus and said, "Young man, you did a great job. You gave the spectators a wonderful performance." He then turned to the spectator booth. "Today, Fighting Arena welcomes another outstanding player. Although he still lacks some combat experience, his weapon designs are incredibly imaginative, and he will definitely bring more exciting matches to everyone in the future." The group of nobles who liked to come to Fighting Arena to watch the game immediately applauded. They also saw the potential of Lelouch, and knew that under Bishop's guidance, he would definitely become an excellent player. "Come here, young man." Bishop beckoned to Odysseus. "Kneel before me, and I will preside over your initiation ceremony into the 3N party." As Odysseus walked towards them, Bishop delivered his speech. The N in 3N party stands for noble, and the name of this organization means 3 leaders loyal to the nobles. Some say that having a strong physique and extraordinary abilities is enough to become a great figure in Backland. But they are only half right. They need our approval to become big figures in Backland. Times may change, but our lineage, honor, and status remain unshakable. Many spectators applauded enthusiastically. Among the nobility, there was much support for the theory of bloodline. However, many newly emerging nobles, or those with more enlightened ideas, had little interest in such theories and didn't even bother to raise their hands in response. Odysseus was already more than 10 meters away from Bishop. In order to lull the Fighting Arena manager and his bodyguards into a false sense of security, he put his large backpack on the grass and took the sword from his waist. After seeing Odysseus's actions, the bodyguard in the distance continued to stroll leisurely in the distance. Although he was still paying attention to Odysseus, unlike before, he was no longer focusing all his attention on Odysseus. Meanwhile, Audrey, sitting in the spectator seat, was conflicted. Would he kneel? Would he really kneel before Bishop? It's better to kneel down. Audrey thought that Bishop's speech had already portrayed him as a superior person. If Lelouch didn't kneel down, it would make things difficult for Bishop to handle. He might even get angry out of shame and give the bodyguards an order to attack Lelouch. Nobles are born nobles. Bishop's speech continued. They should enjoy everything in this world. Humble people who want to live a decent life must surround themselves with us, listen attentively, and meet our needs. Then he looked at Odysseus in front of him. "Young man, you must remember this. The nobles created a prosperous Backland, providing you with a good living environment." Odysseus suddenly interrupted him. "To be honest, what you just said was disgusting." As he spoke, he deftly pulled a Beander incendiary bomb from his pocket and threw it at Bishop's feet. Phew! Instantly, intense flames erupted from the ground beneath Bishop's feet, engulfing the nobleman who had just been giving a passionate speech. All of this happened so fast that Bishop let out a shrill scream and collapsed to the ground, rolling around and trying to extinguish the flames on his body, before Odysseus suddenly jumped back. The bodyguard immediately raised his hand towards Odysseus, trying to subdue him, but saw that Odysseus's shoes were emitting colorful light, allowing him to leave at an astonishing speed, having already escaped the range of his Beander ability. The bodyguard had been watching Odysseus closely, but hadn't shown anything suspicious before his sudden attack. The moment Odysseus threw the Beander incendiary bomb, the bodyguard who was pacing was walking right behind Bishop, so Bishop didn't have time to react. Immediately, the bodyguard realized a serious problem. He was not capable of putting out the fire. By this time, Bishop was on the verge of death, no longer able to scream, but the fire was still burning fiercely, soon burning through Bishop's belly, and the noble Bishop died just like that. The bodyguards quickly chased after Odysseus. If he could catch the murderer, he might be able to avoid punishment. The nobles in the spectator's seat only then realized what was happening and let out a series of screams. Everything happened so fast that some people initially thought it was a performance. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred on the field. Odysseus used a javelin with armor-piercing capabilities to blast a huge hole in the wall. He paused briefly at the exit and shouted to the people in the spectator seats, "I don't hate nobles, but I hate these self-righteous nobles who insist on dividing people into ranks. This manager's crimes will appear in the Backland Police Department's mailbox tonight, as well as in the mailboxes of major newspapers. It's time for this devil and his henchmen to receive the punishment they deserve." He had more to say, but the bodyguards had already caught up. Odysseus immediately left through the hole in the wall and casually dropped a Molotov cocktail into the hole to stop the bodyguards from pursuing him. Odysseus dared to do this tonight primarily because the barrier on the spectator's seat protected the spectator while also preventing the Beyonders there from helping the bishop. Only a demigod could break through that barrier instantly. The demigods among the nobles are currently very busy, and no one has the time or interest to watch this kind of low-sequence match, so they only need to deal with Bishop's bodyguards. Bishop was just the son of a viscount, and his bodyguard was merely an interrogator. Based on the information he had gathered, Odysseus deduced that, given Bishop's personality and habits, he would most likely use the 2 consecutive wins of Lelouch to showcase the exciting future matches of Fighting Arena to the noble spectators, and incidentally promote his noble supremacy philosophy. If someone were to kill another person with a knife or gun, the interrogator might stop them, since the act of drawing a knife or gun would easily alert the other person. However, if the Beyander incendiary bomb is used, the opponent has never seen this thing before, so the success rate is higher, and the interrogator does not have any fire extinguishing capabilities. In addition, Odysseus's backpack has a weight-reducing magic circle, and his shoes can also increase his movement speed. The interrogator doesn't have the ability to increase running speed, so Odysseus only needs to be careful of the other bodyguards at Fighting Arena and avoid being surrounded at the beginning. In Fighting Arena, there are also other Beyonders, and even 1 or 2 Sequence 6s. However, they were sent by the behind-the-scenes owners of Fighting Arena and were not responsible for protecting Bishop. Moreover, they usually did not appear at the arena, but instead directed the guards from the center of the command room, making it difficult for them to keep track of Odysseus's movements. Just like when dealing with the spirit medium, Odysseus made thorough preparations to achieve his goal. As Odysseus's loud laughter echoed from outside the arena, he threw an incendiary bomb into the arena window, and fire snakes immediately raged inside. The nobles cried out in alarm and fled the spectators' seat under the cover of their bodyguards. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Audrey remained calm because she observed that while Lelouch's fire ignited the playing field, it did not start a fire at the exit of the spectators' bench. In other words, Lelouch gave the spectators time and space to escape. The manager seemed to have done many bad things, but because he was a nobleman, he and his subordinates did not receive the punishment they deserved. So Lelouch made his move. He must have had a meticulous plan, getting close to the manager little by little, and then, when the time was right, making him receive the punishment he deserved. At that moment, Audrey, who was at the back of the nobles' procession, heard Lelouch's voice again. "Nobles, it is time for you to pay the price for your indifference to life. You can be high and mighty, but you cannot be inhuman. I'll help you destroy this Fighting Arena. From now on, being a manager of Fighting Arena will be a high-risk profession." Boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, and the entire 155 Kings Avenue was engulfed in flames. Audrey felt a growing unease for Lelouch. He should escape immediately, or he would be stopped and captured by the guards and the Beyonders hired by Fighting Arena. Moreover, setting fire to Kings Avenue, so close to Soderak Palace, would likely have prompted the official Beyonder to arrive quickly to investigate. But once she went downstairs and came out of the Fighting Arena, Audrey was no longer worried, because the noble spectators were already in complete chaos. Not every nobleman who came to watch the match was a Beyonder, or had Beyonder bodyguards. Most of them were ordinary people. The surrounding fires and the occasional explosions reminded them of the tragic fate of Alva and Bishop, and they couldn't help but urge the driver to leave immediately. However, the explosions and flashes startled the horses, causing chaos and frequent accidents such as car crashes and rollovers. Some of the guards and Beyonders of Fighting Arena, under the tutelage of their former manager Bishop, prioritize helping the wounded nobles, which gives Lelouch the opportunity to set fires everywhere. After calmly observing her surroundings, Audrey called a few friends to quickly come to the grass. Running away in this chaos would be unwise, but currently, the fire has not spread to the open grasslands, so it's safe to take shelter here for the time being. Audrey's friends watched as the Fighting Arena descended into chaos. Many people were trampled and injured by horses, and some were even pushed around the fire, their clothes catching fire. The Fighting Arena had completely lost its order. The group was relieved to have temporary shelter on the grass. At that moment, Audrey's spirituality seemed to sense something, and by the firelight, she saw Lelouch running quickly toward them. Audrey noticed that Lelouch's backpack and waist pack were almost empty, presumably because he had used his weapons in the right places. By the firelight, she saw that Lelouch's mask seemed even more mysterious, and his slender body seemed to contain boundless power. However, the colors of his colorful shoes seemed to have faded considerably. Lelouch stopped on the grass, glanced at Audrey and the other nobles, and suddenly smiled slightly. "Remember, I am the rebellious Lelouch." As he spoke, his ill-fitting jacket suddenly emitted a faint, ethereal light, and Lelouch itself became ethereal as well. The next second, he vanished from Audrey and the other's sight. When this chapter was being written, author Jun was unaware that the reward had reached the standard for an extra chapter. At the time, he felt that it would be pointless to divide this plot into chapters, so he decided to work on it and finish writing this plot. While replying to a reader's comment, I realized that the donations had reached the threshold for an extra chapter. However, the extra chapter for the donations will be postponed until next time. This time, the extra chapter is mainly for the sake of the story's completeness. ******** 102 Backland has more than one Lelouch. Audrey and her friends stood there stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, unable to react, and then Lelouch disappeared right before their eyes. "Incredible!" exclaimed one of the noblemen. Another nobleman remarked, "He must be a Beander." At this moment, the pursuers who had been chasing Lelouch caught up and cautiously inquired, "Gentlemen, are you all right? Did Lelouch harm you?" "No," said Joels, the eldest son of Earl Donut. "Go and help the others." After the guards left, the noblemen resumed their discussion, and Audrey was already eager to read tomorrow's newspaper. Just then, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. In November, the snowy season in Backland, a torrential downpour began without warning, soaking everyone in the fighting arena, but also extinguishing the fire. But the fighting arena was in complete disarray. One stadium had been destroyed, and the trees and plants were almost completely burned. When the mandated punishers arrived at the scene, the Nighthawks team had already conducted a preliminary investigation and cordoned off the area. Tonight, Storm Church is holding a council of prions, so Archbishop A. Snake, the singer of God of the Diocese of Backland, is not present. The case is being handled by Connaught, a senior deacon of Storm Church. Connaught asked Carl, the leader of the Nighthawks squad, with some confusion, "What are you doing here? This is the territory of the mandated punishers, and the deceased also believed in the Lord of Storms. Theoretically, other official Beander organizations have no right to interfere in the investigation of this case." Carl briefly described their investigation into Lelouch's case, as well as the established practices between Fighting Arena and the official Beander organization regarding criminal players, which had been maintained with the support of some nobles. Connaught knew about these things, so he began to inquire about the case. Suddenly, all the Beyonders looked up at the fighting arena, where a very elegant noblewoman in an evening gown appeared. The Beander members present all greeted her. She was the royal demigod Georgina Augustus. Georgina slowly raised her hand in response, then her gaze slowly swept across the distance. But after looking around, she didn't find anything. The next second, Georgina appeared not far from Connaught and Carl, and said in a leisurely tone, "I have no intention of interfering in this case, I just came to ask what happened here." Carl then recounted the case to the demigod, while mandated punishers had already obtained some crucial clues from Bishop's bodyguard, learning that the shield used by the murderer Lelouch had once shed its shell. The location of the murderer can be determined by the detached outer shell, but no shield shell was found at the scene. The members of the mandated punishers squad came over to ask Carl if the Nighthawks had collected the shells first. "It's gone," Carl said. "Can't find it." Connaught was somewhat surprised. "How could you not find it?" Carl said, "I don't know. Maybe someone took it away. We had limited manpower at the time and couldn't seal off the scene immediately." Connaught frowned. Did the murderer have accomplices at the scene? Carl fell silent and did not participate in the discussion. Connaught thanked Carl for his description of the case and officially took over the case. After Carl and the other members of the Nighthawks team left, Georgina suddenly said, "He lied when we were talking about that key piece of evidence." Although the leader of the Nighthawks squad is well hidden, Georgina is a demigod of the arbiter pathway, and her spirituality makes her acutely aware of the lies of others. Connaught paused for a moment, then asked, "Does he know who took the shield's outer shell?" Georgina shook her head. To find out exactly which aspect Carl had lied about, she would need to use her Beander abilities to interrogate him. But even if she is a demigod and the duke of this country, she cannot arbitrarily interrogate the church's Beander. More than half an hour later, the mandated punishers finally found the outer shell of the shield in the woods outside. However, by this time the murderer had already been gone for more than an hour, and may have left Backland and made some counter-divination arrangements, so the outer shell of the shield was no longer of much use. Later, Donat speculated that the shield shell was likely hidden in the woods at Karl's behest, or even by Karl himself, but the scene was too chaotic to provide evidence for this speculation. By the time he realized this, it was past the time limit for some ritual magic, and he could no longer use mystical methods to prove Karl's innocence. However, Donat simply couldn't understand why Beander. Why would Karl, who never hesitates to use criminal methods, help hide such crucial evidence? After using the teleportation array in his coat to leave fighting arena, Odysseus appeared in a small alleyway on a street more than 10 kilometers away. It was only a little past 9 o'clock at night, and there were still many pedestrians on the street. However, they were all attracted by the explosion and fire at fighting arena, and no one noticed that there was an extra person in the alley. However, Odysseus remained very cautious, hiding in the dim light of the alley and quickly using space array to conceal his backpack, waist bag, weapons, shoes, riding clothes, and so on, into knowledge more. At the same time, he took out the clothes, shoes, coat, and top hat that he had prepared in advance from knowledge more. After changing his clothes, he simply climbed over the house on one side of the alley and appeared in another alley. Then he calmly walked out of the alley and waved to flag down a horse-drawn carriage. As soon as Odysseus boarded the carriage, he felt as if a gaze was scrutinizing him from behind. Many pedestrians on the street had a similar feeling and stopped to look in the direction of fighting arena. That was the scrutiny of a demigod, something that not only Beyonders could feel, but ordinary people with a stronger spirituality could also sense. However, as the scrutiny quickly disappears, ordinary people will only think that it was their imagination. Odysseus didn't take it too seriously, because he had already completed his disguise and could face such scrutiny with composure. Only if he felt guilty would he be noticed by the demigod. After the carriage had traveled 7 or 8 blocks, Odysseus disembarked, walked for a while, and then took a taxi back to 77 Halen Avenue. When he got home, he made himself some noodles as a late-night snack. While eating his noodles, Odysseus pondered again whether the newspaper could withstand the pressure. After all, this was a scandal involving a nobleman, and ordinary newspapers wouldn't dare to report it. In the editor-in-chief's office of the Daily Observer, editor-in-chief Regino had finished his work and was about to turn off the lights and leave. Just then, Mike Joseph, a blue-eyed reporter with a neat mustache, knocked on the door and came in with a thick file folder in his hand. "Editor-in-chief, I found this in the mailbox when I went downstairs just now." He handed the file bag to the editor-in-chief. "I've seen it. It's evidence of Viscount Wade's second son, Bishop, hiring someone to kill, harming a young girl, and assassinating striking workers." Regino grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, put on his glasses, and took a quick look. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then the editor-in-chief fell into deep thought. Mike didn't urge him, but stood there quietly waiting. After a dozen seconds, Regino took a deep breath and said, "I was going to have a car accident in a little while, and then I went to the hospital. I didn't know about this. And you didn't know that Bishop was the Viscount's son." According to the newspaper's work system, this information was adapted into a report, and the front-page headline for tomorrow was removed and replaced with this report. By the time we discovered all this, it was too late. You learned that Bishop was actually a nobleman, and you were filled with regret. Mike nodded. This is the best way to handle it. Based on past experience, if Viscount Wade finds out tonight that someone left these materials in the newspaper's mailbox, he will likely send someone to door. Regino will then face pressure from a nobleman, whether at home or at the newspaper, and under his coercion and enticement, the report may very well be dropped. Therefore, in order to deal with such situations, the newspaper has its own procedure. The editor-in-chief has to find a place to hide, and the whole operation is carried out by the reporter. This way, the other party won't be able to find the newspaper's manager for the time being, and they can also pretend to dismiss the reporter afterward to give the nobles an explanation. Mike then added, "Please be mentally prepared. Viscount Wade will definitely confront the newspaper after seeing these reports. There's no need to worry too much." Regino smiled. These old nobles are very particular about appearances. To show their magnanimity and benevolence, they won't do anything to us. Well, of course, it's not certain if they have the opportunity to completely bankrupt the newspaper. Then he gave Mike a deep look. "You should also be mentally prepared." Mike smiled easily and said, "The era of the old aristocracy is over, and Viscount Wade's theory of aristocratic bloodline is outdated. People need to see the truth, which will help awaken the public's mind and give full play to the power of public opinion." He glanced at the name written on the outside of the file folder and said, "Backlund has more than one Lelouch." 77 Halen Avenue. After finishing his noodles, Odysseus went back to his bedroom and read for a while. In fact, he had no interest in reading and didn't absorb a single word. However, his long-term experience of being monitored had given Odysseus the habit of using reading as a cover to think about problems. His main concern was whether his actions had revealed any flaws or whether he had left any clues. The only thing that couldn't be recovered in time was the outer shell of the shield. However, with the protection of knowledge more, he cannot be found using abilities such as divination. After reviewing the events and finding nothing missing, Odysseus lay down on the bed to rest, and as usual for the weekend, entered the wilderness composed of illusory light and shadow. He knew the way well and arrived deep in the wilderness, inside a tower made up of spheres of light. Odysseus doesn't plan to do any research this week. He intends to finish writing, fighting outline, in this space. Before that, however, Odysseus glanced at the 3 weapons captured in today's battle. Alva has been the leader of the 3N party for over 3 years and has a lot of valuable stuff in his possession, which Odysseus seized today. The silver-white sword corresponds to a mystical item at sequence 7, but Odysseus's spirituality cannot detect which specific pathway it corresponds to. At that moment, he suddenly looked at the ball of light in the center of the room and had a bold idea. So he held the silver-white sword in one hand and placed the other on the orb of light. Just as he had guessed, using the power of the orb of light and the knowledge more rank, the silver-white sword's abilities and negative effects were immediately apparent. 103 The potion completely digested. The silver-white sword in Odysseus's hand corresponds to sequence 7 inches weapon master of the warrior pathway. He could even trace the formation of this silver-white sword back to when a weapon master died, and how the meander characteristic combined with the sword in his hand to form this mystical item. The sword's ability is that anyone who uses or carries it will acquire extensive combat skills and weapon usage experience. For example, even someone who has never handled firearms before can become very knowledgeable about any firearm and reach the level of a sniper. The negative effects are, if you wear this weapon for more than 30 minutes in total, regardless of whether you are in combat or not, you will feel sore all over and easily get tired for the next 24 hours, and your spirituality will also be in a relatively low state. Odysseus put the bone sword aside. The negative effect wasn't too serious, since Meander's physique had been enhanced. The soreness and fatigue were easily overcome. Then he looked at the gloves he had seized from the villa in Cape Town. Odysseus had long wanted to know the gloves' abilities and negative effects, but had not yet found a way to detect them. At this point, he could finally use knowledge more to distinguish the gloves' capabilities and negative effects. The gloves' abilities are, it can use the abilities of exile, imprisonment, whip, death, and prohibition. Prohibition can only be stacked twice, meaning that prohibition can only be used 3 times in a single battle or within a certain time. However, this was enough to make Odysseus happy, because these abilities were all sequence 5 level. Then he sighed, it's a pity that this mystical item can't be used now. Odysseus then looked at the negative effects of the gloves. Wearing them would cause severe hair loss, make one prone to becoming pride, and become aloof and unapproachable. He recalled the previous owner of the mystical item, who did seem to be wearing a hood, and at the time he thought the person was playing the judge. Looking back now, it might have been to cover up something shameful. However, these negative effects were barely acceptable, as Odysseus happened to know a hair regrowth formula, which would simply allow hair to grow back after it fell out. Another negative effect is that you can easily become pride, which is something to be careful about. In battle, it's easy to miss opportunities or put yourself in dangerous situations because of pride. However, now is not the time to worry about that. Odysseus has already created enough extraordinary weapons for Sequence 8 to use. Just like tonight's battle, with sufficient preparation, it's not impossible to take down a Sequence 7. However, this is on the premise of being well prepared. If there is no time to prepare, it will be like the time when we encountered Pyromaniac, that day, where we were lucky to escape. Next, Odysseus looked at the other spoils. Alva's revolver was an extraordinary weapon. Its bullets could damage not only the physical body but also the spirit. If the wounds on the spirit are not treated with appropriate ritual magic, the wounds may never heal. To Odysseus's surprise, the dagger was also a mystical item, which could enhance the wearer's agility and grant them superior thieving skills. The negative effect is that it becomes difficult to suppress the urge to steal. This mystical item was clearly used by Alva to increase his agility. Although he was a spirit medium, one mystical item made him proficient in combat, and another made him agile. Even without learning combat, he would be a master fighter. Odysseus recalled the gauntlets he had seized from another leader a few days earlier, and used the orb to examine them. They corresponded to the Sailor pathway. Sealed artifact from sequence 8 inches Folk of Rage. Its main ability is to accumulate its anger and power, allowing it to unleash its attack in an instant. A negative effect is that it can lead to impulsive actions due to anger. Swimming for half an hour every day can significantly reduce this negative effect. Odysseus had long heard that Fighting Arena had invested in the 3 leaders of the 3N party, and now it seemed that the investment was considerable, with 2 sequence 7 leaders possessing a total of 3 mystical items and 1 extraordinary weapon. By that calculation, my actions in destroying the 3N party were a win-win situation. Odysseus materialized a display case on one side of the room made of orbs of light, and then placed the spoils on it one by one. He planned to sell the gauntlets and daggers if the opportunity arose, since these 2 items were of little use. That silver sword is worth keeping, it might come in handy. I definitely need to keep the gloves for myself, so I had to give them a name. After thinking for a long time and consulting a lot of information, I finally came up with the name, Hand of Judgment. Those who fight Odysseus are guilty. Although the name is a bit cringy, it's still better than just giving someone a code name. After reviewing the mystical items, Odysseus began to calmly write the fighting outline. He made preparations in advance, sending paper and ink from outside into the knowledge more, so that after leaving the knowledge more, the completed manuscript could be taken out and used outside. It took about 15 days of external time to finally complete the 120,000-word fighting outline. He barely took a break in between, because the more Odysseus wrote about spirituality, the more vibrant he became, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Especially when summarizing his 2 battles with Chipman, he felt his spirit was about to boil. The book also elevates its content by recounting the experience of fighting Chipman. The preceding sections were mostly about techniques and theories, but this summary offers readers the possibility of sudden enlightenment, providing invaluable combat experience and analytical conclusions. After carefully revising the manuscript, Odysseus submitted the book to Knowledge More as his research topic, waking up from his dream. Upon waking, Odysseus felt something shatter within him, and that shattered part joined the cycle of his spirituality, becoming a part of him. This is the feeling of the potion being completely digested. In less than a month, the melee scholar potion was completely digested. So, advancing to Warlock should be on the agenda. He plans to take a short break after becoming a mid-sequence, properly digest the potion, and then continue his advancement. At the same time, a decision must be made, whether to leave Backland. If I stay in Backland, I will be influenced by machinery hivemind, and my actions will always be somewhat restricted. For example, in this operation against the 3N party, tomorrow Ekinzer, the captain of machinery hivemind, will likely send Max again to confront them. But Odysseus was also well aware that machinery hivemind was mainly blaming him for not reporting the matter. Machinery hivemind didn't really care about the 2 people he had killed yesterday. It wasn't that they were indifferent, but rather that they had long disliked those people. Currently, Odysseus is quite useful to machinery hivemind, so at most it will only receive a reprimand, and there won't be any real punishment. Thinking of this, Odysseus couldn't help but sigh. As long as he was in Backland, he would be subject to machinery hivemind. He had considered leaving Backland before, but he was sure that machinery hivemind would bring him back. He figured that the higher-ups at the Church of Steam and Machinery wouldn't let him go so easily. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I wonder if they have relaxed their surveillance on me. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Regardless of whether he relaxes or not, Odysseus intends to try to leave Backland when the time is right. That night, Odysseus tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and only managed to drift off to sleep through meditation. Empress Burrow, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. On Monday morning, Audrey went to the restaurant for breakfast as usual. As she passed by the newspapers, she glanced at the front pages of a few newspapers. The newspapers were placed in the dining room because Count Hall had a habit of reading them while having breakfast. Audrey quickly noticed that it seemed only the Daily Observer had reported on the Bishop incident. Countess Catherine asked with some concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" Caitlin was told that Audrey went to the fighting arena to watch a game last night, but the arena caught fire, and she was worried that her daughter would be frightened. Earl Hall put down his newspaper and looked at Audrey with a serious expression, saying, "If I had known you were going to watch the fighting match, I wouldn't have let you out. I have some different views from Viscount Wade and the others, and you should also try to stay away from this kind of barbaric competition." Count Hall had already spoken with Audrey last night, and he was only saying this now to solidify the results of that conversation. I understand, father, Audrey said earnestly. I will never go to fighting arena again. Seeing that his daughter's attitude was quite good, Rohal grunted in agreement and continued reading the newspaper. As Audrey sat down, she said, speaking of Viscount Wade, I just saw a report about him in the Daily Observer. Rohal was slightly taken aback. He glanced at his personal valet, who immediately handed him the Daily Observer. As he read, the Count unconsciously frowned, and finally placed the newspaper on the dining table. It's a disgrace to the nobility. He paused before saying, was this done by that Lelouch you mentioned yesterday? Yesterday, Audrey told Earl Hall everything she had seen and heard, and she also gave a legitimate reason for appearing at Fighting Arena. She had heard that Lelouch was a Beander, and she and some friends wanted to check him out, which is why they appeared at Fighting Arena. Earl Hall already knew that Audrey and her friends were enthusiasts of the occult, so he did not criticize Audrey harshly, but only warned her not to go to such potentially dangerous places. Audrey replied, I think Lelouch is right. Some nobles are indeed a bit arrogant. Earl Hall lamented, they don't know when they'll wake up. For a nobleman, bloodline isn't the most crucial factor, vision and ability determine the height of his life. Through yesterday's events, I have gained a deeper understanding of some of your previous teachings. Audrey quickly steered the conversation toward the direction she hoped for. Earl Hall smiled with satisfaction, perhaps it's time to let you experience some things. That was exactly what Audrey wanted. At this point, Audrey's brother Hibbert noticed, it seems that only the Daily Observer has reported on Bishop's affairs. Audrey chimed in at the opportune moment, they are so brave. Earl Hall picked up the newspaper again and glanced at it before saying, if they need it, I will provide some assistance in secret. This was Audrey's second goal, which she accomplished with her brother's help. 104 The Lelouch incident takes flight. Gall Herbal Shop, 51 Henry Street. Just as Odysseus had predicted, Max came early in the morning to confront him. I just reminded you a few days ago to behave yourself, but last night you actually went to King's Avenue and set fire to something. Max, worried that his voice was too loud and might be overheard, looked out the window into the courtyard to make sure no one was outside before lowering his voice and saying, do you know that place is only a few kilometers from Soderak Palace? And you killed someone in front of so many people. He sighed and added, Captain Ekenzer is very angry about this, and Archbishop Horamek Haydn is also disappointed. Odysseus sat in the chair, first filling his pipe with tobacco, then taking out 2 large packs of cigarettes from the drawer. Your favorite Mustang brand cigarettes, these 2 packs will last you a month. Don't interrupt. Max's swearing was interrupted, and he finally sighed and said, you must report this kind of thing. If you've reported it, are you willing to let me do it freely? Odysseus looked at Max and said, when the 3N party was harming innocent people in Backland and dealing with those sordid things for the nobles, why didn't you get so angry? Max sat down opposite Odysseus with a hint of helplessness. Actually, everyone is very supportive of your actions last night, but of course, such words cannot come from the official Beyonders. That's good. You could have just said those things in front of outsiders, Odysseus said. There's no need for us to get so angry now that it's just the 2 of us. Max chuckled. You must have thought that, machinery hive mind, would help you keep it a secret, which is why you took such a bold step, right? Before Odysseus could answer, Max said seriously, you must report this in the future. If Archbishop Horamek has a problem with you, your situation will change. Besides, this is too dangerous. You're just a sequence 8. I know. Odysseus knew that Max was indeed worried about his safety, so he said seriously, I'm not some guardian of justice. I only do this kind of public service occasionally. Max smiled and said, public welfare undertakings, those descriptions are quite apt. He reached out and took the 2 large packs of cigarettes that Odysseus had bought for him. I won't take your cigarettes for nothing. As he spoke, he took out a thin folder from his bag. To avoid attracting attention, I only found this basic information. Odysseus opened the file and glanced at it. It was the MI9 member he had previously asked Max to investigate. When Odysseus was negotiating with Denezi earlier, he noticed that one of Denezi's subordinates was looking at Odysseus with a strange gaze, seemingly filled with intense anger and hatred. Although Odysseus didn't know him, he would only feel at ease if he investigated the other party's background. Odysseus saw that the MI9 member was named Colamon Donahue, the son of Count Donahue, or more precisely, the Count's illegitimate son. Many nobles' illegitimate sons served in MI9 in East Byron, and many, second sons, served as officers in them. Relatively speaking, these departments are more arduous and dangerous, and nobles rarely arrange for their heirs to work or gain experience in these places. They prefer to assign their heirs to the Ministry of Defense. Audrey's brother Alfred is a good example. According to convention, the title of Earl of Hall would be inherited by the eldest son Hibbert. So, in order to avoid suspicion and show that he had no interest in the title and the family property, Alfred went to serve in the southern continent. Alfred's actions were supported by his father and brother. Leveraging Earl Hall's influence, he had already made considerable progress in the East Byron Army, the largest colonial army in the Loan Kingdom. The so-called second son does not necessarily refer to the second son of a nobleman, but rather to a son who has no legal right of inheritance. Some of the more outstanding illegitimate sons among the nobility could also receive similar treatment to Alfred. Colamond is one such case. His father arranged for him to work at MI9, and he is currently one of the action team leaders in the operations division, leading 3 action squads. Odysseus reviewed the information Max provided before saying, "I haven't offended this guy, nor his father." Max had already opened the cigarette pack, took out one, and started smoking. He also has a younger brother from the same parents. Odysseus glanced at the file. Colamond's brother was named Bailey's Donahue. I haven't offended his brother either. You didn't do anything wrong to his brother, Max laughed, but you killed him. Odysseus quickly realized, among the Beyonder protecting Cape Town, there's someone named Bailey's. He thought about it and concluded that the only possible reason for killing Colamond's brother was at that time. Max took a drag of his cigarette, nodded, and then said, I asked around about Bailey's situation. Under Colamond's care, he used to work as an MI9 field agent. 2 years ago, he was fired due to a work mistake, and was later hired by Cape Town as a bodyguard. It is worth noting that no one knows what mistake he made that led to his dismissal. It is said that Coledmond did not plead for him, and this incident did not affect Coledmond's career. Odysseus closed the file, lit the tobacco in his pipe, took a puff, and then laughed. If we start from this direction, we're sure to find out a lot. However, Archbishop Horamic's instructions are not to conduct an investigation on my own initiative. So when the opportunity arises, I can only have Colamond come to me to see if we can obtain any further information. If the other party is the captain of the action team and has 3 action squads under his command, he should be a sequence 6. Odysseus believes that he should wait until he reaches sequence 7 before making a move. Furthermore, Odysseus didn't really want further investigation. With his God Almighty perspective, he knew it was related to the royal family's ongoing actions. Odysseus suddenly realized that he could use Colamond to offend the royal family, then seek the protection of the Church of Steam and Machinery, and use that as a reason to leave Backland. However, this plan is very risky to carry out. If pushed too far, the royal family will really kill people to silence them, even if they are members of the church. Moreover, if things go wrong and the Church of Steam and Machinery ends up in the Intis Republic, the church's headquarters, that would be quite a mess. We need to plan this out carefully and find a suitable time to implement it. Seeing that Odysseus remained silent, Max assumed he was pondering how to use Colamond to obtain clues, so Max said, "This matter is dangerous, don't rush." "I know." Odysseus took a puff of his pipe, a slight smile playing on his lips. After seeing Max off, Odysseus took the manuscript of Fighting Outline out of the Knowledge More, glanced at it briefly, and began to think about which channel to use for publication. Odysseus decided that since he had written it, he would definitely publish it, and since it contained a summary of his battle with Chipman, the author's name had to be Lelouch. This is the most difficult part. Right now, Mandated Punishers is looking everywhere for Lelouch, and publishing a book under Lelouch's name at this time is like walking into a trap. After thinking for a long time, Odysseus decided to wait until the afternoon at the Tarot Club to ask the professional Miss Magician. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. North District, Government Avenue. Zio Derecha has been given a new assignment, to investigate where an official's wife has kept her mistress. On Monday morning, Hugh took a public carriage to Government Avenue to begin his day of tracking and surveillance. While in the carriage, she heard the news published in the Daily Observer. A middle-aged man holding a newspaper said, "These nobles are really going too far." The man next to him chimed in, "Yeah, I never expected there to be a fighting arena like this in Backland all along." Those who had read the newspaper began to discuss it animatedly. There must be some ugly secrets that the nobles don't want people to know hidden there, and what's reported must only be a small part of it. Thanks to the person named Lelouch for letting us know this. My neighbor has a very beautiful daughter, but she suddenly disappeared last year. It must have been done by those despicable nobles. Why is it only the Daily Observer that is reporting on this? What else could it be? The other newspapers must have been bought off by that nobleman, those cowards. Quote. Some people hadn't read the newspaper yet, so they asked, and Hugh roughly understood what was going on. Last night, a man named Lelouch delivered evidence of Viscount Wade's son Bishop's crimes to various newspapers and the Backland police station. Ultimately, only the Daily Observer made this evidence public. At first, Huo didn't take it too seriously, because such reports couldn't possibly harm a nobleman. Only after she started her work did she realize that today was different from the past. Many government doors are located on Government Boulevard, or rather, the original name of this boulevard is unknown, and people simply call it Government Boulevard. Huo noticed that the mail carriers seemed unusually busy today, delivering large sacks of mail to the city hall, police station, and other locations roughly every hour. She didn't inquire, but from the conversation between the postman and the doorman, she learned that some of the letters were questioning the city hall about why there was a place like Fighting Arena in Backland. Some questioned the police department about why they hadn't investigated Bishop before, or warned them not to mistreat the hero after arresting Lelouch. The letters that arrived in the morning were mostly telegrams questioning people, but by the afternoon they had become urgent. I believe that by tomorrow, even more regular mail will be arriving in droves. It is said that the Parliament building has also received many letters suggesting further restrictions on the power of the nobility, and recommending the establishment of an investigation team to seriously investigate Viscount Wade, etc. In addition, major newspapers also received many letters. The Daily Observer received many letters praising their truthful reporting, as well as many subscription orders. Other newspapers, on the other hand, received numerous letters of criticism and notices of cancellation. All of this surprised Huo somewhat. The report seemed to have awakened something, prompting the public to spontaneously condemn the nobleman in the government's door department. Huo exclaimed, "Backland has changed, the people here have changed." First, heroes like Black Emperor, Leader, and Byron emerged, daring to punish Cape Town, and then a hero emerged who dared to expose the scandals of the nobility. Chapter 105 The Down with the Political Commissar, at the Tarot Club. On Monday afternoon around 2 p.m., Odysseus, as usual, went to the backyard of the pharmacy to take a nap. To avoid attracting attention when attending the Tarot Club, he pretends to take a nap every day, and now he has actually developed a habit of taking naps. Therefore, lying in an armchair, one has to be alert to make it to 3 a.m. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odysseus's vision was covered by gray mist, and the next second, he was already in the Great Hall of Giants, on one side of the ancient bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's, Justice, greeting gave Hermit Otis the feeling of hearing the school bell ringing back in his school days. As usual, Audrey greeted the others while observing them. Son was no longer in such a hurry, it seemed his problem had been solved. After the greetings, and with no one sacrificing Emperor Russell's diary this week, Mr. Fool's reading session was skipped. Son Derek spoke first. "Thank you all for your help. My suspicion has been preliminarily cleared." He then briefly described how he encountered Dake, how he made Dake completely lose control, and how he pretended to cough to hand over the worm of time. Finally, with Mr. Fool's help, he passed the test of the psychiatrist's ability to read minds, and was basically cleared of suspicion by Chief Colin. When Audrey heard that the boy named Dake had brought out an appetizing mushroom that eventually turned into a bloodstained scalp, she felt a little disgusted. But Magician Furs thought to himself, "Son's storytelling is terrible. If I were to write it down, the part about the bloodstained scalp would definitely be the climax of the whole story." After Derek finished speaking, he thanked everyone again. Hanged Man Alger asked, "Is that Elder Shepherd currently under investigation?" "Yes." Derek was used to Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guesses. "Later I heard that after Dake got into trouble, Elder Levia was locked up at the bottom of the round tower." He smiled and said, "I believe the Council's investigation will bring the truth to light, remove Levia from her position as Elder, and define true creator as an evil god." Alger, however, was not as optimistic. He continued, "Is Elder Levia showing signs of losing control?" "I heard there are no signs of her getting out of control," Derek said. "But that's very unusual, because the other members of the exploration team have all gone out of control, but she hasn't. The Council of Six should realize that, like the exploration team leader who was previously parasitized by Aemon, Elder Levia is dangerous." Alger hummed in agreement and said, "She is indeed dangerous, but in your chief's view, such danger can be exploited. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Shepherd may be released at the appropriate time." Not only Derek, but Audrey also didn't understand why. The Hanged Man, son, has been cleared of suspicion, which means that Elder Shepherd has a big problem, right? Why was he released? Alger smiled confidently. "From the City of Silver's chief perspective, Elder Shepherd has problems, but these problems may also contain opportunities to help the City of Silver out of its predicament. He said earnestly, opportunities don't just come to you, most of the time you have to create them yourself. Since Elder Shepherd is suspected of having connections with True Creator, could we try to use these connections to help City of Silver get out of this predicament? Derek clenched his fists, but that's an evil god. The City of Silver has been trapped in the darkness for over 2,000 years, Alger said. The fact that your chief didn't immediately side with the True Creator shows great composure and wisdom. Silence fell over the hall. Audrey and the other members understood what the Hanged Man meant. The City of Silver had spent over 2,000 years in the darkness, and those 2,000 years of torment would make them seize any opportunity to escape this fate, even if it was an opportunity given by an evil god. Derek lowered his head, lost in thought. Alger added, don't worry too much. Your chief handled this matter very well. He knows very well how dangerous the evil god is. Therefore, even when using the power of the evil god, one will be very cautious and will avoid bringing danger to the City of Silver. I believe that the City of Silver has been exploring the darkness for over 2,000 years, and your council has enough wisdom to solve the current problems and seize the opportunity when the time is right. Derek's mood improved slightly. Then, what should I do? Alger shrugged. Just do what you're supposed to do, or do normal things that won't arouse suspicion. Odysseus, who had remained silent until now, added, don't speak ill of Elder Luvia, and don't speak ill of her Beander either. Pathway has problems, and you shouldn't publicly question True Creator either. Alger nodded. Yes, that's crucial. Derek was about to ask why, but before he could ask, he decided he should think about the question himself. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised his head. I understand. No one will believe me if I say it. Instead, it will make the chief doubt me again. Odysseus smiled. You've improved. He said, another reason is that this is too ostentatious. In the future, Elder Luvia may use this to target those who are close to you, which will not be conducive to you accumulating power in secret. Derek said seriously, I know what to do. Thank you, the Hanged Man, and Mr. Hermit, for your help. Odysseus raised his hand to indicate that it was nothing. I have a new need at this gathering. With little sons, problem resolved, we instantly returned to the trading process at Tarot Club. Everyone else listened attentively to the Hermit's needs, especially Audrey, who had many questions for Mr. Hermit, but Mr. Hermit didn't seem to lack pounds. The only way to get the answers to your questions is to trade with him for Beander materials or other items that he needs. Odysseus said, I need the fruit of the flying eel tree. He plans to try trading with Tarot Club first, and if he can't get the materials, he'll then try trading with Queen Mystic. When Audrey heard about the Beander materials required by the Hermit, she almost lost her spectator composure. She cleared her throat to hide her excitement, then raised her hand slightly and asked, how many would you like? Odysseus paused for a moment before replying, 2. He was puzzled. Did the Justice possess the fruit of the tumbleweed tree? Where did she get it from? Psychology alchemists. That's enough. Audrey smiled. Mr. Hermit, I have the fruit of the tamarisk. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. And there were more than just 2, it seemed like there were 4 or 5, stored in her house's storage room. When she went there to find the main material for spectator, before, she browsed the Beander materials stored in the warehouse, which included Florone fruit. Odysseus smiled and said, you're quite the well-connected lady. Do you want gold pounds, or something else? I have a question for you. Audrey then said somewhat embarrassedly, it's not through my own channels, it's through family accumulation, yes, family accumulation. Alger paused for a moment, then asked, you were born into the Beander family. Then why would you still buy potion recipes from him? No, this is a complicated issue. Audrey hesitated for a moment before saying, okay, I've seen this Beander material in my home warehouse before. The house's warehouse. Upon seeing the fool climb through the gray fog, he suddenly felt a mouthful of blood rise to his throat, almost spitting it out. Alger thought to himself, nobles are really rich. Furs, on the other hand, has already started to fantasize, if I had such a warehouse. Haha, daydreaming. Since the topic has come up, Audrey raised her own question. As far as I know, many noble families' main members don't seem to be Beanders, but they all have some Beander materials stored up. Why is that? Klein thought to himself, why are you asking us? We have no idea what life is like for nobles. Odysseus replied, I have heard that some nobles store Beander characteristics or Beander materials to preserve their wealth. Whether it's Beander characteristic or Beander material, the state is relatively stable. I mean Beander characteristic with a sequence of less than 5. Quote, and their prices are more stable than gold. almost unaffected by currency devaluation, and often even have a premium, making them a better store of value than gold. Finally, he said jokingly, consider this answer a bonus. Furs thought to himself, Huo and I toiled and struggled, barely managing to buy the potion recipe and advance our ranks, while the nobles used it to preserve their wealth. Alger suddenly felt as if he and the justice were from two different worlds. Upon hearing the hermit's explanation, Audrey slowly nodded, I see. Mr. Hermit, thank you for your reply. Then she asked, can we begin the transaction now? Odysseus hummed in agreement, go ahead and ask. Audrey was somewhat conflicted. She had two questions to ask. One was for more information about Aemon, and the other was about occult symbols. After a slight hesitation, she said, I would like to know more about Aemon. For Audrey, Aemon is currently the only high-ranking person she can contact besides Mr. Fool. Beyond, she has a strong interest in Amon's abilities. That intelligence is more valuable than a master document at sequence 7 level, Odysseus said. I can still only trade you a portion of that information. Good. Audrey was not disappointed. On the contrary, she was very happy because it meant that the information to be traded next would be very valuable. Odysseus then asked, do you want to listen by yourself, or do you want everyone to listen together? Audrey smiled and said, let's all listen together. Perhaps this intelligence will also be helpful to the other members. Alger, on behalf of the other members, praised, your character is admirable. Chapter 106 The Thief of Fate. Google search Twaken. All the members of the Tarot Club pricked up their ears, listening intently to the information the hermit was about to share. For the fool Klein, information about Aemon was highly valuable and readily available without costing a penny, so he was naturally happy to have such deals among his members. This is important to son Derek, since Amon's true form seems to be in forsaken land of the gods, and the City of Silver could face a threat from Aemon at any time. So listen carefully, you might get some useful clues. As for the other members, including Justice, Audrey, who paid for the transaction, they were very curious about Aemon and hoped to obtain relevant information. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Hermit Otis organized his thoughts and said, when I was gathering intelligence for Son, I learned that when the Beyonder of the Marauder pathway reaches sequence 2, which is what we call the angel level, the Beyonder of this pathway can steal fate. Before anyone could react, Odysseus continued to explain. For example, if this angel uses the ability to steal fate on a target, then the target will lose their own fate and become someone that no one recognizes, and the whole world rejects them. And this angel can possess that person's destiny, that person's friends, family, and children will all regard this angel as their friend, husband, and father. The person whose fate has been stolen can only watch helplessly as it happens, and he can do nothing about it, because everyone will treat him as a stranger. As time went by, no one could even hear his voice anymore, and he eventually disappeared in solitude. Finally, Odysseus commented, this is a terrifying and bizarre ability. At the head of the bronze table, behind the gray mist, Klein thought to himself, this ability is a bit too bizarre, but it sounds very powerful. When Hanged Man Alger heard the hermit mention the disappearance of loneliness, he suddenly let out a long sigh. In fact, some people's fates don't need to be stolen, they will disappear in loneliness anyway. Then he thought, the most powerful aspect of this ability is that within a team, others are unaware that someone's fate has been stolen, and therefore will not take any precautions against that person. When that person suddenly launches an attack, the consequences are unimaginable. Audrey felt that the goal described by the hermit was pitiful, and at the same time felt that the Beyonder's power, which reached the level of angels, was too powerful, even able to steal fate. Derek was somewhat desperate. They had already discussed this at the last gathering. Aemon was at least at the level of an angel, so he must have the ability to steal fate. How can we defend against such an ability? Is it even possible to defend against it? Only Magician Furs felt detached, as if he were listening to a ghost story. Odysseus continued, another piece of information concerns Amon's past experiences. As we mentioned before, the Aemon family was a prominent noble family in the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Epoch. He paused and then said, I can't guarantee that the following information is 100% accurate, but based on some changes that have occurred in the Beyonder world since then, this information should be accurate. The 5 great nobles of the Tudor Empire were Abraham, Adam, Aemon, Jacob, and Taurmara. The progenitor of the Jacob family was also an angel of the Marauder pathway. At some point in the Fourth Epoch, Aemon stole the fate of this progenitor of the Jacob family and killed him. So for a long time, Jacob was Aemon. Some even speculate that Jacob was killed by Aemon at the very beginning of the Tudor Empire, otherwise Jacob would have stayed far away like Zoroast and would never have been on the same side as Aemon. No one discovered this before the Tudor Empire was destroyed. Of course, it is also possible that some beings with high sequence discovered it, but did not announce it for various reasons. It wasn't until after the Tudor Empire was destroyed and the Jacob family was hunted down by the Church of the True God that the Church of the True God discovered that Jacob had actually been replaced by Ammon long ago. Odysseus wasn't too certain about this information. If so many important figures in the fourth epic hadn't discovered it in time, how could he, a herbalist shop owner in the fifth epic, know Ammon's secret? The hall fell silent once more, for it sounded terrifying. The Tudor Empire appears to have 5 major noble families, but in reality, there are only 4. If the Tudor Empire had not fallen, Ammon would likely have continued to replace Jacob. This news gave all members of the Tarot Club a profound understanding of the Marauder Pathway Angel's ability to steal fate. Alger suddenly thought of a somewhat inappropriate analogy, one person receiving the salary of 2 people. Klein, however, noticed an important issue after the fog cleared. The hermit used Zoros to contrast with Jacob. Having read the contents of the blasphemy card, he vaguely understood why Ammon wanted to replace and kill Jacob. Odysseus continued, although no one noticed at the time, people later realized that most of the Jacob family members had died almost overnight. Combined with some discoveries made by the Church of the True God, people realized that the members of the Jacob family must have been parasitized by Ammon without any warning, and all of them had become Ammon's clones. I was just about to ask Magician Furs, didn't the members of the Jacob family realize that Ammon had replaced their ancestor? Upon hearing the hermit's words, Furs considered whether he should distance himself from the Beander family. It was too dangerous to be parasitized by his own ancestor without any warning. Audrey also let her thoughts wander. It's like the Tarot Club is in session and the members have suddenly been parasitized by Mr. Fool. No, Mr. Fool isn't Ammon, he wouldn't do that. Derek felt immense pressure. He even suddenly began to suspect that the people of the City of Silver had all been parasitized by Ammon and become its clones, while he himself remained normal. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If that were really the case, Mr. Fool would have reminded me. Alger, the most knowledgeable member, had already grasped the crux of the problem. He asked the hermit, who is this Zoroast you mentioned? Why is he hiding from Ammon? Odysseus didn't answer directly, but looked at Audrey. Do you have a similar question? If you answer this question, our deal is over. Reminded by the hanged man, Audrey realized that there seemed to be more to Ammon's killing of Jacob than met the eye. The hanged man's question was a good angle, even more precise than her own question. So she said, yes, Mr. Hermit, please answer this question again. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odysseus did not answer immediately, but instead addressed the person at the head of the bronze table, saying, Mr. Fool, please forgive my following speculation and blasphemy. The fool Klein smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing. In his heart, however, he already thought, sure enough, Ammon killed Jacob in order to seize his Beander characteristic. Audrey and the other members were puzzled as to why the hermit would ask Mr. Fool for forgiveness, but then they became excited because it meant that the hermit's next answer might involve the divine realm. Odysseus continued, I accidentally obtained some very advanced information. There are only 3 sequence 1 attributes for each pathway. To become a god, you must collect 3 sequence 1 traits. Alger's hands were trembling slightly. It really is information about the divine level. He was very keen on collecting high-level information from the Beander world, but apart from the Tarot Club, it seemed that he couldn't hear about such high-level information anywhere else. The other members seemed to have thought of something, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Odysseus continued, the ancestor of the Jacob family was a sequence 1 Beander, and the ancestor of Zoroast, as well as the patriarch of this family during the Solomon Empire and Solomon's Second Empire, was also a sequence 1 Beander. Audrey suddenly realized what she had just thought of. Ammon is also a sequence 1. He killed Jacob, so he has 2 sequence 1 traits. Almost everyone present knew that, along with sequence Beander has competitors. However, sequence 1 is different from other sequences. If sequence 4 wants to be promoted to sequence 3, it must acquire the beyond characteristic of sequence 3. Their enemy is sequence 3, so other sequences are basically competing with each other from below. Furthermore, only one feature is needed for promotion, meaning that sequence 4 is not necessarily a mortal enemy of all sequence 3s. However, in sequence 1, the competition is between people at the same level, and sequence 1 members are definitely mortal enemies. Furs suddenly slapped his thigh. Ammon wants to become a god. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. This idea is too blasphemous. How could the gods? Oh my god, what did I just think of? After Beyonders reach a high enough level, they become gods. Although no one said anything, Furs herself fell into a state of panic. It was her values, formed since childhood, or to be more specific, her understanding of the divine suddenly collapsed. Of all the members, the world and Sun were probably the most composed. The world was calm because he was a dummy, while Sun, who had received a general education from City of Silver, didn't find it too surprising. By this time, Alger had also come to his senses. In the fourth epoch, Aemon had already obtained 2 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics. So, in the present day of the fifth epoch, has he obtained all the Sequence 1 characteristics? Has he already become a god? Little Sun was somewhat astonished. Could the Aemon clone we encountered before be a clone of a god? 107 Abraham family. Upon hearing the hanged man's question, Hermit Otis shrugged and said, I don't know if the head of the Zoroast family is still alive. Although he knew that it was the old man inside his poet classmate's body, it was a question that could not be answered accurately. Google search Twaken. Klein thought to himself after the gray fog, thinking about the content of the Black Emperor card. Even if I collect all the Sequence 1 Beander characteristics, I still need to prepare a complicated ritual, and I may not have become a god yet. But it's really hard to guess what people at this level are thinking or doing. Then another question came to mind, so he manipulated the world to ask, if Aemon is Sequence 1 and Jacob is also Sequence 1, how did Aemon replace Jacob without attracting anyone's attention? If 2 people are evenly matched, it is impossible for one to kill the other silently. Klein already had some ideas in mind, but he wasn't sure. Odysseus smiled and said, I can help you find out more information on this, but it will require a certain reward or price, so this matter needs to be negotiated. The world said in a somber voice, I'll think about it some more. With the transaction concluded, Tarot Club fell silent as everyone felt they needed time to process the high-level intelligence they had just received. After a dozen seconds, the world spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you have any information about the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter, or the characteristics of the human skin phantom, or the hair of the deep-sea Janna? Son Derek immediately said, Mr. World, I had already inquired about the whereabouts of the human skin phantom, but I may not be able to find someone to hunt it for you for the time being. Previously, Derek had promised the world that his payment for borrowing, all black eye, would be to help him hunt human skin phantoms. It's all right, I can wait a little longer, the world said in a deep voice. Hanged Man Alger said, I heard someone is selling deep-sea Janna's hair, but the island where the seller is located is quite remote, so I can only confirm it for you next week. The world said in a somber voice, having news is better than having no news. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and seeing that no one else spoke, it was clear that the deal had to be put on hold for now. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, sighed inwardly. Now, only the thousand-faced hunter remains without a single clue. At this point, Magician Furs initiated a new transaction. I want to know apprentice. Which organizations possess the pathway potion recipes? Well, the payment I can offer is Spirit World Travelogue, which was left behind a long time ago by a powerful Beander in the spirit world. Travel notes. Spirit World Travelogue. Klein was very interested in this, and he manipulated the world to immediately say, I can answer your question and give you some relevant information for free. He knew perfectly well that the Hermit and the Hanged Man could also answer this question, which made him sigh. Competition is bad, it always comes with freebies. Furs smiled happily. Okay. Then the world asked in a hoarse voice, would you like to hear it only by yourself, or would you like everyone to hear it? Furs thought for a few seconds before saying, let's put it that way. She wasn't inspired by the justice, thinking the answer to this question might help others. Rather, she felt it didn't matter if other members knew the answer, as the world could fill in any gaps. If a trade is required, she can continue to use Spirit World Travelogue as payment. The world replied, in the fourth epoch, the apprentice pathway was controlled by the Abraham family and later flowed into the Tamara family, with whom they had a long-standing marriage alliance. In the fifth epoch, which is the current epoch, the Theosophy order also has the potion recipes for apprentice and trickmaster, which are believed to be related to the Abraham family and the Tamara family. Quote, of course, some people suspect that the Theosophy order is actually the demonist sect in disguise. Then Klein manipulates the world to begin recounting the bonus information. It is said that the Abraham family has long suffered from a blood curse and has had to avoid danger by living in scattered locations. A bloodline curse. Furs recalled his own experience. Mrs. Anliza had said before her death that no one outside her family would be cursed. But he had used the bracelet from Mrs. Anlis's belongings, and only then did he begin to suffer the blood moon curse. Alger and Audrey were hearing about the Abraham family's bloodline curse for the first time, and each had their own associations. After a few seconds, Furs recovered from his regret. "Thank you, Mr. World, you have cleared up my doubts. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Spirit World Travelogue, and offer it as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool after the gathering." "Mr. Fool, is that all right?" The Fool Klein nodded slowly. "Okay." Alger remarked, "The members of the Tarot Club are indeed extraordinary. I never expected that the usually low-profile magician would have connections with such an old Beander family as the Abraham family." At this point, Odysseus said, "I can add something to Mr. World's answer, in exchange for a question." Furs was initially pleased that the public Q&A session had indeed yielded some supplementary information, but then she became somewhat puzzled. "Can you ask me a question?" "What kind of question can I answer?" Odysseus smiled and said, "You can definitely answer this question, or you have the relevant channels." Furs nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best to answer." She was indeed somewhat insecure, because although the hermit had just joined the Tarot Club, he seemed very knowledgeable, and she really couldn't think of any questions she could answer for him. Odysseus said, "There have always been two rumors about the potion recipe for the apprentice pathway in Theosophy order. The first rumor is that during the fourth epoch, the Abraham family declined in a very short period of time. The demonist sect somehow got the chance to plunder a batch of Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts from the family, including some potion recipes, and used these recipes to establish the Theosophy order. The second rumor is that during the fourth epoch, some members of the Abraham family, in order to get rid of the curse, hoped to get help from the demonist sect, so they formed the Theosophy order, which is an affiliated organization of the demonist sect. Of course, it's also possible that the truth lies in the combination of these two rumors, and that some members of the Abraham family hope to get help from the demonist sect, in order to get rid of the curse. But the demonist sect used them to find the hiding place of the Abraham family members and successfully looted a batch of Beander characteristic and sealed artifact. Although the hermit stated that these were two rumors, they contained a great deal of information. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Klein seemed to foresee the fall of a Beander family during the fourth epoch, and the ruthless Beander organization taking advantage of their misfortune. Alger concluded to himself, in other words, in the hermit's view, the Theosophy order must be related to the demonist sect. Furs first marveled at the high-end nature of the Tarot Club, where many seemingly difficult questions could be answered from various sources. Then she asked the question that had been on her mind: why did the Abraham family suddenly decline? Odysseus said, "It seems to be related to the ancestors of the Abraham family and their curse." This reminded Klein of Mr. Dorr, whom Russell mentioned in her diary. Could it be that the family declined because the powerful Mr. Dorr was banished? But he immediately dismissed the idea. This might only be part of the reason. After all, such a large family would not usually have only one angel. If there is no powerful being, the decline would not be too fast. Furs still had some questions, but she knew that if she continued to ask, the hermit might need to use his channels to obtain relevant information, which would require a deal in other sacrifices. Then she looked at the hermit. "What questions do you have for me?" Odysseus, however, addressed the person at the head of the bronze table first. "Mr. Fool, I request to speak with Miss Magician, alone." Klein said in a flat tone, "Okay." Whether they communicate alone or not makes no difference to him, he can still eavesdrop on conversations between two people. After the Fool blocked the other members' senses, Odysseus said to Furs, "At the previous gathering, I heard you mention, almost inadvertently, that you were an author." Furs was slightly taken aback. "Did I mention that before?" Odysseus had already prepared for this, and he pretended to be a little insecure, saying, "When I heard, son, recount his experience once, didn't you say, from an author's perspective? I thought you were the author." I think I said something like that." Furs couldn't remember either, because while listening to little son recount his experiences, he had thought several times, what if I told this story using writing techniques? Moreover, when analyzing problems, she often used the same thought process she used when writing novels, and it's very likely that she just blurted it out and inadvertently revealed this information. Even Klein, who was listening in, didn't notice whether Magician had said that, because he already knew that Magician made a living by writing, so he didn't pay attention to that aspect at all. He thought to himself, it's not impossible that Magician accidentally revealed this information. She is very cautious in many areas, but she is completely unguarded in others. Just now, When the justice was trading with the hermit, she accidentally revealed her surprised thoughts, which is why she had to cover her mouth. Odysseus's words were carefully crafted. He had originally considered contacting Furs through Huo. But that would be strange, since Huo had never mentioned Furs to the leader, yet the leader suddenly approached Huo and said, "Please introduce me to your good friend Furs." Just from the sound of it, it seems like they have ill intentions. Furthermore, it could expose the connection between leader and Lelouch, which is why he decided to use the hermit to question the magician. He knew Furs wouldn't notice this. Odysseus said, "I have a few questions about the publication." Furs thought he had misheard. The hermit is going to publish a book. A study of mystical symbols. 108 is Lelouch a transmigrator? Bonus chapter for donations. The fool Klein and magician Furs had similar ideas. As researchers in the field of mysticism, why should they publish books? And publicly at that. However, there are some Beander-related works left behind by Beander and mysticism. Klein's Book of Secrets is said to be the work of a demigod. However, this book was never published and is very likely a unique copy, with at most a few handwritten copies. This book is first published online by twcon.com. Furs cleared his throat, trying to hide his wandering thoughts. What kind of book do you want to publish? I do know a few publishers, but it has to be a good story or have decent writing for them to be interested. Odysseus said, "It belongs to the category of research books." He added, "It's research on herbs." Furs nodded, thinking to himself, "I see." She had previously heard the hermit talk about herbal knowledge, and it seemed very professional. These kinds of books are reference books, so they should easily get to the printing stage, Furs said, based on his own experience. However, the print run might be very small, usually less than 5,000 copies, or even just 1,000. Odysseus then asked, "If I mail the manuscript to the publisher, is it possible to publish it without revealing my personal information?" "Theoretically, it's possible," Furs replied, "but the chances of it being published are very small. If the author isn't well known, it's almost impossible to publish. I suggest you ask the author to recommend it to the publisher, that will increase the chances of it being published." Odysseus thought to himself, Lelouch is somewhat famous, but it's not a good one. To avoid offending the nobility, the publisher might refuse to publish such a book. However, if Furs were to help with the recommendation, it would cause her a lot of trouble. Mandated punishers might very well follow that lead and collect the copper pennies from her gas meter. Then Odysseus thought back and realized that he could use his intelligence network to contact a few authors, but that would expose the connection between Mr. Gale and Lelouch, or the connection between leader and Lelouch. This was also an outcome that Odysseus did not want to see. At this point, Furs added, "Besides the author's recommendation, you can also ask well-known journalists for recommendations." Odysseus nodded. He, too, didn't have any journalist friends he trusted. This concludes the transaction. After the individual discussions, the transaction process for Tarot Club has ended. During the open discussion, Justice Audrey began by saying, "There was a fire on King's Avenue yesterday." Furs, who was also in Backland, said, "I've heard about it too. Apparently, a nobleman secretly built a fighting arena on King's Avenue, and it burned down last night. She saw the news about it in the newspaper this morning. According to the newspaper, it seems that it's not just about building a fighting arena. That nobleman is still at fighting arena. Imprisonment also harmed some young girls and used fighters to form a gang that did many shady things for the nobles. For example, killing workers who organize strikes, killing mistresses who try to blackmail nobles, killing women who report to the police after being assaulted by nobles, etc. The operators of fighting arena have repeatedly used their connections with the nobility to exonerate these gang members." Furs commented, "People like that should be burned at the stake." At this time, the news of Bishop's death had not yet been published, and Furs still thought Bishop was alive. After reading the Daily Observer report, she also wrote a letter to Parliament suggesting the abolition of the legal immunity of nobles. Not only the king and queen can enjoy this right, but in the Lowen Kingdom, nobles of the rank of baron and above basically have legal immunity. Unless the king, parliament, or church wants a nobleman to die, they can legally escape legal punishment no matter what crime they have committed. Not many people know about this. After all, it's not something to be proud of, and the judicial authorities can't publicize it everywhere. Furs only learned about this when he was writing his book and consulted many books and magazines about law. The two female members were furious about fighting arena, but the other members didn't seem very interested. The little son in Forsaken Land of the Gods didn't care much about this topic, while Klein and Hanged Man Alger's experiences had long since shown them the true colors of the nobility, so they weren't surprised that the nobility could do such things. The world said in a deep voice, thanks to this fire, otherwise no one would know that fighting arena exists. He had originally planned to give a brief comment and then move on to another topic, but, Justice, Audrey immediately said, no, it wasn't because of the fire that people learned the truth. A brave Beander killed the nobleman who ran fighting arena, along with several of his men. Then he set fire to fighting arena. That nobleman is dead. Furs was taken aback. The newspaper reports aren't complete. Yes, someone has blocked the news. Audrey said seriously. According to Lelouch, it's that brave Beander. He says he submitted relevant evidence to major newspapers and police stations. But only the Daily Observer reported on it, so someone must have blocked the newspapers reporting in the police's investigation. Lelouch. Klein suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. Furs asked, what sequence is that Beander named Lelouch from? How did he kill that nobleman? Audrey said, based on my observation, he only has sequence 8. What? Sequence 8? Alger joined the conversation. Wasn't the nobleman who was killed accompanied by any Beander bodyguards? Yes, but I think Lelouch was well prepared for this. Audrey said. He first disguised himself as a fighting arena player and attracted the attention of Bishop, the manager who runs fighting arena, through 2 matches. But because Lelouch was unwilling to join the 3N party. The 3N party is the gang that Miss Magician just mentioned, which Bishop formed using the players of fighting arena. Therefore, Bishop sent members of the 3N party to assassinate Lelouch, but instead, Lelouch killed 3 of the members, and only 1 member escaped and reportedly suffered a mental breakdown. Lelouch used some kind of magical method. The crime scene had clearly been burned, yet one of the members had frozen to death. Odysseus's lips curled up slightly. It felt pretty good to be praised. Fire. Klein recalled the news reports from a few days ago, and he manipulated the world to ask, was it the fire that happened on Riverbend Avenue? Audrey immediately replied, yes. It was that fire. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. This caught Bishop's attention even more, so he arranged 2 very difficult Beander fighting matches for Lelouch. Later I heard that before the second match, Bishop promised Lelouch that if he won both battles, he would personally officiate the ceremony for him to join the 3N party. Lelouch won both battles, and even killed a Beander who could command the undead. Bishop was delighted, believing he would have another powerful subordinate, so after the second battle, he personally went to the fighting arena. Lelouch seized the opportunity to kill Bishop and set the place ablaze, burning it all down. Klein's internal assessment, this was an operation with a meticulous plan. Of course, Lelouch's personal abilities were also very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to win those 2 Beander fights. The image of a lone hero was established in his mind. Furs seemed to understand something, and she asked Audrey, were you there at the time? Yes, I had met Lelouch before that, Audrey answered truthfully, and was very interested in what this Beander was saying and doing, so I went to watch the match and ended up seeing such a big surprise. Upon hearing the Justice's words, Furs recalled that during the last gathering, the Justice seemed to have asked the other members what the consequences would be if they refused an invitation from a certain Beander organization. Based on her description, she must have encountered Lelouch, who had rejected the 3N party's offer of recruitment. Alger frowned and said, among spectator, wasn't there a Beander to stop all of this? Yes, some Beanders tried to help Bishop, but their Beander abilities were blocked by a barrier protecting the spectators, Audrey explained. Because that match was a no-rules match where weapons were allowed, there had to be a barrier to protect the spectators in the spectator stand. But what was unexpected was that the barrier protected Lelouch. Alger laughed and said, this should also be part of Lelouch's plan. He said, based on your description, it is not difficult to see that this Lelouch is a person with excellent planning ability. He approached that nobleman step by step and completed the assassination. In order to better carry out the plan, he would naturally conduct a detailed investigation of the final assassination location and collect relevant intelligence through various channels. If I were Lelouch, I would be very happy to learn that there is a barrier protecting the spectator there. Because this means that assassination missions have become much simpler. First of all, there can't be any Beanders with too high a sequence in spectator. After all, a sequence 5 wouldn't be interested in a battle between sequence 8 and sequence 7. Quote, and it's impossible for someone like sequence 5 to appear in Beyond's bodyguards. The reason is simple, by the time sequence 5 arrives, who would still be a bodyguard? Perhaps only kings and a few high-ranking nobles can afford to hire a Beander of this caliber as a bodyguard. Now that the barrier is back, we only need to deal with the Beander bodyguards around that nobleman named Bishop. The other members nodded in agreement, and even Odysseus couldn't help but admire in his heart, great minds think alike. Furs then asked, did Lelouch say anything inspiring back then? The phrase that had impressed him so much immediately came to Audrey's mind. He said he was the rebellious Lelouch. Klein, behind the gray fog, almost slapped his thigh. I remember now, this guy is a time traveler, right? Thank you all for your continued support and donations. I'm adding an extra chapter as a token of my appreciation. 109 Detective Sherlock's great idea. The fool Klein suddenly remembered that Lelouch of the Rebellion was also called Lelouch of the Rebellion, and it was the name of an anime. It was a story about a noble boy rebelling against noble rule. He had watched 2 seasons of it before he transmigrated. He guessed that Lelouch must be a time traveler. If it were just Lelouch, it might be a case of 2 people sharing the same name, but putting rebellious and Lelouch together would definitely be a joke that only a time traveler would use. Thinking of this, Klein smiled. This world doesn't actually have only one time traveler. Russell is someone who traveled from over 100 years ago. Back then, the Emperor thought she was the protagonist of this world, but now it seems she was merely the protagonist of an era. There was another time traveler who arrived in this world around the same time as me. I became the Black Emperor, and he became the rebellious Lelouch. As expected of people from our homeland, we were also disappointed with this era and some aspects of this kingdom. Klein currently has no intention of acknowledging the other party, firstly because he may not be able to find them, and secondly because acknowledging them now would not be of much use. Hermit Otis, however, felt somewhat regretful. He had spoken carelessly about the rebellious Lelouch at the time, and Klein should have realized that this Lelouch must be a time traveler. But then he thought, it's not a big problem. The account, Lelouch, has been deleted. At most, it will leave behind a book, but nothing else. Based on the clues Klein has, it's impossible for him to suspect me. After hearing Miss the Justice's reply, Magician Furs was curious. Why did he leave such a message? Rebellious. Is he still a rebellious teenager? Audrey said, perhaps he was expressing his uncompromising spirit. Odysseus nodded slightly. You understand me best, Justice. Klein almost twitched his lips in a completely unseemly manner. Maybe he was just having a fit of Chunabu, just like the Emperor. Hanged Man Alger, however, was more concerned with, has Lelouch been caught by the official Beyonders? Audrey replied, not yet. This person is very capable, Alger commented. Klein thought to himself, it's really not easy to set a fire on King's Avenue and escape unscathed. Furs said, hopefully he'll never be arrested. Audrey added, I hope so. Odysseus's lips curled slightly upward. You can rest assured about that, the official Beyonders can't even catch a ghost. That topic ended there, and everyone started talking about other things. Odysseus said, I've received some information that Rose School has been very active in Backland lately. I wonder what their purpose is. Do you have any information about them? Alger and Audrey shook their heads, but the world suddenly said, as far as I know, they are dealing with some internal issues. I've heard about that too, Odysseus said. It seems that the Indulgence faction and the Temperance faction have already fought once in the dock area. Later Rose School, Indulgence faction was dealt a heavy blow by the official Beyander group and seems to have withdrawn from Backland. But just a few days ago, the official Beyander took down another, werewolf, who was also said to be a member of Rose School. It's pretty much certain that their retreat was a ruse, and we don't know what their purpose was. Audrey and Furs were very concerned about this matter, both feeling as if they thought, how could something like this happen in Backland? Klein, standing behind the gray fog, was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected the hermit to know more about the Rose School of Thought's recent activities than he did. He only knew that the Indulgence School had withdrawn after being attacked by Machinery Hivemind, which was why Sharon and Marich continued their activities, but he didn't expect that their withdrawal was a ruse. Klein decided to inform Sharon tonight and tell them to be careful for the time being. In fact, Odysseus's words were meant for Klein, hoping to attract Sharon's attention. Although Bernadette had previously learned about the drug buyer Bernie from Sharon, Queen Mystic might not necessarily warn Sharon to be wary of the Indulgence School. It would be better to have Klein remind her again, in case this is a counterattack targeting Temperance faction, the bodyguard will be in great danger. After exchanging ideas for a while, Klein announced the end of this tarot club session. Odysseus returned to the real world and lay quietly in his armchair for a while, recalling the information he had obtained from Furs. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good way to publish it. If all else fails, the analysis and explanation of the battle with Chipman can be removed, but that would completely destroy the essence of the book. For now, we can only wait and see, and talk about it when the opportunity arises. Next, Odysseus began to consider promotion again. This time, he planned to get promoted secretly without reporting it to Machinery Hivemind. Since the main ingredients were already available, Odysseus suddenly remembered that his shop did not yet have the blood of silver-billed cranes. He took a deep breath, got up and wrote 2 notes, then went to the shop in front and asked his clerk Cain to run an errand. One note was to be delivered to 117 Queen Road, Viscount Kelton's residence, to buy silver-billed crane blood from him. The second note was sent to the Backland Post, informing members of the Mysticism Research Society of a meeting at 9 a.m. the next day. After that, Odysseus stayed at the shop, waiting for Mr. Fool to inform him to perform the bestowal ceremony and obtain the fruit of the flying tumbleweed he had traded from Audrey. Wood District, 15 Minsk Street. Ding A Ling. Having just finished reading Magician's copy of Spirit World Travelogue, and returned to the real world from above the gray fog, Klein heard the doorbell. He hurried downstairs and arrived at the door, already picturing the scene outside in his mind. Standing outside the door was Mike Joseph, a reporter for the Daily Observer with blue eyes and a neatly trimmed mustache. Klein could pretty much guess the other party's intentions. He opened the door and smiled. "Let me guess, do you need a bodyguard right now?" Klein also read the Daily Observer report today. Mike smiled wryly and said, "Yes." Klein glanced at the street outside, then stepped aside to let Mike into the door. After closing the door, Mike laughed and said, "I wrote something that angered someone again, and this time, I offended a nobleman." Klein glanced through the window. "So you're being followed." "It feels like I'm being followed," Mike said, sitting on the sofa. "This afternoon I had this feeling like someone was watching me." He took a deep breath and said, "This time the newspaper approved a week's worth of protection funds for me. How about £10 a day? For the next week, you'll be protecting my safety. If a battle breaks out, I'll give you more money." Klein opened his mouth, but said, "Wait a moment, I'm going to the restroom and I'll think about it while I'm there." Actually, he was inclined to take the commission. After all, Mike must have withstood tremendous pressure to publish the news in his report this morning. However, if it's too dangerous, he will refuse the commission and ask Isengard Stanton, who has official connections, to take on Mike's commission. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After all, this commission involved nobles, and he was very reluctant to get involved in their struggles. Upon entering the restroom, Klein removed the citrine pendant from her wrist and silently thought, Mike Joseph's request is dangerous. Mike Joseph's commission is dangerous. After reciting it 7 times, the pendant began to rotate clockwise, though not by much. In other words, there is some risk, but it is within an acceptable range. Whoosh. Klein pretended to flush the toilet, then returned to the living room. "I've decided to take your case. When will I begin protecting you?" "It's best to start now." Klein nodded. "No problem." Then he asked, "Does your family need protection?" "I sent my family to the outskirts last night," Mike said. "The place is well hidden, they won't find it unless I visit them." As a seasoned journalist, one naturally needs a secret hideout to protect one's family. "That's good," Klein said while putting on his coat. "From now on, you have to follow my orders. If I tell you to hide, you hide. If I tell you to run, you run. Also, I've thought of an excellent place to protect you, but before we go there, I must ask how much funding you've received this time." £150, Mike said. "If that's not enough, I can apply for more." "Great." Klein smiled slightly. "How about we go to the Nanmu Ballroom and dance with some girls?" Gall Herbal Shop, 51 Henry Street. As evening approached, Odysseus still hadn't received any notification from the fool regarding the ceremony arrangements, and the blood of the silver-billed crane had already arrived. Now all that was missing was the main ingredient. Just as the herbal shop began to get busy, Odysseus noticed that his pocket watch had lit up again. However, this time the pocket watch was yellowish in color. This pocket watch could receive 2 signals, one from 199 Heron Avenue, the meeting place of the Mysticism Research Society. If the waiter presses the signal transmitter there, Odysseus's pocket watch will emit a red signal. One came from Nanmu Ballroom. Mandy also had a signal transmitter. If she pressed it, her pocket watch would light up yellow. Odysseus had no choice but to hand over the business to his assistant Cain. He went to the basement in the backyard, changed into Mr. Gale's clothes, and used the teleportation array to reach the 3rd floor of the Nanmu Ballroom. As soon as the door to the 3rd floor room opened, the receptionist immediately greeted him. "Mr. Gale, Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer, is here at the ballroom again." Ms. Mandy initially thought he was just there to spend money, and even gave him a bottle of wine as a gift. But a dozen minutes ago, a group of people broke in and said they wanted to take Mr. Mike away. Ms. Mandy kept those people calm while she asked me to wait here for you so she could explain the whole story to you. Odysseus hummed in agreement. I understand. He strode towards the stairs, but at the top, he suddenly turned back and asked the receptionist, do you think we should protect reporter Mike? I read the news about him today and I think we shouldn't have let those people take him away. But then she lowered her head in a panic. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. Odysseus smiled and said, that makes a lot of sense. After saying that, he turned around and quickly went downstairs. Author Jun caught a cold these past 2 days and suddenly developed a fever today. He's been so exhausted that he can only update normally and hasn't had time to read everyone's comments. Everyone should also be careful, there's been a flu outbreak recently, and it seems author Jun caught it after going out for breakfast. 110 Sherlock with a bad stomach. When Odysseus arrived on the first floor, he saw 2 groups of people facing off. One group was dressed in dark-colored clothes and was relatively well dressed. Old acquaintances Mike and Detective Sherlock stood opposite the group. But they weren't the only ones confronting that group, there were also the waiters, cooks, and thugs from Nanmu Ballroom. Although they had not received explicit orders to protect the reporter, they seemed to be subtly positioning themselves to shield Mike. Mandy, however, was calmly negotiating with the other party, warning them not to affect the dance hall's business. The guests and women hid in the distance, and the band stopped playing. Everyone watched the standoff between the 2 groups. Gentlemen, what's going on here? Odysseus asked, feigning surprise. Why is no one dancing in the dance floor? Why did the band stop playing? Upon seeing Odysseus, Mandy breathed a slight sigh of relief and introduced him to the group opposite her with a smile. This is Mr. Gale. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with not-so-big eyes, who didn't look particularly fierce. His subordinate whispered an introduction of Mr. Gale in his ear. The man managed a forced smile. Mr. Gale, we've met before, at a ball hosted by nobles. I haven't been to a ball in a long time, Odysseus said. If you're here to spend money, you're welcome. I'll even give you 2 bottles of wine, since we've met before. But if you're here to cause trouble, I'm sorry, please leave immediately. We're here to find someone. The man pointed at Mike. Please come with us, sir. Odysseus said calmly, he is also a guest here. I don't care where he is, but here, he can sit on the sofa if he wants, and he doesn't have to leave if he doesn't want to. The waiters, cooks, and thugs, as if receiving some kind of order, moved behind Odysseus and stood in front of Mike. The man opposite, whose eyes were not large and who had just been speaking to Odysseus, took a deep breath after seeing this and said, what a disappointing reply. I will report this to Mr. Viscount Wade. Please go ahead. The man, his face grim, waved his hand behind him, and most of his men left the dance hall. He then sat on a sofa not far away with a few of his men, clearly intending to keep a close watch on Mike. Odysseus said to the band, keep playing. He then said to the waiters and cooks, go and get on with your work. As the music started, applause suddenly erupted around the dance floor, starting sparsely and then spreading out in waves. Odysseus smiled, this was applause for him and Mike. At the same time, the applause made some of Viscount Wade's subordinates uneasy. Soon, people started dancing on the dance floor again, and the dance hall returned to its previous lively atmosphere. Odysseus gestured for Mike and Klein to sit down, then sat down beside them, cutting his cigar as he asked, are you here to spend money? Or do you want my protection? Klein said, I hope you can provide protection. Odysseus smiled, not bad at all. Mike frowned and said, I didn't expect that Viscount Wade would be so blinded by anger that he would try to take me away in front of so many people. At this juncture, Viscount Wade's actions will only draw more attention to the matter. You haven't read today's evening paper yet, have you? Odysseus asked, lighting his cigar with a lighter. Mike suddenly realized what was going on. Other newspapers couldn't withstand the pressure and started reporting on this too. Odysseus just read the Loan Evening Post at the pharmacy. Yes, I believe that's what's really bothering Viscount Wade. The 3 listened to the soothing music and watched the lively dance floor. They remained quiet for a few seconds. They were obviously not in the mood to appreciate the music at that moment, each lost in their own thoughts. A few seconds later, Klein spoke first. Viscount Wade will likely send someone again, or use his connections to get the police or some door people to take Mike away. Yes, that's what I think too. Odysseus took a puff of his cigar and said, we can't wait any longer, or we'll be in a very passive position. Hearing Mr. Gale refer to himself as, we, deeply moved Mike, the truth can no longer be hidden. My purpose in reporting the truth under pressure has been achieved. Thank you both for your protection. I want to write a report about what happened today, so please let them take me away, otherwise. Odysseus raised his hand, things haven't come to that yet. What if Viscount Wade is tied up with something and doesn't have time to deal with this? Klein was slightly taken aback. You're not going to send people to set fires again, are you? Watch your wording. What do you mean by, again? Odysseus said seriously, the fire was caused by the aging gas pipeline. What does that have to do with me? Klein resisted the urge to twitch his lips. But that's a very good suggestion, Odysseus said. If Viscount Wade is busy putting out fires tonight, he won't have time to arrest Mr. Mike. Klein thought to himself, hey, don't make baseless accusations, okay? How did it become my advice? However, now is not the time to argue about this. He reminded him, I've heard that Viscount Wade has some influence in Backland, and after all, he is a nobleman with a sound financial situation. His mansion must have some powerful beyonders. Odysseus nodded. You're right, but I remember that Viscount Wade just got a new mistress last year, and the Viscount is quite fascinated by her. If her place catches fire, I believe the Viscount will be busy putting out the fire, comforting her, arranging new accommodations, and perhaps even staying there for the night. By the time he pays attention to us again, it will be tomorrow morning. Mike opened his mouth and said, This is a little inappropriate, isn't it? Don't worry, no one will get hurt. Odysseus beckoned to Mandy, signaling her to immediately notify Enoch to send people to set fire. Even if Viscount Wade really liked a certain mistress, he wouldn't assign her a Beander bodyguard, so Enoch could handle it. After Mandy sent her assistant to inform Enoch, Odysseus then instructed her to use the Nanmu Ballroom intelligence network to inform the radical nobles that Viscount Wade was arresting journalist Mike. Viscount Wade is a staunch conservative, and one of the more radical conservatives. Judging from some of the reactions of the nobles today, it seems that the radicals want to use the Viscount Wade incident to attack the conservatives, and Odysseus is happy to provide them with some material. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The nobles certainly wouldn't care whether a journalist lived or died, but they could use it to attack Viscount Wade for being narrow-minded. Among the nobles, this was a very harsh criticism and attack. However, nobles generally acted very slowly. The so-called radicals referred to their radical ideas, not their radical methods. According to the customs of the nobility, they would certainly make preparations and make contacts before launching an attack on the conservatives. By then, Mike will probably already be buried. So the most important thing now is to help Mike by a few more days. Odysseus took a deep breath and then asked Mandy to compile a document about Viscount Wade. At that moment, Klein suddenly said, Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. After he left, Mike said, This detective seems to have a sensitive stomach. He rushed to the restroom after accepting my case. Odysseus smiled slightly, because that is his divine kingdom, of course he should go and visit it often. But then his smile vanished, because he realized why Klein had gone to the bathroom. After a moment's thought, Odysseus called over a waiter and asked him to arrange a spacious room for Mike and Detective Sherlock. So he took the opportunity to follow Mike and the waiter to the third floor, and then left under a pretext, returning to the room with the teleportation array sign. We've already stopped Viscount Wade's men, so Mike is safe for now. There's no need for him to stay by his side all the time. After closing the door, Odysseus quickly removed his mask, took off his trench coat, and put it in the closet. Just as I finished dealing with Mr. Gale's equipment, I received a notification from Mr. Fool, instructing him to prepare the altar and perform the bestowal ceremony. Odysseus quickly found 2 candles and drew a symbol representing Mr. Fool in the middle of the candles. He also knew that Mr. Fool was in a hurry, so he quickly set up the altar and swiftly completed the prayer for the bestowal ceremony. A phantom door with mysterious patterns opened before me, and 2 fruits of the flying tumbleweed tree appeared on the altar. After Odysseus packed away the Beander materials in a box, he quickly put on his trench coat and mask, and hurried out of the door to take a look at the room the waiter had arranged for Mike. A short while later, Klein also came up from the first floor. Seeing the room, which was predominantly pink, he smiled somewhat helplessly. Odysseus said to them, Don't bring any girls to keep you company tonight. Be careful tonight, and if anything happens, go find Mandy. After saying goodbye to Mike and Klein, he took Viscount Wade's information from Mandy and returned to the room labeled teleportation array. With the fruit of the genus Pterocarya in hand, Odysseus returned to the herbal shop. He then spent some time in the front shop, and only after the busiest time had passed did he return to his room in the backyard, where he lay in an armchair and looked at the documents Mandy had compiled. The information said that Viscount Wade liked to eat a Lindbergh snack called a croissant in the morning. Odysseus thought for a moment, went to the counter in front, took some herbs, and made a small bottle of strong laxative. Then return to Nanmu Ballroom, and ask the chef to come early the next morning to make a batch of exquisite, crispy croissants. Then Odysseus approached Mandy and asked her to send someone to follow or find out where Viscount Wade was staying that night. The two of them then made a detailed plan. When Odysseus returned to the herbalist's shop, it was almost midnight. To prevent any emergencies from happening at the Nanmu Ballroom, that night, Odysseus decided to stay at the herbalist's shop for the night. Just as he was about to make the bed, his spirit suddenly seemed to sense something and looked at the wooden box containing the fruit of the tamarisk tree. 111 Promotion to Warlock. The potion for Melee Scholar has been fully digested, and the main and auxiliary materials for Warlock have been obtained. It's time to advance. Odysseus had originally planned to be promoted tonight, but Mike's matter delayed him, disrupting his original promotion plan. It was already midnight before he had time to consider whether or not to be promoted. Odysseus took a deep breath. Although it was late, he felt pretty good. Let's promote tonight. Sequence 7 is also a transformative stage for the Mystery Prior pathway. After becoming a Warlock, you can use some Beander abilities, which can greatly improve your self-defense and attack power. So Odysseus took his lamp, went to the counter in front to gather the necessary materials, and then took out another main material from the Knowledge More, the brain of the pale neck beast. After gathering all the materials, he began to prepare the potion. First, 6 drops of aconite juice, which has some toxicity, were added to a beaker. Then, 18 grams of purple-edged lilac flower powder, which has hallucinogenic effects, were weighed. Then add 60 milliliters of pure water, and a dose of poison that can cause angina and hallucinations is ready. This made Odysseus exclaim, "The auxiliary ingredients in the potion recipe are completely fighting poison with poison." He then added the deep red blood of the silver-billed crane to the beaker. Pharmacologically speaking, this is a tonic, but it does not have any detoxifying effect. Odysseus opened the 2 wooden boxes in front of him and first took out a small brain that still seemed to have blood flowing inside. This brain is about the size of the pad of a thumb, but it is very similar to the human brain. In the crystal-clear tiny blood vessels, there are dot-shaped illusory lights. It is under the reflection of these lights that it seems as if blood is flowing. After the main ingredient was added, the liquid in the beaker reacted rapidly. Odysseus did not stir it, but the medicine flowed on its own, as if melting the solids in it. Finally, Odysseus added 2 longan-sized fruits of the Origeron tree, which would occasionally twitch slightly. The potion in the cup suddenly formed a small vortex, and under its own stirring, it eventually turned into a syrup-like liquid with specks of starlight. Odysseus thought to himself, "This looks a bit more palatable than the potion of Melee Scholar." He took a deep breath and used meditation to calm his turbulent thoughts. Once he was calm, he drank the potion. As soon as the icy potion entered his stomach, Odysseus seemed to hear a violent boom, and his whole body became somewhat chaotic, as if he had returned to his innocent and carefree childhood. But this wonderful feeling quickly disappeared. 2 or 3 seconds later, Odysseus felt a splitting headache. It was as if something was crawling out of his head, but he couldn't find an exit, so it was churning inside his head. Odysseus even had the illusion that his head had turned into cartilage, with something pushing up the left side of his skull one moment and the right side the next. This wasn't his imagination. At that moment, his head truly felt as soft as a water-filled balloon. A small bump moved around, as if a tiny snake was wriggling inside. Clang! The sound of the beaker hitting the ground brought Odysseus back to his senses, and he tried to fight the pain with his willpower to avoid fainting from the agony. But soon, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my head again. It wasn't just a stabbing pain, but also a tingling sensation afterward. Then came the pain of being cut by a knife, followed by the pain of being sandwiched between 2 hard objects. It was as if someone was using various instruments of torture to torment Odysseus's brain, causing it immense suffering. Finally, the first wave of headache ended, and the pain started again as a spasm. However, the second wave of pain was much less severe. Odysseus quickly used meditation to combat the pain, and soon the symptoms were greatly relieved. However, Odysseus knew very well that he still had to grit his teeth and get through the final hurdle to promotion. After the pain had mostly subsided, suddenly, that unfamiliar and cold voice once again pierced Odysseus's ears. Boundless universe. You, piling up, jumping around, knowledge, canal, endless. Although I could hear a few more words clearly this time compared to when I was promoted last time, most of them were still unclear. Those indistinct parts were either like the low growl of a beast, making Odysseus's heart pound, or like fingernails scratching a thin sheet of iron, making a sharp noise that made him extremely irritable, or like harmful ultrasound waves, making him dizzy. Fortunately, the sound disappeared quickly, but Odysseus had already collapsed to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he had lost consciousness for a brief moment. Then a severe wave of dizziness hit him, like severe motion sickness or severe drunkenness, causing him to start gagging again. A minute or two later, Odysseus, panting heavily, slowly got up from the ground. No, I have to find a way to block out the sound of hidden sage. Otherwise, having just been promoted and being in a weakened state, hearing him shout like that would be terrifying. Odysseus planned to ask Bernadette to lend him something when the opportunity arose. Rachel seems to have made a mystical item for her that can prevent her from being chased by hidden sage. I wonder if I can study it and make a low-end version, or find a way to copy it. However, that's not the issue to consider now. Odysseus continues to use meditation to stabilize his state. 2 or 3 minutes later, all of Odysseus's discomfort disappeared, but when he pressed his head, it still felt a little numb. This made him seriously suspect that the potion of sequence 7 inches warlock might have mainly enhanced the brain, which is why he experienced various headaches during the advancement process. Odysseus then used spirituality to perceive the new abilities he had gained after his promotion. First, it possesses the ability to cast spells, or witchcraft, but that term is too general. It should be called a series of witchcraft. You can use spirituality materials and Beander abilities to cast various spells. For example, with the spell flight, Odysseus can use flight powder, prepared in advance with spirituality materials, as a medium to perform a brief spell of flight when needed. During this process, Odysseus must mentally visualize the mystical symbols corresponding to this witchcraft. The recipe for flying powder was knowledge that Odysseus acquired after his promotion. At this moment, he had 12 pieces of knowledge related to flight in his mind, including the corresponding occult symbols and the recipes for the spiritual materials needed. Odysseus picked up his pipe, playing with it as he pondered. To summarize the knowledge he had gained about sorcery, the 3 essential elements of sorcery are Beander ability, spirituality, and materials. He used a vivid analogy. When performing witchcraft, the corresponding mystical symbols that appear in the mind are like an activation code, allowing the Beander characteristic in the body to exert its corresponding power. In other words, as long as one has mastered enough occult knowledge, one can also create the starting code for witchcraft. Those 12 spells are a bit like must-have software. If you know programming and software design, you can design the software you need yourself. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then Odysseus carefully read through the occult symbols corresponding to the 12 spells he currently knew. He soon discovered that these occult symbols looked somewhat similar to common occult symbols, but upon closer examination, their usage was completely different. These symbols were simpler, yet the content expressed by a single symbol was more complex and had a more symbolic meaning. At the same time, these mystical symbols are quite different from the mystical symbols deduced by Odysseus. Odysseus scratched his head. The occult symbols he had painstakingly deduced were not compatible with witchcraft, which was troublesome. But then he thought again that these symbols were all symbolic and did not have a fixed shape. Just like during the Warring States period, the 7 states had different scripts, but when they used their respective scripts to write documents, the meanings they expressed were basically the same. So Odysseus had a bold idea. Could I use the mystical symbols I deduced to practice witchcraft? An experiment must be conducted. Among the 12 spells, he chose the flame spell, which had relatively easy to prepare spiritual materials. So he immediately went to the apothecary in front of him and found powdered leaves from the fiery red maple tree and red fur from the fire-patterned sable. Cut the red fluff into small pieces, add powder, and you have prepared the materials needed for the flame spell. Odysseus first replaced the mystical symbols related to flame magic in his mind with symbols he had deduced himself. Then, upon arriving in the courtyard, while mentally sketching out the corresponding symbolic representations, I infused spirituality into the spirituality material and sprinkled out powder. Phew! The scattered powder burst into flames. It was a success. It really works. As the flames before him died down, Odysseus nearly roared to the heavens. With his knowledge of occult symbols and spirituality, he would be the warlock with the most spells at his disposal. Back inside, Odysseus smiled as he filled his pipe and then dipped his hand into a few grains of powder used for the flame spell. He formed a small flame on his fingertip, lit his pipe with it, and took a satisfying puff. At this point, he was already considering whether to write a book called The Great Compendium of Wizardry. After a brief moment of contemplation, Odysseus continued to ponder the question of witchcraft. Having understood the principles behind activating Beander's abilities, he began to consider the second element, spirituality. The practice of witchcraft indirectly confirms his thoughts on spirituality and beyond characteristic. He believes that the Beander characteristic utilizes spirituality as a medium to realize the power of Beander. In this process, spirituality occupies a very important position. In its normal state, spirituality does not have any Beander effect, but after being distorted and fundamentally changed by the Beander characteristic, the state of spirituality becomes very different. It can mobilize the power of nature, unleash one's own potential, and disrupt the balance of the spirit within a target. Click. A sudden clap of thunder sounded outside. Click. Max, who was on duty in Backland, also heard the thunder. There's definitely no thunder at this time of year, so it's probably the mandated punishers working on a case again. At that moment, the door to Max's office was suddenly pushed open, and a member of Machinery Hivemind held a telegram. Captain, an urgent telegram from headquarters. Max quickly got up and took the telegram. The telegram read, Audrey Gale has been promoted to Warlock, and will be closely monitored. 112 allows access to and from the knowledge more at any time. Click. The thunderclap startled Odysseus. He took a puff of his pipe and thought to himself, my discoveries are indeed about the mysteries of the world's deepest depths. I wonder if a heavenly tribulation will descend and send me to my death. He made a self-deprecating remark, chuckled, and continued to reflect on his research on spirituality and beyond characteristic. He believes that the essence of Beander's ability is the effect of the changes that Beander's characteristic makes on spirituality. There are many ways to make such changes. For example, normal spirituality particles rotate clockwise, but the Beander force can change them to rotate counterclockwise. This change will cause the spirituality itself to release a huge amount of energy. For example, two normal spirituality particles are floating quietly in the air, but the Beander characteristic suddenly injects a new particle between these two spirituality particles, a particle that can only be emitted by the corresponding Beander characteristic. They became a completely new energy source capable of creating strange and powerful forces. Such changes can affect not only natural forces but also living organisms. For example, the mind-reading ability of psychiatrist can be seen as a kind of Beander ability, or as the Beander characteristic of spectator, which causes corresponding mutations in the Beander's eyes and brain, giving them the ability to penetrate the target's mental defenses. Despite conducting extensive research, Odysseus ultimately discovered that the Beander characteristic's impact on spirituality is uncontrollable and unpredictable. In other words, even if he knows a lot of theories, it doesn't mean that the underlying logic of this world is controllable or predictable. On the contrary, the more Odysseus studied it, the more he discovered that the underlying logic of this world was extremely chaotic and difficult to summarize using fixed rules. It can only be summarized in a very general way, such as the 3 laws of Beander characteristics. However, these studies are not without their uses. Now that the interaction between the Beander characteristic and spirituality is known, Odysseus can use spirituality in reverse to influence the Beander of this world. His extraordinary weapons and magic arrays were all developed and applied based on these theories. The process of performing witchcraft once again confirms Odysseus's research findings. When the corresponding mystical symbols appear in his mind, they can trigger the Beander characteristic to react accordingly and make corresponding changes to the spirituality. This change process was a complete, black box operation, and Odysseus did not discover any patterns in it. The changes produced by the Beander characteristic are transmitted to the scattered spiritual materials through its own spirituality. These materials can act as catalysts and guides, ultimately mobilizing the corresponding power and completing the performance of a spell. Warlock can perform many types of sorcery, such as the flame spell that Odysseus just experimented with, and he can also use ice. Furthermore, it can also use spirit absorption to attract the dead, and radiance to attack the dead. This does not mean that Warlock's Beander characteristic is omnipotent, it simply means that Warlock's Beander characteristic, after Odysseus issues instructions, using mystical symbols, can cause different changes in spirituality, thus forming different forms of witchcraft. In this respect, the mystery prior pathway differs slightly from other pathways, such as the pyro and hunter pathways. Sequence 7 inches pyromaniac and fireball both summon flames, but their underlying mechanisms are different. Flame spell is a reaction related to the Beander characteristic, a Beander ability formed under the catalysis and guidance of spirituality materials. The fireball spell of pyromaniac is actually a Beander characteristic that, driven by Beander, directly distorts or alters an ordinary spirituality into a spirituality burning with flames. It's like adding an extra step to the flame spell, so it's inferior to the fireball spell, in terms of both power and controllability. After Odysseus figured out all the principles, he felt that the potion had loosened slightly. Unlike the potion of melee scholar, the potion of warlock showed no signs of being digested prematurely after the promotion. The loosening of the potion just now made Odysseus realize that the warlock potion also needed some research and relevant knowledge to be fully digested. The research direction should be witchcraft and mysticism, but if one is to play a role, one cannot simply identify as a researcher. Just like when I played melee scholar before, the exhilarating combat only made the spirituality more vibrant, providing a prerequisite for digesting the potion. Melee scholar digested his potion entirely by writing fighting outline. Since ancient times, warlock has also been half a researcher, so digesting the potion of this sequence still needs to start from the aspect of knowledge. Next, Odysseus examined his other abilities and felt that his fighting skills had also improved. After all, his brain's reaction speed had increased, so his movements could be faster. In addition to learning how to concoct many spiritual materials used in witchcraft, Odysseus also learned many prescriptions. Compared to the prescriptions known by apothecary, these prescriptions were more like folk remedies, using strange and unusual ingredients. The peeping eye has undergone a qualitative change. In addition to revealing a person's aura, it can also indicate their short-term luck. This short term is roughly 3 days. After the potion is fully digested, it might take about 5 days. We can only distinguish between good luck and bad luck, we cannot make a specific prediction. Odysseus thought that his pathway's sequence 3 was called clairvoyant, which seemed to have something to do with fate. However, he speculated that warlock's level was not about possessing abilities related to fate to see a person's luck, but rather about having a further enhanced spirituality, allowing him to see information overflowing from the spirit world or the river of fate. This is similar to the clown ability of the seer pathway, which allows you to see what's going to happen a second or two in advance. It's an additional ability that comes with Beander's enhanced abilities. For Odysseus, having a strong spirituality is beneficial. He had previously invented many magic circles, but because his spirituality was weak at that time, he could not use them outside of the knowledge more. Now, he can make a breakthrough in magic arrays. Moreover, once your spirituality is strong, your inspiration also becomes stronger. For example, Odysseus glanced at the folder containing Viscount Wade's information and recalled that Viscount Wade was a devout Lord of Storms believer who often invited pastors to his home to help with exorcisms and preaching. He would even go to church to pray devoutly for a whole day for some major investments. At first glance, Odysseus laughed at this guy for worshipping the wrong deity. Eternal blazing sun, this commercial guardian is better than Lord of Storms. But now Odysseus suddenly realized that this meant Viscount Wade was a very superstitious person, and that he should not only be superstitious about the Orthodox Church, but also about other things. Soon, a bold plan came to Odysseus's mind. If the plan succeeded, it would be enough to hold off Viscount Wade for a week. Odysseus began to fill in the details of the plan step by step, and got up to prepare the corresponding spirituality powder. If that plan succeeds, it will not only help Mike resolve the crisis, but also allow him to try playing the role of warlock. After making the necessary preparations, Odysseus felt somewhat excited about the plan. I finally fell asleep after using meditation again. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But just as he was falling asleep, Odysseus found himself back in a wasteland made of illusory light. It's only Monday, and he's already at knowledge more again. Upon arriving inside the tower composed of spheres of light, he immediately understood what was happening. It turns out that after sequence 7, I can now freely enter the knowledge more. As usual, I entered it through sleep. Normally, one can enter through meditation, and once inside this tall tower, Odysseus already knows how to get in. What remains unchanged is that a project still needs to be completed every week and submitted to the high tower. When Odysseus went to look up more information, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could find the magic circles that the giants, dragons, and elf had used. Those magic arrays were ancient and simple, yet contained immense power. Odysseus was so engrossed in the ocean of knowledge that he almost forgot about time. I was just promoted today and need to rest more, so I can only take a quick look for now. I'll do more research next time I come. Odysseus glanced briefly at the available potion recipes and found that he could currently access recipes for 4 pathways. In addition to the previous, Mystery Prior, Savant, and Reader, now you can even find the potion recipe for the Marauder pathway. However, the potion recipes that can be found are from sequence 9 to sequence 7. Odysseus is somewhat strange. Why is it called the Marauder pathway? It wasn't until he saw that the pathway's sequence 7 was called Cryptologist that he roughly understood that the pathways he could access were all related to knowledge. Needless to say, the core of the entire pathway is learning and accumulating knowledge. Cryptologist requires a great deal of knowledge to decrypt, so this pathway became the 4th pathway that Odysseus could find. This phenomenon is quite similar to some of Adam's characteristics. The more someone knows Adam, the more Adam knows that person. The knowledge in knowledge more should also be the same. The more a beyander of a certain pathway learns and studies knowledge, the more knowledge understands the beyander of that pathway. Odysseus is starting to wonder which pathway will be the next one to foster a love of learning. After Odysseus was about to leave the knowledge more, he suddenly noticed that the light inside the spheres that made up the tower seemed to have become more substantial. But Odysseus soon realized that his spirituality must have become stronger, which allowed him to see more information. The light seemed to contain infinite knowledge, but Odysseus was currently unable to decipher it. Back in the real world, Odysseus used meditation to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, Odysseus vaguely heard Max knocking on the door outside. "Open the door quickly, I have something important to tell you." 113 The Gaze of the Gods. Hearing Max knocking on the door outside, Odysseus snapped back to reality. This machinery hivemind team leader rarely contacts Odysseus outside of work hours. He usually logs onto door at this time because he has something very important to discuss. After opening the door, Odysseus cautiously looked around the street, but there was no one suspicious. Then he said to Max, "Come in." After Max entered the room, he did not rush to state his purpose but instead carefully observed Odysseus. Odysseus noticed something was wrong with his friend. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Max looked away. "I just saw in the newspaper last night that there's another Mysticism Research Society meeting today, so I came to let you know that we're no longer acquiring Emperor Rissel's belongings." Odysseus nodded, looking at Max, waiting for him to say the important thing. Max replied, "That's exactly what I came here to tell you." Huh. Odysseus thought he misheard. Knocking on the door so early in the morning, just for this. Otherwise. Max laughed. "If you acquire more of the Emperor's relics, Machinery Hivemind won't reimburse you for the expenses. Wouldn't that be a big deal?" Upon hearing Max's words, Odysseus immediately realized, this is indeed a big deal. "All right, I worked the night shift yesterday, I'm going home to sleep." Max yawned. "At times like this, I always envy the Nighthawks, who only need to sleep 2 or 3 hours a day." As he left, Max took one last deep look at Odysseus. The church's higher-ups had speculated that 3 years ago, an ancient and mysterious being had awakened within Odysseus's body. For the past 3 years, Max had already regarded the person in front of him as Odysseus, putting aside the speculations of the higher-ups. But the urgent telegram from headquarters yesterday reminded him of these things. Is the person in front of me really just an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person be promoted twice within a month? But Max quickly looked away and walked away. As Odysseus watched Max leave, he felt that something was amiss. As he brewed himself coffee, he pondered Max's unusual behavior. Soon, an astonishing idea popped into Odysseus's mind. The Church of Steam and Machinery knows about my promotion. But then Odysseus realized that this was not surprising. After all, he might have been involved in the high-level case of Mystery Prior 3 years ago, and Steam Church could not have forgotten about it in just 3 years. Odysseus took a deep breath and suddenly realized that the coffee had overflowed from the cup and was spilled all over the counter. He quickly leaned over and took a sip, then wiped the coffee clean with a cloth. Sipping his coffee, Odysseus felt somewhat desperate. The Steam Church's attention to him hadn't diminished at all, or rather, the god of steam and machinery was still paying close attention to him. After all, he was a deity, and even if Odysseus had left Backland, he should have been found quickly. Odysseus had always known that God of Steam and Machinery had taken notice of him. After all, the case was handled by Machinery Hivemind back then. Moreover, given that Saphira was involved, it was impossible for God of Steam and Machinery to be completely unaware. Therefore, Odysseus always made himself appear normal enough, and he even prayed to the God of Steam and Machinery for power to extend the lifespan of the extraordinary weapons he developed. The truly advanced parts of his research at Knowledge More were not something he dared to apply to the real world. Overall, he is a talented young man who enjoys studying the occult and has improved traditional magic arrays with his research. Odysseus knew that as long as he didn't use the power of knowledge more in the real world, God of Steam and Machinery would just continue to observe, and perhaps one day he would get tired of it and stop paying attention to this ordinary person named Audrey Gale. But so far, Odysseus's previous low profile has not deterred the God of Steam and Machinery's attention. For a god, let alone 3 years, even 30 years is just a blink of an eye. If Odysseus really has a problem, what good would observing him for a lifetime do? It would only be a few decades. If there are no problems, there is no loss. However, if we can actually use Odysseus to find information related to knowledge more, then these observations will have been worthwhile. Of course, such observation should be like Bernadette's invisible servant, only glancing at it occasionally, not staring at Odysseus all day long. After all, it takes more time and effort for a deity to pay attention to someone. Odysseus speculated that God of Steam and Machinery must have placed a special mark on him, such as if God of Steam and Machinery would notice if he were promoted or went to some special place. Odysseus placed the teacup on the counter, a feeling of utter powerlessness washing over him. That is a god who is high above. Even if God of Steam and Machinery doesn't personally watch over Odysseus, but only has the angels of the church, or even just a demigod, watch over him, it's still a gaze that Odysseus can't escape at the moment. Odysseus placed his hand on his forehead, then propped his head up with one arm, suddenly wondering if he should change his plans and join the Church of Steam and Machinery instead of leaving Backland. In this way, although it is difficult to escape the control of God of Steam and Machinery, one can still pretend to be confused with God of Steam and Machinery. In any case, God of Steam and Machinery will not expose this secret until he clearly demonstrates a connection with knowledge more, nor will he descend to talk to him. Then it's better to play dumb and use Steam Church to continue advancing. But living like that is too painful. Suddenly, Odysseus recalled the powerful magic arrays used by the giants and dragons of the second epic that he had just seen in the knowledge more. He sat up abruptly. I could use that new knowledge to try and find a way to temporarily hide myself. The things from that time were somewhat like Russian stuff, simple, crude, but with a miracle of brute force feel to them. Odysseus cheered himself up. So what if they're gods? I come from a place that doesn't believe in gods. I usually burn incense for all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, asking them to protect me, but if they can't protect me, I just ignore them. Of course, the gods and Buddhas of that time were different from the gods of this world, which truly exist. However, this gave Odysseus the idea of taking a gamble rather than immediately compromising with the gods. But he knew that this was not a problem that could be solved overnight. One must eat one bite at a time and do one thing at a time. When it was time to eat breakfast, he still had to eat breakfast first. West District, number 25 Baihei Street. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Miss Lisa's maid left the door early in the morning with a basket, looking for a place to buy breakfast, as well as fresh vegetables and meat. Miss Lisa was the mistress Viscount Wade favored. Last night, Miss Lisa's place suddenly caught fire, and she moved to Lily Street overnight without even having time to notify the chef. So I can't make breakfast myself today, I can only go out and buy some, please make do with this meal for the Viscount. The Viscount left in a hurry, and the servants at the Viscount's mansion probably didn't know where Viscount Wade was, nor did they have time to inform him to send breakfast here. Moreover, sending someone to inform her wouldn't be appropriate, as the Viscountess might interpret it as a provocation from Miss Lisa. As she passed a bakery, the maid smelled the aroma of bread and went inside to buy 2 loaves of white bread. At the same time, she noticed that they were selling crispy croissants here, and they looked very delicate and delicious. The maid knew, of course, that this was the Viscount's favorite, so she bought some without hesitation. After buying vegetables and meat elsewhere, the maid returned to her new residence and placed the breakfast she had bought on the table. Around 8 o'clock, Viscount Wade got up and chatted with Miss Lisa as they arrived at the restaurant. The Viscount, who was in his 50s, was pleasantly surprised to find his favorite crispy croissants on the table. After asking the maid where she bought it and having his personal servant try it, Viscount Wade took a bite without hesitation. It tasted pretty good, and soon, the croissant was gone. So, after more than half an hour, the Viscount was too afraid to leave the toilet. After learning that he had eaten food laced with laxatives, he roared in the toilet, demanding that his bodyguards find the culprit. 2 bodyguards, along with a somewhat frightened maid, went downstairs to find Mr. Bivies and recounted Viscount Wade's ordeal to him in detail. This Bivies is a Sequence 6, and he is a bodyguard for Beander that Viscount Wade hired at great expense. At this level, Leander is somewhat different from other bodyguards. He can protect his employer from going to his mistress in the middle of the night, and he can also protect his employer from getting intimate with his mistress, but don't expect him to stand guard outside all night. Moreover, even aristocratic employers like Viscount Wade, who held a strong belief in bloodlines, dared not treat him too much like a servant. This was also within Odysseus and Mandy's calculations. Having just moved to a new place, even the most refined nobles would either go hungry or have a hasty breakfast on their first day. Aristocrats like Viscount Wade would most likely prefer to go hungry rather than eat outside food. But if his favorite croissant is available, it's a different story, he'll likely take a bite or two. Odysseus's laxative only requires a single sip. To prevent the personal male servants from exposing the laxatives, effects through tasting, these laxatives take effect after half an hour. A hasty breakfast won't wait half an hour, so the success rate is very high. When Mandy learned that Viscount Wade's bodyguard had returned to the bakery with the maid, she knew that Mr. Gale's plan had succeeded. As for the bakery owner and his staff, they had already been sent out of Backland. Mr. Bivies would only know that they had moved out in a hurry, and he wouldn't be able to find any clues. 114 Lelouch has a bounty of £3,600 on his head. Bivies, Viscount Wade's bodyguard, was not skilled at investigating the Leander case and could only return to report to the Viscount after the leads went cold. Meanwhile, Viscount Wade, who was already quite exhausted, sent someone to notify the mandated punishers team, asking them to find the killer at all costs. Connaught, the senior deacon of the mandated punishers squad, was so angry when he learned that Viscount Wade had asked the mandated punishers to investigate who had given him the laxative that he almost cursed. He kicked a bar table away to vent his anger. At this time, Connaught is at Passion Bar, leading a team investigating the Lelouch case. However, just to be on the safe side, Connaught had his men perform divination, and the result was that it was not Lelouch or his accomplices who gave Viscount Wade the laxative. Mr. Gale's subordinates were certainly not Lelouch's accomplices. Connaught assumed the Viscount had offended someone at some point and was being retaliated against, so he didn't take it too seriously, only asking the police to investigate thoroughly. At the time, he was in charge of Lelouch's case, which was putting him under a lot of pressure. The police chief even came to see him personally last night, urging him to capture Lelouch alive during the arrest. Because the City Hall and Backland Police Station are currently under tremendous pressure, if Lelouch dies at this time, regardless of whether he was arrested or not, it will make the situation even more difficult to control, and may even lead to political events such as protests and demonstrations. What the police chief didn't know was that when Connaught investigated Passion Bar, the trail had essentially gone cold. Lelouch's manager, Simon, has disappeared. Several gangs in the area have received news of Simon's death, and they began fighting over Passion Bar yesterday. Simon's key subordinates were killed in a gang shootout, and the remaining bartenders and others were unable to provide any valuable clues, and they didn't even know how Simon and Lelouch knew each other. Now there are only 3 clues left. One clue is how the surrounding gangs found out that Simon was dead. Simon had been out of the public eye for several days to avoid police investigation, which had already made the surrounding gangs restless. But the night before last, they received confirmation that Simon was dead. As for the person who spread the message, some gang leaders said it was a mysterious man whose face was partially covered by a hat, while others said it was a man with a full beard. In short, no one could see the other person's face clearly. This lead wasn't entirely fruitless. Last night, while investigating the surrounding gangs, they caught a fugitive. During the capture, Leander of mandated punishers used his Leander abilities, which is why there was an unusual clap of thunder over Backland last night. However, this discovery did not help in finding Lelouch at all. Another clue is the address where Lelouch committed his last crime, 176 Riverbend Avenue. They contacted the landlord of the house, but to their disappointment once again, the landlord had signed the rental agreement with them through letters. The rent is slightly higher than the market price, but on the condition that the landlord cannot inspect the house during the lease term, and a £100 deposit is required, which can be used to offset any damage to the house. The landlord was very tempted by the large deposit and agreed to the terms. For more than 2 years, the landlord had also looked at the house that Lelouch had rented outside the door and found that no one seemed to live there. However, since the rent was always paid on time and there was still a deposit of £100, which was equivalent to 3 years' rent, the landlord did not investigate further as agreed. Now, things have gotten even worse. The house caught fire, and it's uncertain whether the £100 deposit will be enough to cover the renovations. To make matters worse, someone died, making it very difficult to rent out the house again in the short term. The members of the mandated punishers team, of course, paid no heed to the landlord's distress. After taking several letters, they planned to use them to launch an investigation. But they soon discovered that both the envelopes and the stationery were items that could be bought at any ordinary stationery store. The mailing locations of the letters were scattered throughout post offices throughout Backland, making it impossible to find any clues. The third clue was Simon's family. After making inquiries, it was discovered that Simon's wife and daughter were staying at the home of one of Simon's relatives. However, when mandated punishers went to investigate, they discovered that the mother and daughter had been taken away on the day the Lelouch case occurred. The three people who came to pick up the mother and daughter also covered their faces in different ways. The relative knew that Simon was running a shady business, so after the three people showed Simon his ancestral pocket watch, they did not ask to see their faces. The only valuable clue the mandated punishers got from here was a sketch of a horse-drawn carriage. However, all the horse-drawn carriages in Backland were very similar. An investigation based on the license plate number confirmed that it was a horse-drawn carriage with a fake license plate. When Viscount Wade sent for help, Connaught was preoccupied with finding clues to the case and had no energy to investigate who had given the Viscount the laxative. Based on the rental records, he found it hard to believe that someone had been secretly planning to eliminate the fighting arena in Backland for more than 2 years. Is it really for some illusory thing like justice that Lelouch was supported in carrying out such a long conspiracy? Thinking about this, Connaught felt that he could start by investigating the victims' family members, as they might be able to find some clues. Furthermore, Lelouch's counter-surveillance capabilities are simply too strong. They actually cut off all the clues. Finally, Connaught, having given up hope, asked the bartender and others at Passion Bar, "Has anything unusual happened at Passion Bar lately?" Under the watch of the mandated punishers squad, a few people squatting on the ground eagerly offered clues, but none of them were anything of concern. Then one of Simon's subordinates said, "A few weeks ago, someone won 3 games in a row at Fighting Arena." Connaught initially thought it was another useless clue, having heard it a few weeks ago, but then he thought, 3 wins in a row. Lelouch has also been winning all the time. So he asked again, "What's that person's name?" "Have no idea." "Where did Simon find that?" "Have no idea." "After the match, did Simon stay in touch with him?" "Have no idea." Connaught slowly lowered his raised hand. Ultimately, the mandated punishers used Beander's methods to obtain a portrait of a young man. Connaught was stunned. Wasn't this Audrey Gale? When Odysseus went to Simon's underground fighting arena, he hadn't yet considered destroying Backland. Beander the fighting arena incident. Therefore, he inevitably left some traces, but with the protection of knowledge more, the official Beyonders, divination has no way to find him using those traces. Even if he were found, Odysseus could easily use his position as an informant for machinery hivemind to prevent the mandated punishers from arresting him. Without the help of the Beander forces to interrogate him, Odysseus would not be afraid of questioning from the official Beyonders. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Because he had already fabricated an alibi beforehand. At this moment, Odysseus was not most concerned about this matter. He did not know whether machinery hivemind would intensify its surveillance of him again. The only thing he could do now was to continue doing what he was supposed to do and not show any abnormality. Odysseus was quite familiar with this lifestyle. After all, he had been closely monitored by machinery hivemind for more than a year. This morning, a meeting of the Mysticism Research Society was to be held. As usual, Odysseus first took a horse-drawn carriage to 77 Hilton Avenue. Here, I changed into leader attire, used the teleportation array in the basement, and arrived at 199 Heron Avenue. After coming out of the basement, he sat in the leader position and watched the members enter one by one. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Odysseus spoke, "Let's begin." Prior to the trade intelligence, 4 more members purchased potion recipes from Odysseus, earning him £920 at the start of the gathering. Meanwhile, just as Odysseus had predicted, members such as Peacock and Wolverine also began selling potion recipes. However, at this point, only 2 members had not yet purchased potion recipes, and they were clearly more interested in the potion recipes from Odysseus. Soon, more people started asking for the main ingredients used in the potion recipes. However, there hadn't been many Beander transactions at this gathering before, and now that so many people were suddenly asking for Beander materials, no one had any of them on hand, so only one transaction was completed for the time being. Only after the Beander transaction was completed did people start trading intelligence or issuing tasks. The Hound spoke first. A high reward is offered for information on Lelouch's whereabouts. The female member, nicknamed Peacock, asked, "How high is the price you're referring to?" "Someone has offered a £200 reward for information about Lelouch's whereabouts, and a whopping £2,000 for his head," the Hound replied. "In addition to the bounty on that gentleman's head, the police department will also pay a substantial reward. If you can kill Lelouch, you can get a total reward of 3,600. The bounty prompted a few members to whisper among themselves. The reward was indeed high, but they didn't know which sequence Lelouch was, so they didn't dare to respond. Odysseus thought to himself, Viscount Wade lost his son and is only willing to offer £2,000. And the official beyond is only willing to offer £1,600. Who do they think they are? You don't even have any information about Lelouch's whereabouts." Peacock said with a smile. "The fact that the bounty is so high just shows how difficult this mission is." The Hound did not answer the Peacock's question, but added, "In addition, you can get a reward of £30 to £100 for any clues you provide about Lelouch." The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. The Hound's final bounty almost certainly meant that they currently had no leads on Lelouch. Wolverine exclaimed, "A Beyander set fire to Backland, a place teeming with powerful individuals, and the official Beyonders couldn't find a single clue about him. This is a tremendous feat. It is well worth their study of the Aurora Order." Leader, Odysseus nodded in agreement. The other members had also seen news about Lelouch in the newspapers, but the newspapers mainly reported on Bishop's crimes and didn't describe Lelouch much. However, those who had read the reports knew that Lelouch must be a Beyander. In their imagination, this Lelouch had already been captured by the official Beyonders and imprisoned in a special prison. Surprisingly, the official Beyander team had absolutely no clues about the other party. A member of the meeting, Giraffe, asked the question everyone wanted to know: what sequence is Lelouch? Hound took a deep breath. Sequence 8. Quote, "Many members gasped in surprise, especially the members of Sequence 8. How could there be such a big difference between them, even though they were both from Sequence 8? 115 The qualities of a top intelligence agent. As a member of the Mysticism Research Society, I originally thought Lelouch was at least a Sequence 6, or at least a Sequence 7. Places like Fighting Arena would likely have Sequence 6 guards, and it's on King's Avenue, so once the fire is set, there's no way to escape without some kind of magical ability or mystical item. But no one expected that it was just a Sequence 8. As members of Sequence 8, we felt we didn't have that ability at all, and even doubted the accuracy of Hound's intelligence. Hound could tell what the people around him were thinking just by looking at them. To be honest, he was also skeptical when he first heard the news. But after understanding the specifics, I realized that Beyander Fighting Arena has both procedural and venue flaws. First, the venue is too large. 1 or 2 Sequence 6s simply cannot defend it. However, the royal family and nobles could not send troops to entertainment venues like Fighting Arena, or station Beyander forces there, so the Beyander guards at Fighting Arena were not very adequate. In addition, Sequence 6 was in command position the whole time, and it wasn't until half a minute after Bishop was killed that Sequence 6 realized what had happened. Later, Lelouch started setting fires, causing chaos among the nobles and rendering the guards almost incapable of organizing. Sequence 6 was also unable to find Lelouch's location. Order was restored only after the mandated punishers arrived. It's fair to say that Beyander's response was far from satisfactory. The reason is quite simple. Since the Fighting Arena was built, no similar incident has ever occurred. Even if the guards had contingency plans for such incidents, they have long been abandoned due to a lack of sufficient drills. Lelouch must have done a lot of research on this in order to exploit these vulnerabilities and carry out the assassination. The Hound admires this assassin, but his job is to catch him. The information that Lelouch is from Sequence 8 is absolutely accurate. He was skilled in using a javelin-shaped extraordinary weapon and could also create a special incendiary bomb, which caught the guards of Fighting Arena off guard and allowed him to escape. Lelouch, of course, wouldn't go into too much detail about the specifics of how he carried out the assassination. Furthermore, according to eyewitness accounts, Lelouch likely left using a mystical item with the travel tag. The Hound doesn't intend to reveal this to everyone now, as it would be nearly impossible to catch Lelouch that way, and probably no one would be willing to take on such a request. At this moment, the chubby elephant laughed and said, "This reminds me of a proverb that Emperor Russell once said. You are riding a horse but looking for a horse. The ability to create supernatural weapons, that's a crucial clue, isn't it? When did the official Beyonders become as foolish as those politicians? Why don't you hire me as your advisor?" "No, even a pig would think of that." Everyone chuckled. After all, the official Beyonders present were a minority, the wild Beyonders and members of the secret organization were all happy to watch the spectacle. Hound said coldly, I won't trouble you. I'm afraid you can eat too much and will bankrupt us. Before Elephant could speak, Hound continued, it's impossible for a Sequence 8 to create a supernatural weapon. We've investigated the origins of those weapons, but no supernatural weapons with similar appearances have ever appeared in Backland. Our initial assessment is that these weapons were not manufactured in Backland. Odysseus should thank the sarcastic, fat pharmacist for informing him of an investigation by the official Beander. This is why he is so cautious about selling supernatural weapons. If a similar incident occurs, the official Beander will not immediately suspect him. Otherwise, simply selling extraordinary weapons wouldn't earn less than Nanmu Ballroom. Of course, Leader has also used some powerful supernatural weapons, which he would say he obtained from the god of steam and machinery if asked. A brief silence fell over the room. After a few seconds, Byron said, Gentlemen, I will not accept such a commission. Those nobles don't even consider us human beings. Besides, the disgraceful things that noblemen did were enough to warrant a death sentence. The Hound said seriously, I strongly suspect that you have some connection with Lelouch. Odysseus thought to himself, you were right. You're welcome to investigate me and follow me. Byron laughed. Wasting your manpower might just help Lelouch escape danger. Elephant laughed and said, Lelouch has probably already disappeared. Why would he need you to help him get out of danger? Besides, even if you accepted this commission, you wouldn't be able to find Lelouch. Despite the sarcasm directed at Elephant, Byron remained unperturbed. You're right. Seeing that Lion did not refute him, Elephant lost interest. After that, no one offered any further opinions on the commission, and everyone started making other commissions and transactions. One of the requests caught Odysseus's attention. It was a mission posted by a member named Wild Wolf, which recruited 2 people to act as lookouts. The requirements were that they be very observant and able to draw portraits. When a member asked where he worked, Wild Wolf replied that he worked on Pesfield Street. The Church of the Evernight Goddess, Street Musel, is located on that street. It is not only the largest church of the Evernight Goddess in Backland, but also the most important church of the Evernight Goddess outside of the Amanda Mountains. First of all, the general beyond criminal was hesitant to hide on this street, given that the Backland parishes, Nighthawks, headquarters were located there, and many Nighthawks squad members came and went daily. Who knew, they might just find Beander hiding there one day. Criminal recognized him. So who is Wild Wolf targeting? A resident on that street. Do ordinary people really need highly professional surveillance? Odysseus keenly sensed that this request was unusual, so he asked, Wild Wolf, I want to make a deal with you. Wild Wolf immediately replied in a respectful manner, please speak. Who are you planning to track and investigate? Odysseus paused, then said, name your price. As is customary, Wild Wolf, as the member who posts the commission, is not required to disclose the details of the commission, but the reward for posting the commission must be commensurate with the effort of the person accepting the commission, otherwise, no one will be willing to take on his commissions. No need to name a price, Wild Wolf said helplessly. I don't know who the target is either. This was a very well-paid task that I received. Although the content of the commission was quite strange, the employer paid me very readily, so I didn't ask any more questions. Yesterday, my employer asked me to hire 2 more people to complete this task, which is why I posted the request at the party. Odysseus frowned, which made him even more concerned. Then let's make a deal, what's the content of your request? Wild Wolf nodded. Okay, £10. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Seeing how much the leader cared about this matter, everyone began to pay attention to their conversation. However, the subsequent transactions were not made public, clearly because Wild Wolf's employer requested that the specific tasks be kept confidential. Odysseus took out £10 in cash and handed it to the waiter, who then gave the cash to Wild Wolf, and also handed him a writing tablet. Wild Wolf wrote quickly on the paper on the writing board, and 2 or 3 minutes later, the content he wrote was handed to Odysseus by the waiter. Odysseus glanced at the somewhat messy handwriting. There were 3 requests. First, observe pedestrians on the street who are equipped with gun holsters. If they frequently appear on this street, draw their portraits. Second, observe pedestrians with very deep-set eyes. If they frequently appear on the street, draw their portraits. Third, observe pedestrians with particularly pale faces. If such pedestrians are also equipped with gun holsters, draw their portraits. Upon seeing the contents of the request, Odysseus immediately concluded that someone was investigating the members of the Nighthawks squad. You need a gun license to carry a gun in Backland, so there aren't many pedestrians carrying gun holsters. The main reason is that most people on that street are going to church to pray and generally don't carry guns. The person carrying the gun holster is most likely a member of the low sequence of the Nighthawks squad. As for the deep pupils, these are changes that occur in Beyonders, pupils after taking the darkness pathway potion. The person with an exceptionally pale complexion and carrying a gun is very likely Beyonder of the core collector pathway low sequence. Without sufficient knowledge or experience of Beyonder, it's truly unclear what your specific observation target is. Wild Beyonder creatures, especially wild wolf, have no idea that they are actually spying on Nighthawks. Even if the wild wolf is discovered and captured by the Nighthawks, the person who issued the mission will not reveal themselves. However, Odysseus still said to Wild Wolf, I want to trade you information about the quest giver. Leaders, persistent questioning made Wild Wolf realized that the commission he had received seemed quite unusual. He smiled wryly and said, the other party was always wearing a veil, so I couldn't see their face. Moreover, his voice was clearly disguised, so he probably can't provide you with any useful clues. Odysseus thought to himself, I knew it. He said, give me a portrait of him, and a description of your impression of him. No problem, Wild Wolf said. The reward is, please tell me if this commission is very risky. Or what should I be aware of? Odysseus said, deal. 4 or 5 minutes later, he received the portrait with the face covered by a veil, along with a description, and then said to Wild Wolf, based on my judgment, there will be a great risk if Wild Beyonder accepts this mission. They might not notice the Nighthawks if they observed them for a day or two, but if they observed them for a long time, they would definitely attract the attention of the Nighthawks. The likely outcome for a Wild Beyonder who gets noticed by the official Beyonder is that they will be captured and used to experiment on the abilities or negative effects of the sealed artifact. After hearing what the leader said, Wild Wolf decided not to continue the commission today, and the other members who were originally interested in the commission also fell silent. At this moment, member Giraffe said, Leader, I have received 2 more pages of Emperor Roussel's notes, which are definitely genuine. 116 The new Roussel's diary. When Odysseus heard that someone was selling him Roussel's notebook, again, he originally planned to refuse outright, since Machinery Hivemind had stopped reimbursing him for the cost of Roussel's relics. However, remembering that he had read Roussel's diary before, and that the author was quite knowledgeable, he decided to buy the diary and take a look. Odysseus said, the person who bought Roussel's relics is no longer in a hurry, so the price they offered is not as high as before. 2 pages for £15, would you accept that? The main problem is that I can no longer claim reimbursement, I have to pay for it myself. Of course, I have to bargain when necessary. Giraffe, whose neck was slightly longer than average, said, okay. The price offered by leader is acceptable, at least there's still a profit to be made. Odysseus took the 2 pages of the diary, glanced at them, and confirmed that they were indeed genuine. Fearing suspicion that he could understand the mysterious symbols on the notebook, he didn't examine them closely. He then took out his wallet again, ready to pay. At this moment, Giraffe said again, I also have a relic of Emperor Rodel here. As he spoke, he took out a small black metal box with the Chinese character, meat written on it. Giraffe continued, but there was no way to open the box. I once asked a professional for help, and they said there was a very clever mechanism inside the box. If you force it open, you might destroy the contents. As he explained, he handed the metal box to the waiter. Odysseus smiled helplessly. What if, upon opening it, he found a book called The Sunflower Manual, or a story featuring characters named Wukong and Baji? That would be hilarious. He took the box from the waiter and immediately felt its coldness. The box was only the size of a palm, but it was heavier than he had expected, as if it were solid. Odysseus immediately sensed that the contents of the box were valuable, but he wasn't yet clairvoyant, and didn't know exactly how valuable they were. If he hasn't been promoted yet and is just a melee scholar, he can't even judge whether his inspiration is valuable. After thinking it over for a bit, Odysseus felt that his current financial situation was okay, so he could buy it first and then study it slowly when he got back. So he quoted a price, £50. Giraffe gave a wry smile. It seems that the person who acquired Emperor Roussel's relics is indeed not very interested in this. Quote, okay, £50 it is, but you have to tell me what's inside after you open the box. Odysseus nodded. No problem, but you also need to tell me where you got this box from. It was sold to me by an Intis, Giraffe said. Many Intis and Faceac people come to Backland to sell antiques. I didn't ask how it got its specifics, but it was probably stolen or dug out of a tomb. However, considering the era, it's more likely that it was stolen. Odysseus grunted in agreement, counted out 6 £10 notes and 1 £5 note from his wallet, handed them to the waiter, and completed the antique transaction. The intelligence exchange at the gathering continued, and Odysseus listened attentively as always. About half an hour later, another piece of information caught his attention. The night before last, someone saw a river of stars flowing through the streets. However, no one else was interested in information about this very strange phenomenon, and no one was willing to trade it. Odysseus was unable to eavesdrop, so he had to initiate another trade. Tell me more about it, or write it down. Member, Cheetah, said, let me be specific, it's £15. Odysseus nodded. Okay. Because the so-called, flowing starry river, is very similar to the mystery prior pathway. The ability of Sequence 5, Constellation's Master. Odysseus sent a letter last Wednesday asking Elia to pick up the goods, but almost a week has passed and she still hasn't come. Bernadette also seemed very busy, and he suspected that Queen Mystic might be up to some secret operation recently. Cheetah then said, it was late Saturday night last year. Many people on Rice Street in south of the bridge saw that the Milky Way in the sky seemed to have fallen to the ground. The streets lit by streetlights suddenly became dazzling with starlight, giving people a very unreal feeling. The starlight lasted for about 10 seconds. After the starlight disappeared, sparkling star sand appeared on the street. But when people picked it up, the star sand turned into normal sand. The most peculiar thing is that a homeless man's left leg seemed to have been assimilated by the Milky Way, and the entire leg turned into a transparent crystal that sparkled with brilliant starlight. His leg didn't fully recover until half an hour later. Cheetah paused and then said, in addition, it is said that there are voices in the starlight. Some people heard them. It seems that someone said they wanted to prevent something from descending, and others said they wanted to use some team or faction. But because the words were spoken in a fragmented manner, no one heard exactly what was said. He concluded, I think it was a very high level beyond battle. At this moment, Elephant laughed and said, could it be using apple pie? His sarcastic remarks made many people burst into laughter. Elephant then added, this little thing is worth £15. Cheetah blushed and was about to argue with Elephant, when Odysseus raised his hand and said, the value of intelligence depends on where it is used. Elephant wanted to say, it's not worth £15 anywhere, but considering that it was the leader who stepped in to smooth things over, he didn't say anything more. Seeing Elephant's somewhat unconvinced expression, Odysseus smiled slightly and thought to himself, don't be so unconvinced. That so-called faction is either the demonist sect, or the Rose School of Thought, or the Life School of Thought. Perhaps you will be dragged into it too. He recalled that Fat Pharmacist was a member of the Life School of Thought. Based on the description of the cheetah, Odysseus can basically conclude that it was a Beyonder battle involving the Constellation's Master. To ordinary people, or to Beyonders who lack relevant knowledge, the ability of a Sequence 5 Beyonder is a truly magical phenomenon. Odysseus counted out £15 in cash and completed the transaction with Cheetah. During the subsequent gatherings, no further information caught his attention. Around 10:30, Odysseus announced the end of the gathering. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He went through the teleportation array in the basement to 77 Hilton Avenue, changed out of leader clothes, and took a horse-drawn carriage to the Backland Mechanical Research Society. In the carriage, Odysseus took out the 2 pages of his diary and began to read. October 17th. After advancing to demigod status, all my previous abilities underwent a qualitative change, and I gained some powers that ordinary people could hardly imagine. I noticed that the source of these powers is divinity. Although Sequence 4 only possesses a small amount of divinity, it is precisely this small amount of divinity that made me feel a certain change within myself, both inside and out. This change is hard to explain, but if I had to put it into words, I feel like I'm not even human anymore. This is by no means self-deprecation. I used to hear members of Machinery Hivemind say that Beyonders are monsters in human skin, and I thought that description was a bit exaggerated. Now I think that this may be their personal experience. Even if one is in a good state, after acquiring divinity, one will undergo some changes. For example, the subtle aspects of emotions may seem somewhat unfamiliar to people. It's not that they lack the ability to feel emotions, but rather that they feel unfamiliar with certain emotions, as if those are not the emotions they should have. These changes have forced me to think about a question: what exactly is divinity? Having acquired divinity, I was able to mobilize more Beyonder power, and it was clearly different from the Beyonder characteristic within my body. If I had to give an analogy, it would be more like a catalyst, causing Beyonder abilities to change in a certain way, deviating from the normal pattern. That's right, it's a normal pattern. In Sequence 5, although the Beyonder characteristic had all sorts of amazing effects, these Beyonder abilities could still be understood after learning about the Beyonder world, the spirit world, the underworld, and the astral world. Or rather, those abilities were still within the reality of this world and the laws of Beyonder, but after acquiring divinity, Beyonder abilities seemed to break through these laws. They became more magical and more bizarre. As someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education and attended university, my thinking and logic find it difficult to accept this cognitive gap. We must figure out what divinity really is. Odysseus nodded slowly upon seeing this. Indeed, the emperor had also thought of this. He has also given this some thought, believing that the emergence of divinity has catalyzed something else in spirituality and beyond characteristic. Further down, the next few lines describe Rusel's affair with a noblewoman. Odysseus twitched his lips. "Your Majesty, is this how you study divinity?" Then he looked at another page of the diary, which was connected to the previous page. Continuing from where we left off, Rusel continues to devote considerable space to discussing the thrill of having an affair with that noblewoman. This made Odysseus chuckle. He hadn't expected Rusel, a demigod, to still enjoy doing this. Intis was truly a mess. In the last few lines of this diary entry, another very valuable entry appears. October 26th. During that occult gathering, I received some shocking news. Some members of the Moses ascetic order had become followers of an evil god. What's puzzling is that Hidden Sage apparently knew about this, yet remained indifferent. I asked the member who provided this information, which evil god have they become followers of? The member replied, inextinguishable ravings. How come I've never heard of such an evil god? Odysseus stared at the diary for a while, vaguely feeling that he had heard of inextinguishable ravings, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Soon, a warning from his own inspiration made him realize that it wasn't that he had a bad memory, but rather that he couldn't remember the name and the meaning it represented. It was knowledge more, protecting him. 117 Everyone is investigating Odysseus. Since inspiration had given him a warning, Odysseus stopped thinking about the problem. He glanced at the short diary entry again and realized it must be very important information, so he put the 2 pages away and decided to think about the problem later in the knowledge more. Then Odysseus took out the metal box he had just acquired and studied it for a while, but still couldn't figure out how to open it. Of course, you can't discuss this with Bernadette. What if she says that the box was left to her by her father after you open it? Should you give it to her or not? If you give it to them, the 50 pounds will be wasted. If I don't give it to them, I might get beaten up. Google search Twaken. Thinking of this, Odysseus smiled somewhat helplessly, put the box away, and planned to put it in the knowledge more when he returned to the pharmacy later. 199 Heron Avenue. The hounds, who had also attended the party, came out of the party venue. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, he suddenly saw someone waving at him from across the street. Hound recognized the man. He was Coleman Donahue from MI9 Operations Division. The other person was in his 30s, with short hair and a very high Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. The hound quickly crossed the street and smiled. Coleman, what are you doing here? I've got a lead for you about Lelouch. Coleman's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. I've heard you're currently in charge of finding intelligence on Lelouch, which is a tough job. In terms of rank, Coleman and Hound were of the same rank, but Hound is not from the action division. The two know each other but are not familiar with each other. Thank you for keeping an eye on Lelouch for me. The Hound smiled and said, if the information is verified, I will report the source of the information truthfully. This means that if there is any merit, you will get a share, but if it is not true, you will get nothing. In a department like MI9, there are few kind-hearted people. Coleman's so-called provision of clues may have some ulterior motive. Whether it's merit or not doesn't matter. Coleman smiled and continued, have you ever considered that Lelouch is the leader? The hunting dog feigned surprise. He had certainly considered it, since the two did have some similarities, but then he thought that leader was a member of Machinery Hivemind, and Machinery Hivemind would not allow leader to kill the nobles of Lowen Kingdom. The key issue is the lack of compelling evidence, which prevents an arrest. You didn't miss such an obvious clue, did you? Coleman laughed. Lelouch and the leader, both wear masks and have used powerful supernatural weapons. That is indeed a clue. The hound smiled, not denying the clue outright, but there's a problem. If the leader is Lelouch, where did he buy those javelin-shaped supernatural weapons? It couldn't have been provided by machinery hivemind, could it? If we can prove that the leader and Lelouch's weapons came from the same source, we can contact machinery hivemind and then arrest the leader. Both MI9 and mandated punishers attempted to find Lelouch by focusing on his weapons. However, despite using their intelligence network to inquire everywhere, they were unable to find out where the extraordinary weapon Lelouch used came from. Lelouch's weapons have distinctive features. Ordinary extraordinary weapons are rarely made as disposable items, and they are rarely produced in such large quantities. Starting from these two directions, it should be easy to find the source. But this lead ends here, because no one has ever made such a weapon. It is quite certain that the Church of Steam and Machinery has always been interested in supernatural machine guns and cannons, but has never produced supernatural weapons such as javelins. The key point is that Machinery Hivemind has never used any extraordinary weapons like javelins in any of their operations. If this is used as a clue to investigate, they will definitely deny everything. Some have suggested that Lelouch made those super weapons himself, but these ideas were quickly dismissed because the creation of super weapons has always been the patent of the Savant Pathways Sequence 6 artisan. Lelouch only has Sequence 8, and it is not a Savant pathway. According to the official Beander, a low sequence does not possess such capabilities. Alternatively, if leader is an ordinary person, he could be arrested and interrogated to see if there are any clues. But he was a member of Machinery Hivemind, so if he was going to arrest someone, he had to give a decent reason. He couldn't just tell Machinery Hivemind that Lelouch and leader both liked to wear masks, so he arrested and interrogated them, could he? Colimond laughed and said, I will find the evidence. I have already obtained a search warrant. Today I am here to search 199 Heron Avenue. He believed that this was an important stronghold of leader, and that some clues would always be left behind. MI9's operations division never needs a search warrant to search a place, but leader's case is indeed somewhat special. Colimond carefully applied for a search warrant to prove that it was MI9 conducting the search, not his personal action. The hound said, I'll wait here for a bit. If you find evidence, I'll go with you to apply for the arrest of the leader. In his view, Colimond's search was purely a matter of personal revenge, since the team leader's brother was the one who was killed by leader in the Cape Town case. Colimond sneered and led his men into 199 Heron Avenue. He had assumed the waiters would stop his search, but they didn't. After finding out his department, they said he would have to pay for the damage. Colimond and his men didn't take it seriously, continuing their previous rude search tactics. But they quickly finished searching because no one lived there, and there wasn't even any furniture like wardrobes that provided privacy. Several rooms were even empty. There were many chairs in the living room where the gathering took place. They turned each chair over and carefully examined the backs and undersides of the seats, but found no clues. The basement, which gave Colimond such high hopes, had neither Beander characteristic nor fluctuations in spirituality. It had nothing at all. He was now a little puzzled as to how leader had left from the basement. They even knocked a hole in one of the walls and smashed several holes in the ground, but there was no secret room, no secret passage, and no Beander mechanism. Colimond had been searching until the afternoon when he had to accept the fact that he hadn't found anything. Just as he was about to leave with his men, the waiter handed him a bill demanding £50 in compensation. In all the years that Colimond has been searching, this is the first time he has encountered someone making a claim, so of course he ignores it. The waiter then said, then we'll have the leader send the bill to your department door. These were all things the leader had instructed them to do. Do not obstruct official searches, and just demand more money in compensation. If the other party tries to renege on the debt, say that leader will send the bill to their workplace. Colimond frowned. If leader really went to deliver the bill, things would get complicated. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After all, almost everyone in MI9 knows that leader just helped them escort their informant, but then turned around and searched leader's meeting place, causing leader considerable losses, and even came to door for help. Of course, the key issue is that nothing was found, and Colimond is in a difficult position to explain to Denesi. After hesitating for a moment, Colimond took out his wallet and gave the waiter 5 10-pound notes. As soon as they stepped out of the door, the hounds surrounded them and asked, "You've been searching for so long, you must have found quite a lot, right? Colamon snorted and quickly left with his men. The Hound said from behind them, you didn't read the report I provided earlier, did you? He had spent 2 whole days searching 199 Heron Avenue but had not found any clues about Leader. Even now, how Leader left number 199 remains a mystery. Colamon had certainly read those materials and thought that Hound, as an intelligence officer, was not professional enough to conduct a search mission, so he specifically brought along an expert from the Beander organization but still found nothing. He watched the Hound ride away in the carriage and suddenly realized that investigating the Leader in the normal way would not work. The carriage carrying Odysseus soon arrived at the Backland Mechanical Research Society. Max was off today, so the Research Institute's reception staff directly escorted Odysseus to the High Deacon, who was also Backland. The office of Ekenzer Bernard, the head of Machinery Hivemind. Captain Ekenzer, his hair still disheveled and messy, asked, any more leads to provide us? Odysseus first glanced at the corner of the office wall. His spirit felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Then he said, I learned at today's gathering that someone seems to be investigating Nighthawks. He told Ekenzer everything he had learned, along with his own speculations. The captain nodded slowly. This is very important intelligence. I will inform the Nighthawks immediately. As for your reward, we will discuss it first and then send someone to deliver it to you. Okay, Odysseus said. Also, it seems there was a Beander battle on Rice Street on Saturday. He briefly mentioned the information about Xing, but didn't share his own speculations, only saying that it seemed to be a magical Beander ability. Ekenzer also took it seriously and said he would send someone to re-examine the matter immediately. After seeing Odysseus off, Ekenzer suddenly stood up and said to the corner of the wall, Odysseus doesn't seem to have anything unusual about him. An elderly man in a white priest's robe suddenly appeared in the corner where Odysseus had just glanced at him. It was none other than Cardinal Horamik Haydn. He really doesn't seem to have any problems. Horamik sighed and added, if only he didn't have any problems at all. It's rare to find an intelligence officer with such keen insight. Ekenzer asked, what about the information he provided? Handle it as it comes, Horamik said. His analysis just now was very logical, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ekenzer then had his men send a telegram to the Nighthawks squad to remind them. However, to Ekenzer's surprise, Crest Sessima, one of the 3 leaders of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses, Red Gloves, personally visited the door. After returning to the herbalist shop, Odysseus rested for a while before preparing to take on the role of Warlock. 118. Attempting to play Warlock. As evening fell, Viscount Wade, who had been pulling a cart all day, returned to his residence by carriage from his mistress, Miss Lisa. The Viscount, who was in his 50s, had a sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and looked somewhat exhausted. As the carriage entered Queen's Road, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man standing by the roadside, dressed in a loose warlock robe, wearing a pointed hat, with a long nose, a long beard, and leaning on a wooden staff. Viscount Wade thought this person looked a lot like the warlock he remembered, so he took another look at him. Just then, a strange voice suddenly rang in his ears. You've been having a lot of bad luck lately. Viscount Wade was startled. Who? The bodyguard sitting opposite the Viscount was also startled. What? Viscount Wade took a deep breath. Didn't you hear the voice just now? The bodyguard was a little confused. No. It's nothing, it's nothing. Viscount Wade thought he was just a little dazed and had misheard. But at that moment, he saw a middle-aged man standing by the roadside wearing a loose warlock robe, a pointed hat, a long nose, a long beard, and leaning on a wooden staff. Viscount Wade rubbed his eyes. His clothes, appearance, and demeanor were exactly the same as Warlock's. At the same time, he heard the voice again. Your fate is in great turmoil, and a great disaster is about to befall you. Viscount Wade's hands trembled. This time he was certain he wasn't hallucinating, someone was really talking to him. But judging from the bodyguard's expression, he still hadn't heard him. Stop the car now. He suddenly realized that it was very likely that Warlock was speaking to him in a magical way. The window of the carriage behind them opened, and Bivies coldly said to Warlock on the street, if you follow us any further, I won't be so polite. His spirituality told him that it was a Beander, and that the other party seemed to have used Beander abilities just now. Because Bivies did not sense any danger, and his employer had not given any orders to attack, he only issued a warning. That Warlock on the street is, of course, Odysseus. After returning to the herbal shop, he rested for a while and then asked Kane and several customers who came to buy medicine what Warlock was like in their minds. Based on everyone's opinions, Odysseus summarized 3 characteristics: a long beard, a staff, a pointed hat, and a loose warlock robe. So Odysseus designed his own warlock image, with a long beard that reached his chest, covering half of his face. He also used props to lengthen his nose and added a little eyeliner. Odysseus's expression became somewhat sinister, creating a huge difference from the temperament of the herbalist. What Viscount Wade just heard, someone speaking in his ear, was actually Odysseus speaking to him using his invented technique, whispering. This witchcraft looks magical, but the principle is actually very simple. It's just a kind of necromancy that allows you to speak directly to other people's spirits. Aside from speaking discreetly so that others can't hear, this witchcraft cannot harm the other person's soul, nor can it provide any spiritual guidance. It has no other function. But it can be used to pretend to be a ghost or a spirit. Odysseus ignored Bives and addressed the carriage ahead carrying Viscount Wade. Fate has led me here, Salsi Veter. Son of Antonio. Glory to our ancestors. Bives had already disembarked from the carriage. Arrest him. Wait. Viscount Wade was certain that this was the same voice that had spoken in his ear just now. He rolled down the car window and said, let him finish. Odysseus's whispering had convinced Viscount Wade that he had encountered the real warlock. It is indeed a real warlock, but the warlock in Viscount Wade's concept is not quite the same as the warlock in Beander's world. In legend, warlock is mysterious and powerful, always hiding in dark villages or deep forests, brewing potions with strange effects, and it is said that he can even brew elixirs of immortality. They seem to have a certain insight into fate, always able to predict the destinies of certain people and events. Furthermore, the names of nobles are rarely known, yet this warlock in front of him uttered the name of old Viscount Wade, who had been dead for about 10 years. This made Viscount Wade even more convinced that the warlock in front of him had the ability to divine or prophesy. Beander's bodyguard Bives immediately said, Viscount, please don't be misled by his words. Let him finish. Viscount Wade said weakly again. Today's experience left him somewhat dissatisfied with Bives, as he had neither noticed that someone had given him a laxative nor been able to find the culprit. Bives had no choice but to step back 2 steps to make room for Odysseus. Odysseus continued, the glory of the Veter family's ancestors is very likely to show signs of decline in the near future. Viscount Wade quickly asked, is there any way to solve this? Yes, Odysseus said. Impurities have been mixed into the river of your destiny. Once you find the source of these impurities, you can resolve the problem. How do I find it? Let's look for it at your home. Viscount Wade said, somewhat weakly, please get in the car. No need, Odysseus said calmly. You go first, I'll be there shortly. Viscount Wade nodded, continuing to urge the carriage forward while keeping an eye on the warlock. As the carriage moved further and further away from Odysseus, he raised his staff as if chanting a spell, and then seemed to scatter some powder. Then a magical scene unfolded. The warlock strode forward, and as he walked, he suddenly stepped effortlessly into the air, flying forward and quickly catching up with Viscount Wade's carriage. As Odysseus analyzed, Viscount Wade was a very superstitious man, and after seeing Odysseus's performance, he almost got off the bus to worship him. The bodyguards all looked surprised, but Bives just sneered, a little trick. When Viscount Wade's carriage entered the courtyard of his luxurious villa on Queen Road, the bodyguards, servants, gardeners, and others inside were all stunned. Someone actually flew in with Viscount Wade's carriage. When the carriage stopped, the person who had been flying in midair landed steadily. With the help of his bodyguard, Viscount Wade stepped out of the car and said with a smile, Mr. Warlock, please come in. Odysseus gave a nonchalant, strode forward, and walked at the very front. As soon as he entered the door, he nodded slightly to a noblewoman who came out to greet him, greetings, Viscountess. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As he spoke, Odysseus, with his wealth of information, didn't wait for the noblewoman to react before striding into the living room. He headed towards the Viscount's living room, where he sat down on the sofa to wait for Viscount Wade and his wife. This performance surprised Viscount Wade once again. It wasn't too surprising that Warlock could recognize his wife without any introduction, since it could very well be determined from her clothing. But the other person's confident demeanor, as if he had been to his own home before, left Viscount Wade completely baffled as to how he managed to do it. Actually, we have to thank Odysseus for the advanced intelligence system he established. He had a floor plan of Viscount Wade's house, knowing exactly where the living room, bedrooms, and even the bathroom were. Within Lowen's entire intelligence organization, apart from MI9, which possesses such an advanced intelligence system, other intelligence organizations at most have written descriptions of the structure and purpose of buildings. When Viscount Wade sat down beside him, Odysseus still didn't rush to the main topic. Instead, he said to the Viscount, who looked very weak, "Your condition is still very serious. You will need to rest for at least 2 or 3 days." Viscount Wade's private doctor had been treating him for a day, but the effects of severe dehydration were still causing him great suffering. Viscount Wade clearly did not recognize apothecary, otherwise he would have recovered with just 1 dose of herbal medicine. Upon hearing Odysseus's words, Viscount Wade became somewhat agitated. "You know about my condition." Odysseus thought to himself, "Of course I know, I was the one who administered the drug." Instead of answering Viscount Wade's question, he said, "Have someone go to the kitchen and get a small bowl of black sesame seeds." Viscount Wade knew that Warlock was going to use his witchcraft to heal him, so he quickly sent the butler to get sesame seeds. Soon, the butler brought sesame seeds. Odysseus rose and sprinkled a handful of green powder onto his staff, which miraculously sprouted new branches and leaves. This stunned everyone in the room. Some servants rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Odysseus, looking like a charlatan, muttered incantations, waving his loose sleeves and casually stroking the branches and leaves as if helping them grow. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, flowers bloomed, and a peach was formed in just a few seconds. This operation surprised even the well-informed Bivies, because it was another form of witchcraft invented by Odysseus himself, which Bivies had never seen before. Odysseus plucked the peach, and the flesh of the peach immediately became ethereal, transforming into the shapes of peach blossoms and disappearing, leaving only a peach pit in his hand. Then Odysseus pinched open the peach pit, revealing a plump peach kernel inside. At this moment, the peach branch on his staff also quickly became illusory and eventually disappeared without a trace. Before anyone could react, Odysseus put down his staff, grabbed some sesame seeds from the bowl the steward was holding, put them together with peach kernels, and pinched them together to form a ball with the sesame seeds and peach kernels. Finally, he handed it to Viscount Wade. "Eat it." Viscount Wade was somewhat resistant to the idea that someone had given him a laxative this morning because he ate something he shouldn't have. But then he thought of the amazing feats Warlock had performed, so he took the ball, chewed it briefly, and swallowed it. A few seconds later, Viscount Wade felt that his limbs had regained their strength. Although he had not fully recovered, he could walk without any support. This is actually a prescription that Odysseus learned after his promotion. It's like a folk remedy and can effectively relieve symptoms caused by dehydration. At this point, Viscount Wade had no more doubts. He stood up and grasped Odysseus's hand. "Mr. Warlock, please help me. I've been having such bad luck lately. This cold is really painful. Author Jun had a fever for 3.5 days. I remember when I tested positive 2 years ago, I only had a fever for 1 night. Although I took ibuprofen and my fever subsided temporarily during those days, I felt weak and exhausted. I could only write 500 words, rest for 20 minutes, and then write another 500 words, and so on. Fortunately, I've recovered a lot today. Although I still cough a lot and get tired easily, I can write 1500 words and then rest." 119 Odysseus's mystical maneuvers. Before his time travel, Odysseus, while in college, had talked with his roommate about interesting stories like Wang Tai Sin. He keenly realized at the time that the most crucial step in futile superstitious activities was gaining the trust of the target. Once you get the target to believe that set of ignorant and superstitious logic, they will believe whatever you say afterward. At least at the time, I believed it. So Odysseus meticulously designed his entrance, making Viscount Wade, not only Viscount Wade, but everyone around him believed he was the real Warlock, even Sequence 6. Bivies thought that the Warlock in front of him was very good. This made Odysseus feel that his spirituality was very lively, and even his potions were somewhat loosened. He realized that his role was on the right track. Apart from the old man Gandalf who had misallocated skill points to Warlock, Warlock should be a mysterious and wise being who knows all kinds of witchcraft. Odysseus waved to Viscount Wade. "Since I have appeared on your inevitable path, then it is fate that has sent me to help you." He leaned on his staff, pretended to look around the living room, and then said to Viscount Wade, "Just as I expected, an evil being is watching this place and has brought you bad luck." Bivies frowned. Why didn't he sense any evil gaze? Viscount Wade quickly asked, "What should we do then?" "Don't rush, let me take another look." Odysseus looked at the roof as if he were looking into the distance, and after a long while he said, "This evil being comes from the underworld, and is the lord of a region there." His gaze was very secretive, as if he were using the spirit of someone living in this house as cover. Bivies was a little confused. He knew about the underworld and lords, but he didn't know that one could use a human spirit to conceal their gaze. After hearing Odysseus's words, Viscount Wade's gaze towards those around him immediately changed, and he began to see everyone as suspicious. Finally, he asked Odysseus, should we replace all the servants? When the servants in the drawing room heard the Viscount's words, many of them looked bewildered and reluctant. Although this family has a bad temper, everyone still cherishes this stable job. Fortunately, Odysseus said, no need, we just need to find that person and exorcise the evil spirit for him. Besides, that person should be a family member of yours, otherwise it wouldn't affect your family's fortune. Many servants breathed a sigh of relief. Viscount Wade immediately said, I'll call my family right away. I'm not calling them here, I'm going to search their room, Odysseus said. That person's room is often connected to the underworld, there's bound to be some clues there. He paused and then said, I need you, as the owner of this house, to help me search, but if you go alone, it's easy for that evil being to turn its attention to you, so you can't go. Viscount Wade paused slightly, sorry, I didn't quite understand. If I can't go myself, how can I go with you to look for it? Odysseus said calmly, I will take your soul with me. Viscount Wade suddenly became a little nervous. I don't have the ability to leave my body or anything like that. As a nobleman, he was certainly aware of the existence of the Beander, which is why he so firmly believed in Odysseus, thinking that the warlock's witchcraft and the Beander's abilities could help him. However, he found it difficult to fulfill the other party's request. Odysseus said, I'll help you. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger. Upon hearing this, Viscount Wade immediately beamed with joy, you truly are a powerful warlock. Bives was about to step forward to dissuade him, because operations involving spirits in Beander were generally very dangerous, but he hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to stand by and watch, intending to intervene only when he discovered the danger. Odysseus then directed his servants to move the sofa aside, allowing Viscount Wade to sit on a single sofa. Odysseus then took out a pen and the spirituality material he had prepared beforehand, and began to draw a magic circle. Once everything was ready, Odysseus took out a palm-sized crystal ball and placed it in one of the positions within the magic circle. He explained, your spirit will enter this crystal ball in a moment, but you cannot speak, move, or hear anything, you can only see. Don't be nervous. I'll send you back after we find a clue. Viscount Wade, having no prior experience with this, was indeed somewhat nervous. Okay. Finally, Odysseus opened a small medicine bottle, held it in front of Viscount Wade's nose, and let him smell it. Viscount Wade then slowly slumped onto the sofa, as if he had fallen asleep. Odysseus began chanting incantations in a deep and solemn tone. If any fellow countrymen were present, they would be surprised to find that he was chanting in a mumbled manner. Spring slumber is unaware of dawn, everywhere one hears birds singing. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, I lower my head to think of my hometown. Steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's eyes. These spells were of course ineffective, the most crucial element was Odysseus's infusion of spirituality into the magic circle to activate it. However, in order to make it seem more ceremonial, he had no choice but to put on a show first. In fact, Odysseus's earlier statement about sending Viscount Wade's soul into the crystal ball was just a charade. Possessing a spirit onto an object is a very advanced Beander ability, something Odysseus's magic circle cannot currently do. The magic circle he drew was actually a line-of-sight extension magic circle, which could establish a close connection between one's own or someone else's line of sight and a certain object. As long as you are within 50 meters of the magic circle, you can use that item to quietly observe the situation in the distance, or cleverly bypass obstacles to observe. After Odysseus put Viscount Wade into a semi-conscious state with drugs, his body could not move or speak. His vision could only follow Odysseus away, so Viscount Wade felt that his spirit was attached to the crystal ball and followed Odysseus. After the performance was nearly over, Odysseus infused spirituality into the magic circle, and Viscount Wade's gaze fell upon the crystal ball. Half asleep and half awake, Viscount Wade thought his spirit had left his body and immediately tensed up, his muscles stiffening all over. As darkness fell, the servant turned on the gas lamp. Under the light, the magic circle drawn with occult symbols, Viscount Wade lying stiffly on the sofa, and the medicinal fragrance in the air made the scene look extremely eerie. Seeing that the magic circle was working properly, Odysseus picked up the crystal ball and said to the people around him, you all stay here and guard the Viscount. Bives nodded. He used spirit vision to see that Viscount Wade's spirit was still inside him. He wanted to see how this warlock would handle things after Viscount Wade woke up. The others, unaware of this, all agreed in unison, yes. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Many servants secretly swallowed, trying to hide their nervousness. They were very curious whether Viscount Wade, who was now lying on the sofa, was still alive. Odysseus, carrying the crystal ball, arrived at the door of the Veeder family member's bedroom without any guidance. However, the butler followed closely behind, partly to avoid being impolite and partly to avoid losing any valuables. Besides his son Bishop, Viscount Wade has 2 other sons and 2 daughters. One of his daughters is already married, and his eldest son is also married. The family members living in the house had all been drawn into the living room by warlocks, spell performance, so there was no one in the room now. Accompanied by the butler, Odysseus began searching room by room. They soon arrived at the 3rd room, which was the bedroom where Bishop had once lived. Odysseus suddenly stopped at the doorway. The butler asked, "Any discoveries, Mr. Warlock?" Odysseus did not answer, but strode into the door and, at the head of the bed, seemed to pull out something illusory. Phew! As Odysseus made the pulling motion, a ghostly green flame appeared in his hand, startling the butler, who quickly retreated. The firelight quickly disappeared, and Odysseus said solemnly, "Find the owner of this house, we must exorcise the evil spirit from him immediately." The butler was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Warlock, the owner of this room is dead." "Dead?" the murderer Odysseus asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes. That makes things simple," Odysseus said. "Let's go back to the living room." The 2 returned to the living room, and the wife immediately greeted them, asking, "How did it go? Did you find out who it was?" Odysseus did not answer, but instead placed the crystal ball back into the magic circle. The butler quickly replied, "Yes, it was found in Master Bishop's room." He didn't know how to describe what he had just seen. "Oh, poor Bishop," the lady said sadly. "No wonder he died such a tragic death." Before Odysseus could say anything, his wife had already started making connections. At this point, Odysseus severed the connection between Viscount Wade and the crystal ball, and then gave the Viscount a potion to inhale. Soon, Viscount Wade slowly woke up. "Oh my god, what I just experienced was so amazing. It's hard to believe that I actually entered such a small crystal ball." Vives, standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. "What?" The Viscount's spirit entered the crystal ball. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The Viscount's spirit was still inside his body just moments ago. At this point, Vives fell into deep self-doubt. However, no one noticed the surprise on Vivis's face, because everyone was quite surprised at the moment, and many servants were making gestures of the moon and stars on their chests, or making gestures representing storms and lightning. Unbelievable. That will-o'-the-wisp, yes, the will-o'-the-wisp was pulled out of Bishop's pillow. Viscount Wade said, somewhat excitedly, but then his expression turned somewhat disappointed. "I never expected it to be Bishop." Odysseus said, "We've found the problem. Now let's talk about how to solve it." 120 Find someone to chat with. When Viscount Wade heard that Mr. Warlock wanted to resolve his own problems, he stood up from his chair and listened attentively to what Odysseus had to say. "Seal off Bishop's room immediately," Odysseus said. "Seal it off for at least a week. During this week, no one should mention or write Bishop's name, nor do anything related to Bishop. Just pretend you don't know him." Viscount Wade and his servants were stunned, but then they realized that they had never encountered such a mysterious evil being before, had no experience in dealing with such things, and did not know how to solve this problem. Vives, the only one who had seen some of the world, was deeply in doubt and did not raise any questions for the time being. Viscount Wade was convinced. "Okay, we'll lock it down right away." Previously, Odysseus used the sight extension array to guide Viscount Wade's vision to find which family member's room had a problem, in order to deepen Viscount Wade's trust in him. Even if Viscount Wade himself had gone along, the results wouldn't have been this good. As for the will-o'-the-wisp found in Bishop's room, it was actually a modification of the flame spell. Odysseus added emerald skull flower powder to the required powder, so the flame was green, much like a will-o'-the-wisp. Then Viscount Wade asked, excuse me, is finding Bishop's killer considered something related to Bishop? He also believes that the person who set the fire last night and the person who administered the laxative this morning were accomplices of the murderer. However, mandated punishers does not seem to take this matter seriously. This is something that only people outside the Veeder family can do, you can't interfere. This was Odysseus's main point, just pretend you don't know anything about it. At this moment, Vives asked the question that had been on everyone's mind, why do this? Odysseus was waiting for someone to ask a question, and he said calmly, because the underworld and the real world are often connected by a certain concept. For example, ordinary evil spirits are supported by a certain thought. In fact, that thought temporarily connects the underworld and the real world, creating an environment for the evil spirit to exist in the real world. Bishop's situation is a little more complicated, but as long as you don't mention him for a week and treat him as if he never existed, the concept that connects the two worlds will disappear, and that evil, mysterious being will no longer be able to see this place through the concept that Bishop left behind. Bivies was stunned. He felt that what Warlock was talking about was very advanced beyond knowledge, but something seemed off. Viscount Wade, however, trusted Odysseus's words completely and immediately ordered Bishop's room to be sealed off, and for the next week, no one was to mention his name. As for urging the police and mandated punishers to find the killer and to retaliate against that despicable reporter, we'll talk about that in a week. Odysseus added, the misfortune brought by that being is not over yet, we must proceed with caution in the near future. Viscount Wade quickly replied, yes. After watching the servants clean up the magic circle on the floor, Odysseus bid farewell to the Viscount Wade family. Viscount Wade tried his best to persuade Mr. Warlock to stay, hoping that he could wait until the family had overcome its current misfortune before leaving. But Odysseus insisted that he had very important matters to attend to and was determined to leave. Viscount Wade quickly had his butler bring a stack of gold pounds, insisting that Mr. Warlock accept it no matter what. Odysseus took 5 of them. It was fate that arranged for me to help you, so I can't accept your money. But since you are so sincere in giving, I will accept a few as a gift from fate. After saying this, Odysseus, leaning on his cane, strode out. Viscount Wade quickly chased after him. May I ask how I should address you? Gandalf. Odysseus casually uttered the name Warlock. Viscount Wade then asked, where can I find you if I need your help? Let fate decide. With that, Odysseus tossed out flying powder, and flew out of the villa in the blink of an eye. After Mr. Warlock had walked away, Viscount Wade asked Bivies, have you heard of this name? Bivies replied, no. Viscount Wade then asked, which pathway's Beander is he? He's a bit like Beander from Mystery Prior, Pathway, but not quite, Bivies said. He always talks about fate, like someone from Life School of Thought. He truly is a mysterious warlock, Viscount Wade remarked. He's utterly unfathomable. Bivies opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he didn't say a word. He also sensed that this warlock named Gandalf had many secrets. After Odysseus flew out of Viscount Wade's house, he walked quickly for a distance, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he get into a taxi. He took a horse-drawn carriage to the dock area, got off, removed his beard, warlock robe and pointed hat in an abandoned factory, and put them, along with his staff, into the knowledge moor. Afterwards, Odysseus boarded a public carriage wearing a baseball cap with a long brim, and later boarded a taxi. Reporter Mike should be safe for the next week and doesn't need to worry about this anymore. At the same time, Odysseus also thought that he could send Mike, fighting outline, to him after Mike returned to work at the newspaper, and ask the reporter to recommend it to the publisher in the name of Lelouch. But that's at least next week, and Lowen's political radicals have started attacking conservatives with the Bishop case. Viscount Wade doesn't have time to make things difficult for Mike anymore. Odysseus did not go to the herbalist shop, but went straight home. He stopped the horse-drawn carriage on the street, got off, bought a bowl of Phenabote seafood noodles, and also bought a copy of the Lowen Evening News from the newsboy. Back home, I ate my meal while reading the newspaper. Today's newspapers have begun to devote a lot of space to fighting Arena and Bishop, and reporters seem to have noticed that Lelouch is a key figure in the incident. There have been reports about Lelouch in the Lowen Evening Post. Odysseus quickly finished his noodles. He glanced at the newspaper and felt that Lelouch was a relatively positive figure. Just as he was about to get up to wash the dishes, Odysseus suddenly looked up towards the living room. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The house was fairly bright under the light from the gas and other sources. But it was too quiet, the furniture just sat there silently, and it didn't seem very lively. Odysseus took a deep breath. When he was busy, he always thought about taking a break. Now that I have some time to rest, I'm starting to feel lonely again. He smiled, washed the dishes, sat down at his desk in the bedroom, and began to review his performance that day. But I could never calm down, so I picked up a piece of paper and wrote, "Are you there?" After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without receiving a reply from Bernadette, Odysseus picked up a book and started flipping through it. About half an hour later, a short sentence appeared on the book Odysseus was reading, "I have arrived." Odysseus did not speak immediately, but wrote on the paper, "I may be being watched. It's not just possible, someone is definitely watching you." Bernadette's voice echoed in the air. On a rooftop 2 streets away, a sealed artifact shaped like a telescope. However, with the curtains blocking the view, he could only see a blurry figure, not your specific actions, and could not hear our voices. Odysseus, however, remained vigilant. Is there any high-level surveillance here? Bernadette paused for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, no. Odysseus trusted Queen Mystic's judgment. Mystery Prior's pathway had a high spirituality. At Bernadette's level, if a deity was watching this place, even if she didn't know who was watching, she would definitely be able to sense it. Odysseus breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his earlier guess. It's impossible for God of Steam and Machinery to monitor him all the time. He must have left a special mark on him, which would attract God of Steam and Machinery's attention when he was promoted or went to a special place. This is somewhat like a mark left by the Evernight goddess on Klein. It doesn't normally affect Klein, but when Klein goes to the death pathway. While in the Tomb of Uniqueness, Evernight goddess suddenly descended. Bernadette asked, the people monitoring you seem to be members of the Machinery Hivemind team. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Perhaps my research has caught the attention of the Church of Steam and Machinery, Odysseus said, feigning uncertainty. They probably don't believe that it was my research. Bernadette nodded slowly. In her opinion, as long as the people of Steam Church weren't blind, they would notice Odysseus's research sooner or later. Odysseus did not continue the topic. I wrote to Iari a week ago, asking her to complete the transaction, but she has not shown up. Bernadette replied, we've been quite busy lately, but we'll complete the transaction by next week at the latest. I just received word that a Beander battle took place on Rice Street last Saturday, and it seems that the abilities of the Constellation's master were involved, Odysseus added. That was an internal conflict within the Moses ascetic order, they were arguing about something, Bernadette said. I didn't expect them to be back so soon. Odysseus recalled seeing Russell's diary, and some members of the Moses ascetic order, before, who seemed to have been influenced by the evil god. So he pressed further, what about it? I'm not entirely sure right now, but I know that some members want to steal something from the Nighthawks, while others are unwilling to take the risk. Bernadette is also investigating the matter. They actually dared to rob me, Odysseus suddenly realized, wait a minute, could they be investigating the Nighthawks? Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door downstairs. Let's go back half an hour. Max Livermore, the squad leader of Machinery Hivemind, had just finished dinner with his family when he suddenly heard a knocking sound on the door. Max saw through the window that a horse-drawn carriage with the words, "Mechanical Crest," was parked on the street outside. He smiled and said to his wife, looks like I have to go to work overtime. As he spoke, Max got up and opened the door. Captain Ekenzer, with brown hair, stood at the door entrance and smiled, I'll need to take up some of your time tonight. There's something I need your help with. Max smiled and said, it's okay, there's overtime pay anyway. As he spoke, he began putting on his coat. Overtime pay. Max sighed inwardly. Odysseus always had overtime pay on his mind. Oh, Odysseus. Ekenzer then greeted Max's wife and children. By this time, Max had picked up his cane, put on his top hat, said goodbye to his children and wife, and got into the carriage with Ekenzer. To Max's surprise, there was a captain of the Nighthawks squad, Carl, on the carriage. Ekenzer explained, this is the contact person between Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind, and we are about to conduct a joint operation with Nighthawks. I am appointing you as the contact person for Machinery Hivemind to maintain constant contact with Nighthawks. Max was a little bewildered by the new appointment. When he left the Mechanical Research Society this morning, there was no sign of the operation taking place. Ekenzer then offered an explanation. At today's gathering of the Mysticism Research Society, Odysseus obtained astonishing intelligence. He briefly recounted the whole story, concluding, I had someone send a telegram to the Nighthawks to warn them that someone was investigating them. Sir Cresta Sessima came to the Research Institute and briefed me on the ongoing plans for Nighthawks. At this point, he looked at Carl, the captain of the Nighthawks squad. Carl, with his deep-set eyes, continued, a month ago, we obtained an ancient sealed artifact, inscribed with many dragon scripts. Touching it produces strange and bizarre sounds that can easily cause people to lose control. We originally planned to handle it as a regular sealed artifact, but then the church in East Byron provided crucial intelligence. The Rose School was plotting to seize this sealed artifact. So we decided to use this sealed artifact to set a trap, waiting for the Rose School people to come and take it. The intelligence your agents provided us at noon made us think that the Rose School operation was about to begin. But after divination, it was discovered that it was not Rose School that was investigating Nighthawks. Other clandestine organizations were also eyeing the sealed artifact, so Archbishop Anthony decided to cooperate with other official Beyonder members to ambush the enemy. Max realized that there were more enemies than expected, and the Nighthawks were short-handed, so a joint operation was necessary. He asked, why do these clandestine organizations all want that sealed artifact? Max shrugged. They'd have to be crazy to attack such an important stronghold of the Church of God. If it were a remote church, that would be one thing, but the churches located in Backland are basically the second headquarters of the Orthodox Church, with demigods residing there. Although there is a tacit agreement among Orthodox churches that the divine spirit does not descend directly into densely populated large cities. But the Church of the True God has angels who can provide support to Backland in a minute or two, or even less. We're still studying that too, Carl said. Yes, we still haven't fully deciphered the meaning of those dragon scripts. But through divination and other means, we have determined that this sealed artifact has a strong attraction to ancient and mysterious beings, as well as the most evil and twisted beings. At this moment, Ekenzer said again, I remember, Odysseus understands the dragon race's language, right? Max paused for a moment before saying, according to our surveillance records, he did indeed teach himself the dragon language. But, however, there are many unstable factors in Odysseus. What if there really is an ancient and mysterious being inside him, and it completely exposes its true nature after seeing the sealed artifact? However, with Carl present, it wasn't appropriate to ask this question directly. We have informed the Special Nighthawks, Odysseus, and they support our next move. As he spoke, Ekenzer took out a small, exquisite mechanical stick with a red button at one end. He said, by pressing this button, Bishop Horamit can be there in 3 seconds. Max then realized that Machinery Hivemind's condition for cooperating with the Nighthawks was likely to use the sealed artifact to test Odysseus. Since he was friends with Odysseus, having him invite Odysseus to decipher the dragon script would not arouse Odysseus's suspicion. If Odysseus does not show any problems, Max can then conveniently invite Odysseus to provide intelligence support for this joint operation, which would seem like a logical step. With that in mind, Max said, all right, let's go invite Odysseus now. He knew all too well that this was also a test for him. Max usually gets along very well with Odysseus. Who knows if Max has already been influenced by Odysseus? Ekenzer nodded, you can knock on the door in a bit. The carriage arrived at 77 Halen Avenue, and Max got out and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Odysseus, who was chatting with Bernadette upstairs, frowned. Who would be knocking on his door so late? Bernadette, however, said, my hunch was right, the truth has come to door. We'll continue our conversation when you get back. After saying that, the other person seemed to leave. Odysseus didn't quite understand what the other person meant, but guessed that what he was about to face was probably related to the Moses ascetic order they had been discussing. He hurried downstairs. Since spirituality hadn't issued any warnings, he opened the door, and there was Max outside, so late. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odysseus's gaze fell on the carriage with the mechanical crest sign on it on the street. Any progress on the previous case? He was referring to the case that had previously uncovered members of the Rose School of Thought. Even now, Odysseus still doesn't know who is providing him with clues. No, there's another, more important case, Max said. Captain Ekenzer is also in the carriage. Odysseus paused slightly. Wait a moment. He went back and put on a coat, then looked at the streets outside shrouded in thick fog. This awful weather. So Odysseus put on a hat again, otherwise his hair would get wet if he walked in the fog. Once aboard the carriage, Odysseus greeted Ekenzer. Odysseus was somewhat surprised to find Carl, the leader of the Nighthawks squad, also there. He had also met Carl before. Carl was the leader of the Nighthawks squad who had come to fighting arena to arrest him, and that was the Carl in the dark trench coat. Unbeknownst to Odysseus, Carl later helped him conceal evidence. Captain Ekenzer briefly explained the purpose of bringing Odysseus along. He said that the Nighthawks had a collaboration with Machinery Hivemind and needed to decipher a dragonfly document. He had heard that Odysseus understood dragon language, so he brought him along to take a look. Odysseus nodded and said, helping the official Beyonder investigate is something we ordinary citizens should do. How is overtime pay calculated? Carl couldn't help but glance at Ekenzer, as if asking, is this really an ancient and mysterious being? Would an ancient and mysterious being pay you overtime? Ekenzer was already used to it, pay according to the overtime standards of Machinery Hivemind members. Well, if you can decipher that dragon document, you'll get an extra bonus. Hearing the word, bonus, suddenly makes me not miss my warm bed as much. Then Odysseus changed the subject, winter in Backland is really cold. He had some doubts about whether this operation was intended to serve his own purposes. Odysseus wasn't aware of Ekinzer's probing, but rather, Karl's presence made him suspect that the Nighthawks might possess some crucial clue, a clue that could prove Odysseus was Lelouch. Therefore, were Ekinzer and the other two planning to join forces to arrest him? He wasn't worried that Machinery Hivemind would do him any harm. Right now, they were playing dumb with each other. Machinery Hivemind was monitoring him, but it acted as if it had no suspicions about him at all. Odysseus knew about Machinery Hivemind's surveillance, but pretended not to know anything. However, Odysseus soon discovered that the carriage was not heading to the Nighthawks' headquarters on Pesfield Street in the Backland Parish, but rather to the dock area, which put his mind at ease. The carriage was indeed heading towards the dock area, and in order not to harm innocent people, the Nighthawks set up a trap in a large warehouse in the dock area. Upon arriving at the warehouse, someone had already opened the large door, and Machinery Hivemind's carriage went directly into the dimly lit warehouse. The huge warehouse was empty except for a metal platform in the center, on which sat a square stone that looked like white jade. Odysseus alighted from the carriage and suddenly looked up. A huge, Evernight holy emblem hung from the top of the warehouse. Odysseus had a strange feeling that the Evernight holy emblem had just glanced at him. He turned to look at Ekinzer, Max, and the others. None of them showed any unusual reaction, so Odysseus didn't think much of it and assumed it was just his imagination. Odysseus quickly focused his attention on the stone, and he immediately recognized it. This is not ordinary dragon script. Rather, they are mystical symbols used by the dragon race. With the help of the knowledge more, Odysseus became proficient in these mystical symbols after advancing to the melee scholar rank. This thing, in the entire Backland, is probably only something that Odysseus could translate. Chapter 122 Scholar Odysseus. The metal platform under the stone is over a meter high, and the stone itself is about 30 to 40 centimeters high. Together, they are about the height of a normal person. This was the first time Odysseus had ever seen something with dragon mystical symbols in the real world. Each symbol is a cube, and many characters have heads and tails. Some even have wing-like structures. Overall, these symbols look like dragons of various shapes. He was very cautious, not reaching out to touch it, but keeping a certain distance and carefully looking at the symbols on the stone. Ekinzer and his team carefully observed Odysseus but found nothing unusual about him. Ekinzer was secretly pleased, as no one wanted such an excellent intelligence agent to run into trouble. However, Ekinzer did not let his guard down. He still gripped the mechanical lever tightly with one hand and carefully observed Odysseus. About half a minute later, Ekinzer exchanged a glance with Karl to confirm that Odysseus was all right. Max breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even if Odysseus has a problem, it's not a big one. Karl stepped forward and said, "Our church scholars also say that this is not a common dragon script. And it seems to be the oldest dragon script, which, according to the documents, can only be understood by dragons." Odysseus, who had essentially completed the translation, smiled and said, "That's because your scholars haven't found a way to translate it. We are indeed trying to find a way to decipher it." 3 elderly men dressed in the robes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess emerged from one side of the warehouse. Each church has a group of scholars who study some of the mysteries of the Beyonder world, or help translate ancient documents encountered in cases, and provide advice on exploring ancient ruins, among other things. The middle one of the 3 old men had completely white hair, and the other 2 also had gray hair and beards. They had just been studying the writing on the stone, but had temporarily hidden themselves after the arrival of Odysseus, an unstable factor. After confirming that Odysseus was all right, they went back to work. Karl nodded to the elderly man with gray hair and said, "Bishop Barrett, this is Odysseus of the Machinery Hivemind Church, who also understands dragon language." The old man, known as Bishop Barrett, said calmly, "Many people understand the language of dragons, but very few can recognize these characters." None of the 3 scholars believed that the young man in front of them could understand the mysterious script of the dragon race. Ekinzer and Max didn't have much hope either. After all, even the scholars of the church couldn't understand it, so how could an amateur enthusiast of dragon language possibly understand it? "That's right." Odysseus smiled as he looked at the writing on the stone. "Back in the second epoch, our ancestors deciphered these dragon scripts and developed the dragon language and dragon script that we use today. This is very similar to the situation with giant languages. The giant language and giant script that are currently in use are also products of humanization. The giant language spoken by dragons is very different from the giant language spoken by humanoids, and the same is true for the script. The reason is simple. Apart from the advanced beyonders of the spectator pathway, Humans and dragons have different vocal organs, and their reading and language logics are also different. Barrett was slightly taken aback when he heard Odysseus's words. To have such an understanding meant that this young man was indeed very proficient in ancient scripts. So he asked, "What are your thoughts on these texts?" Odysseus looked at the three scholars. "I started by studying the occult symbols of dragons from the perspective of reading logic. I suddenly discovered by chance that the most mysterious symbols of the dragon race must be read together in 4 parts. Just like this, by putting the 4 symbols together, you can form a phrase. I think this is due to the different reading logic between dragons and humans. We are used to reading one word at a time, either horizontally or vertically, while they read in chunks." Ekinzer and the others didn't think much of what he said, since they weren't experts in this field and didn't quite understand the difference between the dragon language used by humans and the language and mystical symbols used only by dragons. The 3 scholars stood there dumbfounded for a full 10 seconds. No wonder I couldn't understand it no matter how I tried to decipher it, the reading order was wrong. 10 seconds later, Barrett said with some disbelief, This is absolutely an amazing discovery in the occult." Odysseus thought to himself, "That's because you've been circling around the entrance to the occult, that's why you're so surprised." He smiled and said, "I don't know if it's amazing or not, but I can understand the meaning of these words using this method. Having a reading logic isn't very useful, because the dragon's writing logic is very different from that of humans. Many symbols are similar, but when placed in different positions, they have different meanings. Translation would be impossible without simultaneously possessing 2 logics that are cumbersome and complex to humans. Odysseus currently only intends to tell them one of the logics." Ekinzer realized, "You can read the writing on the stone. I can't read it because I can't pronounce some of the sounds." Odysseus nodded and said, "But I know what it means." Karl immediately said, "Please help us translate this." The 3 scholars were also fully focused, hoping to understand the reading logic he had just mentioned from Odysseus's translation. Odysseus examined the inscriptions and said, "These inscriptions roughly mean that this is a stone that came from Cosmos and crossed the barrier. The great dragon of imagination," Ankwelt said, "it can bring disaster, but it can also bring hope. It is a springboard of power and must never fall into the hands of Sanguine." Scholar Barry nodded. "That makes sense. After all, during the second epic, the dragons and Sanguine were not on the same side." Odysseus pondered for a moment before asking, "What does a springboard of power mean?" Ekinzer then asked, "Is there no further explanation on this?" Odysseus shook his head, "No." Max then asked, "What is a barrier?" Karl had the same question. But Ekinzer told Max, "Your reading privileges aren't high enough yet. Once you level up, you'll be able to read the relevant information." Max nodded slowly, and Karl nodded in agreement. The reading permissions within the Church of the True God were roughly the same. Max's permissions were insufficient, and Karl's permissions were also insufficient at the same level. It seems the squad leader doesn't have the authority to read it yet, only the captain or deacon can read the relevant materials. As Barrett stroked his beard, he said to Odysseus, "Young man, to translate these texts, besides a special reading logic, it seems we also need to recognize the order of the characters. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." As a top scholar in the church, he naturally realized that simply changing the reading logic would still not make it possible to understand these characters that resembled dragons. Yes, there's an even more complex arrangement logic involved, which can also be called writing logic, Odysseus said with a smile. But he only went this far and didn't continue. Barrett smiled and said, "Young man, would you be interested in joining the Church of the Evernight Goddess?" Ahem, Karl cleared his throat, reminding the respected old scholar within the church that the people from Machinery Hivemind were standing to the side. "Thank you for the invitation." Odysseus smiled in response, "But I stand by my beliefs." Barrett then asked, "I have some occult texts about dragons, could you please translate them?" "I'm quite busy with work, and I don't know if I'll have time," Odysseus thought to himself. "I'm always busy until we agree on a price." Barrett noticed the Machinery Hivemind members nearby and suddenly had an idea. "We can have a proper chat another time." He planned to directly ask the Church of Steam and Machinery to communicate with them and see if he could spend money, or pay any price, to learn how to decipher the mystical symbols of the dragon race. If Steam Church gave the order, the young man would certainly not refuse. This idea came about because Barrett never expected that such a young man, so well versed in ancient scripts and symbols, would not be a member of Steam Church. The group discussed the passage translated by Odysseus again, but still couldn't figure it out. So Ekinzer took his leave and left with Max and Odysseus. On the carriage ride back, Ekinzer said to Odysseus, "How about a reward of £100 for this translation job?" Adding the information you provided this morning, I'll pay you a total of £200. This is already a very good price. Even in Backland, it would be enough for Odysseus to live alone for more than half a year without having to be too frugal. Of course, this is on the premise that Odysseus is not Beander and does not conduct his own research. Odysseus nodded. Okay. Max asked the question that had been on his mind. How did you come up with the idea of interpreting those symbols in such a special way? None of the three old scholars had mastered this method. My friend, Odysseus smiled, this kind of decoding work requires talent. Don't ask, it's just talent. During their conversation, the carriage first took Odysseus back. The carriage continued on its way, and both Ekenzer and Max fell into their own thoughts. After a long pause, Max broke the silence. In my opinion, Odysseus shouldn't be a big problem. He actually understands the mystical symbols of dragons, Ekenzer said. I'm not an expert in this area, but I saw the shock in Barrett and the others. Max sighed. Could it be that an ancient and mysterious being truly resides in that body? But everyone has secrets they can't tell, Ekenzer said, touching his hair. Especially in the Beander world. Odysseus returned to his bedroom and had just sat down at his desk when he saw a phrase on the wall in front of him. I have arrived. 123A springboard for the power of the outer gods. After talking to thin air so many times, Odysseus was still a little unaccustomed to it. He looked left and right, but still couldn't find anything. At that moment, Bernadette's voice rang out in the air. Did you just find out about the Moses ascetic order, and try to steal something from the Nighthawks? Yes. Odysseus did not hide anything and recounted his experience, emphasizing the two sentences inscribed on the stone. Bernadette was also somewhat surprised. You can actually decipher the mysterious symbols of the dragon race. Odysseus didn't flaunt this, but as an expert in the occult, she could deduce what those words were simply from Odysseus's brief description of them. It's just that I can read it. Odysseus smiled. You should know that I once studied occult symbols. In one of my studies, I inadvertently came to think of how the dragon race read and wrote occult symbols. Bernadette chewed over a word Odysseus had just said, unintentionally. But she didn't continue the topic. Instead, she said, I've heard a legend that after the first creator fell into a deep sleep, he flew into the sky and became a barrier to protect all of us. I've also heard a legend that some evil gods were banished to cosmos by the creator, and from then on they could no longer harm humans, but they are always looking for a way to return to the human world. Bernadette paused and then said, although they are all legends, they are very likely stories adapted from real events. The older the legend, the more likely its story contains hidden messages. She paused for a moment and then concluded, the legendary barrier may very well be real. Bernadette's knowledge of the outer gods was very limited, or rather, at her level, she had not yet come into contact with this kind of knowledge, above the gods. Odysseus felt as if he knew something, but when he tried to recall it, he would immediately encounter spiritual warnings. He knew that this knowledge could be dangerous. Odysseus then said, we only need to know why the Moses ascetic order went to steal this sealed artifact. As for the origin of the sealed artifact, it's best not to worry about it. He then gave a reasonable explanation. I don't believe that the Church of the Evernight Goddess was completely unaware of the origin and purpose of the stone, but the Nighthawks who were responsible for setting the trap were also unaware of this information. That knowledge may very well be dangerous. Bernadette hummed in agreement, you're right. In the Beander world, some knowledge itself is a form of pollution. Then she said, however, I have a question about your translation. Although the dragons are an enemy of the Sanguine, in the entire second epic, the dragon's greatest enemy should be the giants. Why not say it can't fall into the hands of the giants, but rather that it can't fall into the hands of Sanguine? Odysseus couldn't answer this question either. Perhaps Sanguine can use it to gain even greater power. After all, Sanguine has always worshipped Moon. Perhaps Sanguine can use this stone to obtain Moon's power outside the barrier. Perhaps. Bernadette felt that this wasn't the answer to the question. Odysseus asked, what are your plans next? Watching the Moses ascetic order fall into the traps of the Nighthawks and the machinery hive mind, Bernadette said calmly, I wouldn't mind helping the official Beander if the time is right. She has always harbored a certain hostility towards the Moses ascetic order. The Moses ascetic order feels the same way about her. Odysseus said, remember to let me know if there's any new information. Bernadette then brought up another topic. I just saw that you framed the painting that the invisible servant drew before. Odysseus had once invited Bernadette to his home for a meal. When Bernadette noticed that Odysseus enjoyed taking photographs, she gifted him a painting depicting the two of them dining together. The painting was very realistic, much like the color photograph that Odysseus remembered. According to Bernadette, Odysseus realized that when he left, Bernadette had been manipulating her, invisible servant, to wander around the room while waiting. He laughed and said, "Yes, it's quite memorable. I've already thought of a name for the painting, Dinner with Queen Mystic. From now on, when I brag to my friends, they'll be green with envy." Bernadette laughed and said, "I must remind you that almost every country in the North Continent has a bounty on my head. Their bounty on me seems to be £650,000, so many people are afraid of being discovered to know me or have met me before." Odysseus simply laid out the evidence that the two men had seen in the living room. Only after being reminded did Odysseus recall this matter. Such a high bounty is enough to tempt some demigods to attempt an attack on Bernadette. But Bernadette's title was Queen Mystic, and her whereabouts were very mysterious, no one could find her. Odysseus's painting might be an important clue in finding her. He said, "I'll put the painting away after I've finished bragging." Odysseus decided that he would put the painting away after Bernadette left, since his life was more important than bragging. Bernadette only casually mentioned it and did not continue the topic. She said, as if it were a prophecy, "You will face a test this weekend." Odysseus asked, "What kind of test?" "I don't know," Bernadette laughed. "I'm clairvoyant, not a master of rehearsals." Her voice became ethereal, thus ending the conversation. Odysseus asked, "You left halfway through your conversation. You really left. I'm going to take off my clothes and go to sleep." Seeing no response, Odysseus jogged to the living room, picked up the photo, and then used the space array in the basement to put it into the knowledge more, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard a faint, ethereal laugh, he. It turns out that Bernadette hadn't left, she just wanted to see Odysseus's reaction. However, Odysseus, being quite thick-skinned, did not show any embarrassment. Instead, he smiled and said, "I knew you were waiting to see me take off my clothes." "Hey, what's so interesting?" Bernadette said. "Don't worry, I have other things to do and don't have that much time to keep an eye on you." After hearing what she said, Odysseus became even more uneasy. After that, when changing into his pajamas, he always felt like he was performing a striptease, and even when he went to the toilet, he felt like there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Fortunately, Odysseus had been under surveillance for a long time and had become accustomed to the feeling, otherwise, he might have developed depression due to excessive mental stress. Lying in bed, Odysseus did not fall asleep immediately, but instead used the method of meditation to enter the knowledge more. Today, he has too many questions to answer in knowledge more. In the meditation, Odysseus followed the fields of illusory light to the towering structure made of spheres of light. Without needing to search, Odysseus instantly regained all his memories and acquired knowledge of the outer gods and the outer deity. His first thought was, "Inextinguishable ravings," from Russell's diary, which is an outer god. This outer god has actually infiltrated the Moses ascetic order. The probability of the hidden sage not discovering it is very small, so why is he ignoring it? A terrifying thought crossed Odysseus's mind. Could the hidden sage have already fallen and become a lackey of the outer gods? But then he dismissed the idea, reasoning that if that were the case, the Moses ascetic order would likely become as insane and universally condemned as the Rose school of thought. Odysseus stopped thinking about the question. After all, it was a matter for the gods, and he had a lot of things to worry about. There was no need to ponder such a distant issue. Then, Odysseus gained a deeper understanding of the stone he had visited that night. Firstly, he knew more about the relationship between the barrier and cosmos than Bernadette did. The barrier was set up to block the outer gods. That stone was able to break through the barrier and come to Earth, and it even has the property of being a power springboard, so it's no wonder that the Rose school of thought would risk everything to steal it. With this stone, the Mother Tree of Desire should be able to unleash even more terrifying power upon Earth. As for why the Dragon of Imagination, Anquelt was unwilling to let the stone fall into Sanguine's hands, it was probably because he had already sensed that the Sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was influenced by the outer gods. Therefore, this stone must absolutely not fall into Sanguine's hands. Having learned the answers to these questions, Odysseus went on to study some magic circles that the dragon race had once used before leaving the knowledge more, and using the power of meditation to fall asleep. The next morning, Odysseus bought a piece of toast for breakfast and a copy of the Backland Morning News. He ate and read the newspaper while riding in the public carriage. Today's newspapers have more coverage of Lelouch. Reporters learned about Lelouch's infiltration of fighting arena from waiters at the arena and from his former rivals. Although the descriptions are somewhat exaggerated, the image of Lelouch as a hero is gradually established. Upon seeing these reports, Odysseus couldn't help but smile slightly. It felt quite nice to be praised by the newspapers. Upon arriving at the Gaul herbal shop, Odysseus did not linger. He immediately went to the basement, put on Mr. Gale's clothes, and used the teleportation array to reach the Nanmu ballroom. He went to Klein and journalist Mike's room and told them, "Viscount Wade hasn't had time to bother you these past few days." Klein asked, "Was that fire very serious?" "No, that's not it." Odysseus sat opposite the two of them. Viscount Wade later had an experience of being drugged with laxatives, so he hasn't been able to take care of you these past few days. Klein lamented, "Poor Viscount Wade." Odysseus produced a portrait. "Detective Sherlock, I have a request for you to find this person. The person in that portrait is Bernie, who once bought Sunflower at the Gaul herbal shop and revealed the whereabouts of Werewolf to Odysseus." Odysseus felt that finding the person who used Bernie to alert Rose of the school of thought was extremely important. Odysseus, who is always highly inspired, clearly understood that this was a reminder from his spirituality that he should take seriously. However, in the past few days, Odysseus's subordinates have not been able to find this person, and Machinery Hivemind has also not received any news. It was only today that he suddenly remembered that he had a Detective Sherlock, who is good at finding people by his side, so he took the sketch and sent a request to Klein early in the morning. 124 Detective Sherlock, a master at finding people. Rosewood Restaurant, 3rd floor. Klein glanced at the person in the portrait. He was around 30 years old and looked listless. He asked, "Is this mission dangerous?" "There is some danger," Odysseus said. "However, you only need to find someone, there's no need to do anything else. The danger should not be too great." He said, "As for the reward, if we find the person, it's £60. If we only find an important clue, it's £20. The reward is very generous." Klein smiled and said, "I'll take this job." He didn't even bother to divine whether the mission was dangerous, because he had no intention of going to find the person himself, but rather planned to find time to divine the person's whereabouts at, above the gray fog. Even if there is only a portrait and no hair, clothes the person wore, or frequently used items, some vague clues can still be obtained by using the power of, above the gray fog. Through divination, he can know whether his search in the real world will be dangerous. If there is no danger, he will go and check. If there is any danger, provide the clues to Mr. Gale and earn only the £20 reward for the important information. Klein then added, "However, I can only help you find this person after my mission to protect Mike is over." Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. He could complete a significant part of the task by simply going to the restroom. However, that would mean spending a long time in the restroom and potentially exposing his secret of using divination to solve cases, so he doesn't plan to do that. Okay. Odysseus nodded. This task isn't that urgent. He chatted with the two men for a few more minutes, then used the teleportation array to return to the herbal shop. Odysseus had a lot to do this week. First, he rented a townhouse using Gandalf's name and identity. They also began using the Nanmu Ballroom intelligence network to spread the news that the famous warlock, Gandalf, had arrived in Backland. The message roughly states, "Gandalf Warlock is skilled at solving all sorts of strange and mysterious occult problems. You can consult this famous warlock if you have any such needs." Odysseus plans to use the next period of time to try to play the role of warlock, maintain his good condition, and seek opportunities to digest the potion. In the afternoon, Odysseus returned to the herbal shop and began to think about how to renovate it. First, the lighting should be a bit dim. The house we rented today didn't have very good natural light, so there's really no need for much renovation. Just replace the sofa cushions and some brightly colored furniture with darker colors. You can plant some herbs in the house to add a sense of mystery, and there must be a cauldron on the fireplace. In people's minds, Warlock used this stuff to brew potions, but Odysseus had seen it before and it didn't seem to work very well. But in order to maintain Warlock's image, we had no choice but to give it a try. After deciding on the decorating style, Odysseus, seeing that he still had some time, went to the library to look up books about Warlock. For example, novels featuring the character Warlock, and the image of Warlock in some horror stories. Odysseus did not return to the herbalist shop until the library closed. However, Odysseus did not go to help at the shop in front, but instead studied new witchcraft in the backyard. He wondered if he should actually write a book called The Great Compendium of Wizardry, since he had already invented more than a dozen kinds of witchcraft, and he even needed to make a record of them. Wednesday was a very fulfilling day, and I did the same things on Thursday and Friday. After 2 days of setup, the newly rented townhouse at 77 Rose Street is almost finished and is expected to open for business next week. Meanwhile, because Odysseus has a well-developed intelligence network, the information he has disseminated has already yielded results. It is said that some wealthy businessmen with special needs are already inquiring about Gandalf Warlock's address. In addition, Odysseus decided to write a book called Great Compendium of Wizardry, because of his experience with fighting outline, and the outline of this book had already appeared in Odysseus's mind. The opening section explains warlock and witchcraft, and he will include his own insights into digesting potions. The second part is the witchcraft he created, and the third part is the application of witchcraft. This book certainly cannot be published like fighting outline. Odysseus intends for it to exist in the form of the Book of Secrets. It circulated only within Beander, and apart from a few official books printed by Odysseus, the rest were handwritten copies. Odysseus also used these days to prepare various powders for use in witchcraft, as the Queen Mystic had predicted a test over the weekend, and he was determined to prepare accordingly. In addition, he is also keeping track of the progress of the fighting arena and Lelouch incidents. Lelouch has now become a hero who punishes those who have not received their due punishment, which has led to a media war. On Thursday, a newspaper suddenly published a report smearing Lelouch. However, on Friday, another newspaper immediately praised Lelouch's spirit and condemned the smear reports. Odysseus did not participate in this information war. It was a struggle between the radicals and conservatives in Lowen's politics. Conservatives were unwilling to see such a hero emerge, while radicals hoped to use Lelouch to attack the conservatives. Thus began a war of words in which the parties involved became bystanders. The attack by Radical Party Viscount Wade has just begun, and there have been many news reports in Backland this week. On Saturday morning, Odysseus was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper at the herbalist's shop. Today's headline is that the king has ordered Viscount Wade's noble title to be downgraded to Baron. Odysseus smiled. Clearly, the radicals had gained a significant advantage. This is not hard to understand. After all, Viscount Wade's son had such a big scandal, and the king only demoted Vider's title. This was already to prevent the radicals from pressing their advantage after a complete victory. It's estimated that Vider is no longer in the mood to avenge his son, and reporter Mike is completely safe. However, Odysseus still plans to wait until next week to send the manuscript of Fighting Outline to Mike. Odysseus received a report from Mandy that morning that reporter Mike and Detective Sherlock had left the Nanmu ballroom. Then we should soon get important clues about Bernie. Just as Odysseus had expected, his pocket watch lit up again in the afternoon, a signal from Mandy. Odysseus immediately went to the basement to change into Mr. Gale's clothes and rushed to the Nanmu ballroom, where he indeed found the Detective Sherlock, who had returned. "We've found the person in the portrait for you," Klein said seriously. "To be precise, we've found his body. I have already confirmed that the body is the person in the portrait. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Odysseus had anticipated this outcome, so he said, "Please take me to see it." The two men rode in a carriage provided by Nanmu Ballroom to a relatively secluded street in the northern district, where they jumped over a wall and entered an abandoned courtyard. Klein opened the door to the basement, where a musty smell and a faint stench of decay wafted out. Upon entering the basement, he found Bernie's corpse. Odysseus's spirituality confirms that this person is the same one who previously purchased Sunflower from the Gaul herbal shop. He was sitting in the corner, his eyes lifeless as he stared ahead. His face and the backs of his hands, among other exposed parts, showed signs of being gnawed by rats. In particular, several teeth were protruding from his cheeks, making him look ferocious. Odysseus asked, "Can you speculate on how he died? And approximately how long he's been dead?" Klein replied, "The time of death should be last week." Last week. Odysseus looked at the corpse again, confirming that there were no signs of extensive decomposition. Klein noticed Mr. Gale's confusion. "When I first arrived, there were ice shards around here, which must have been used to slow down the decomposition of the bodies. Actually, it was the time of death that he divined. In fact, there was no ice in the basement, but strangely, about a week had passed and the body did not show any obvious signs of decomposition." Klein guessed that this was probably a side effect of some Beander ability, but he had no idea what that ability was, so he made up the story about ice. Although Klein and Mr. Gale both knew that the other was Beander, neither of them had yet made the revelation. Odysseus roughly understood Klein's meaning. He guessed that Bernie might have died shortly after buying the golden-edged sunflower from the herbalist shop. "He looked like he died from blood loss," Klein continued. "But I couldn't find any wounds." Odysseus observed carefully but found no clues, so the two of them left the basement together. As the two were climbing the steps, Bernie's corpse, leaning against the wall behind them, suddenly turned its eyes and looked at the two people who were leaving. Both Odysseus and Klein's spirituality resonated with each other, and they turned back together. But Bernie's body's eyes had returned to their previous angle. The two men exchanged a glance and both realized that something was wrong with the corpse. However, Klein had no intention of continuing the investigation, and Odysseus also planned to send the information to Machinery Hivemind so that the official Beyonders could investigate it. So the two of them tacitly looked away, pretended nothing had happened, and quickly left. Once in the carriage, Odysseus counted out £60 in cash. "You are a very capable detective." Klein took the money and, while verifying its authenticity, said, "It was just good luck, my informant happened to find a clue." "I have two more requests," Odysseus continued. "First, find this person's address. Second, try to find out who he met before he died. This commission may be somewhat dangerous, but the reward will also be increased. The first commission is £30, the second commission is £30 for each person found, and £100 if the person hiding behind Bernie is found." Klein smiled and said, "I'll take this commission." He accepted the commission without consulting the oracle, because he planned to complete only the first commission, which was almost without danger, while the second commission sounded very dangerous. He could then say that he was not capable enough to find the people Bernie had met in his lifetime. In addition, he did not perform divination in front of Mr. Gale in order to prevent Mr. Gale from discovering his divination abilities. The carriage took Klein back first. After Odysseus returned to the herbal shop, he immediately went to write a letter to Machinery Hivemind. When he was halfway through writing the letter, the clerk Kane came to the backyard and said that a customer wanted to see Odysseus about something important. Odysseus didn't think much of it and followed them out. When he arrived at the shop, he saw that the customer who bought the medicine was none other than Bernie. 125. Hidden Sage notices me, seeking monthly votes. At that moment, Odysseus cursed inwardly, "Damn it. He had just seen Bernie about an hour and a half ago, but it was a corpse that had been gnawed by rats." Google search Twacken. Meanwhile, Bernie in the herbal shop was still somewhat listless. His cheeks and the back of his hands, which had been gnawed by rats, were intact, but there were no signs of a corpse. "Thank you for the herbs you recommended earlier." Bernie smiled. "I feel much better now." Odysseus snapped out of his daze. "Ah, that's good, that's good. Is it really healed?" "No, a dead person feels better." Even without a spirituality reminder, Odysseus already knew he was in trouble today. However, he quickly calmed down, gestured for Bernie to sit down, and then said to his colleague Kane, "Go to the Backland Mechanical Research Society and urge them to pay the bill. They've been dragging their feet for a long time." "Okay." Kane nodded and quickly left through the doorway. This was a coded message between Odysseus and Kane, meaning that Kane should go to the research institute to request assistance as soon as possible. Odysseus, sitting opposite Bernie, smiled and asked, "Is there anything else that's bothering you?" He needs to do everything he can to stall Bernie. Meanwhile, in the dock area, at the traps set by the official Beyonders. A wraith suddenly appeared on the glass of the warehouse window, and he saw the square white stone in the center of the warehouse. There was no one in the warehouse, Wraith didn't sense any stares, and spirituality didn't feel any danger. But he knew there must be a trap set by the official Beyonders here. But seizing this stone is a task that must be completed. Fortunately, based on their previous observations, the official Beyonder did not take the stone seriously enough. Although a trap was set, it was always guarded by the Nighthawks and Red Gloves in shifts, and no demigods were even assigned to guard it. This is an opportunity. This Wraith was well aware that his mission was to attract the attention of the official Beyonders lurking nearby. Then, two demigods from the Rose School of Thought, who were lurking in Backland, swiftly took action and snatched the stone before the official Beyonders could react. Wraith jumped from the glass onto the warehouse floor and carefully walked toward the stone. The surroundings were quiet and there was no sound, which made Wraith very nervous. But to his surprise, he found himself standing in front of the rock, and the official Beyonder ambush still hadn't appeared. Wraith examined the stone in front of him, and after confirming that it was safe, he picked it up and left. He smiled to himself, thinking that he had done a great service this time. At that moment, he tripped over something and fell to the ground, the stone rolling a long way. Just as Wraith was about to pick up a stone, a gunshot suddenly rang out, seemingly from a very distant place. He was slightly taken aback, then became very surprised and immediately rolled to the side. In the blink of an eye, the world around us underwent tremendous changes. The warehouse was no longer so quiet, and one figure after another appeared. The battle between Ro's school of thought and the official Beander has begun, and the air is filled with screams and the rat-a-tat-tat of Beander's machine guns. Wraith then realized that the moment he jumped into the warehouse, Nighthawks had pulled him into a dream. He quickly got up to help in the fight, only to realize that he hadn't tripped over anything, but had been attacked and had lost his left leg. 51 Henry Street. Odysseus chatted with Bernie with a smile, but he was already very anxious inside. Bernie spoke less and less, and the expression on her face gradually became stiff, finally freezing on a strange smile. Odysseus felt a chill run down his spine at that smile. He felt as if he were being stared at by a corpse. All he could hope for now was that Machinery Hivemind's support would arrive soon. Just then, another person came to the herbal medicine shop. She was a woman in her early 20s, not particularly beautiful, but very elegant. Odysseus grasped at a straw, for this was Elia, a subordinate of Queen Mystic, Bernadette. She came in with a smile, but the smile vanished immediately upon seeing Bernie. Odysseus quickly stood up and said, "Ah, you've come at the right time. What you asked for has already been prepared for you." Then he said to Bernie, "Excuse me, let me entertain this young lady first." Bernie smiled mysteriously. "Hurry up and come back quickly, I want to continue chatting with you." Odysseus forced a smile and pulled Elia to the backyard. Elia said seriously, "There's something wrong with this person's spirit." "I know." Odysseus asked, "Can you contact Queen Mystic? I desperately need her help." "Yes." Aya realized the urgency of the matter and was about to recite the title, Queen Mystic, when a voice suddenly came from behind them. "I must correct you, you may have been able to before, but not now." Bernie followed him into the backyard, still wearing that smile, but this time it was even more eerie, bordering on sinister and terrifying. Elia and Odysseus immediately assumed a defensive stance, but they both knew that the real enemy was not the corpse before them. Bernie said, "Mr. Yarvis has sealed off the surrounding spirit world, so your prayers will have no effect. You can try if you don't believe me." Elia did not attempt to pray, as doing so would reveal her title as Queen Mystic. "I was just wondering what your purpose is." Odysseus moved to the left and hid behind a flower pot filled with herbs, as if he intended to use it to avoid Bernie's attack. Before the other party could answer, Odysseus said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be members of the Moses ascetic order, and among those who haven't been corrupted by the evil god from Cosmos." Elia was taken aback. An evil god from Cosmos. Over the years, her main task has been to fight the people of the Moses ascetic order, but how come she doesn't know anything about any evil god from Cosmos? Bernie's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. "It seems our target was right. Your knowledge of so many secrets is proof of that." "I do know some secrets," Odysseus said. "When you reminded me of that werewolf address last week, you were actually testing Machinery Hivemind's attitude towards me. After learning that Machinery Hivemind valued me highly, you deliberately used another informant of Machinery Hivemind, the leader, to let me know that you were investigating Nighthawks and preparing to seize that stone. Actually, you were creating the illusion of attacking the official Beander in order to attract the attention of Machinery Hivemind and Queen Mystic. From beginning to end, only Ro's school had the crazy idea of attacking the official Beander. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. If I'm not mistaken, Ro's school's operation has already begun. Currently, the main force of Machinery Hivemind is in the dock area, and the guys I sent out probably won't be able to get any reinforcements." At this time, Queen Mystic's attention was also drawn to it, and she couldn't get there in time. Although Machinery Hivemind had people monitoring him, they might not be able to immediately detect the anomaly here. Bernie chuckled in a hoarse voice, "You're so smart, it saves me the trouble of explaining our operation to you." "Let's go back to the same question," Odysseus asked, "What exactly is your purpose?" "You, me?" Odysseus asked incredulously, "Why me?" "I don't know. All I know is that some time ago, the great and mysterious, hidden sage, noticed you," Bernie said with a ferocious expression. "And ordered us to take you back." Odysseus cursed inwardly again, "Damn it. The gaze of God of Steam and Machinery is bad enough, but why is hidden sage looking over here too?" This left Odysseus somewhat helpless. This was the downside of having deities on this pathway and neighboring pathways. If one showed even the slightest abnormality, it would easily attract their attention. Elia then asked, "Where did you get this method of manipulating corpses?" She also knew that the key at this moment was to stall. Drag the battle to the docks until it ends, until it attracts the attention of Queen Mystic. "This is the method the great, hidden sage, taught me," Bernie said. "Such a puppet can even fool spirit vision. Actually, this method of creating puppets uses living people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I have already abandoned this puppet. However, the body was seen by 2 people, so they had to move it and reuse it. Odysseus and Elia both realized that what the other person meant was that this method was instilled in him by Hidden Sage. Just as Odysseus was about to start a new topic, Bernie suddenly raised her hand and said, "There's no need to waste any more time. I didn't make a move just now because I wanted to make a final observation of Odysseus. Now that I have a clear goal, there is no need to wait any longer. As for you, Elia, your appearance is a surprise. Even Mr. Yarvis agreed to let you in, and then kill you here." As they were talking, Bernie suddenly rushed toward Elia. At the same time, a man in his 30s with his face covered by a hood appeared in the herbal shop. He was probably the one who was controlling Bernie. A slowly spinning ball of star sand appeared in his left hand as he chanted a spell toward Odysseus. The star sand in his hand is enough to prove that he is a constellations master, who can perform secret arts without powder and scrolls. Suddenly, stars appeared in star sand, accompanied by a green glow. The herbs in the yard suddenly became lush and seemed to come alive, stretching out their branches and leaves to entwine Odysseus. Odysseus did not dodge, instead, he charged forward. Before he got entangled by the plants, he lunged forward and pressed his hand against the ground in front of the flower pot, activating the magic circle in the yard. Phew! Suddenly, walls of fire burst into flames in the courtyard, igniting the writhing herbs and Bernie, who was attacking Elia. Over here. Odysseus quickly reminded Elia to come over, as only the area where he was free from the fire. The fire startled both Constellation's master and Elia, but with Odysseus's prompting, Elia reacted first, leaping over the wall of fire to hide next to Odysseus. Bernie, already engulfed in flames, tried to catch up, but after passing through 2 walls of fire, he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Even amidst the flames, he still reached out his hand to Elia, seemingly not having forgotten his mission. "I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month." Queen Mystic, Bernadette sat atop a warehouse, wearing black-rimmed glasses, leisurely watching the battle unfold before her. Those glasses were a mystical item, functioning as a telescope and able to penetrate walls to see inside the warehouse. The battle between the official Beyonders and Rose School of Thought was extremely fierce. Shortly after the battle began, all the demigods from Rose School of Thought had joined the fight. Inside the warehouse, all the inanimate objects seemed to come alive at once, attacking the official Beyonders. Fortunately, the official Beyonders had cleared the area in advance, and apart from the stone and metal platform, there was nothing else in the warehouse. However, attacks from Sequence 4 inches Puppet, and Sequence 3 inches Disciple of Silence, remained extremely difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall seemed to come alive, pushing down one by one and bouncing towards the official Beyonder members. The official Beyonder members' clothes became their shackles, making it difficult for them to make any moves. The metal platform holding the stones also came to life, raising its 2 metal legs and hopping and skipping towards the Disciple of Silence. At this moment, the warehouse suddenly became unusually quiet, and everyone seemed to be about to fall asleep at any moment. Those bricks, clothes, and other items that had come to life immediately fell into a deep sleep, no longer attacking or hindering the official Beyonders. On the battlefield, the members of Rose School of Thought were also in a semi-conscious state. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Church of the Evernight Goddess joined the war. Then, Archbishop Hora McHayden, dressed in an Intis-style knight's outfit, appeared on the roof beams of the warehouse. He threw 2 metal balls with black occult symbols onto the ground. With a soft pop, the metal balls exploded, spewing out 2 streams of colorful smoke. The smoke seemed illusory yet also tangible, beginning to entangle the members of Rose School of Thought from near to far. The smoke was clearly a gift that Horamak had prepared specifically for Rose School of Thought, because neither Puppet nor Disciple of Silence could control it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Anthony ordered, "Withdraw." They had a plan in place. After Anthony gave the order, everyone except the 2 demigods withdrew and lay in ambush outside the warehouse. Disciple of Silence opened its mouth and uttered a vicious curse at the 2 archbishops, while those below the demigod level in the Rose School of Thought began to retreat. Their continued presence here will only be a hindrance. Bernadette, watching from afar, frowned slightly, his brows furrowing with a touch of heroic spirit. Why hasn't the Moses ascetic order made its move yet? Now is the perfect time. When these 4 demigods are fighting, they only need to send out 1 demigod to easily obtain the stone. Bernadette suddenly had a bad feeling. She looked sharply in the direction of Henry Street and realized that she had lost contact with the formless servant that was placed next to Odysseus. Queen Mystic realized she'd been tricked. 51 Henry Street, the backyard of the Gall herbal shop. The fire walls burned ever brighter, even shattering the flowerpots where herbs were planted. These fire walls would not go out until the spiritual materials within the magic circle were exhausted. The constellation's master felt waves of heat rushing towards him, and the star sand in his hand once again produced star-like glitter, but this time the glitter was blue. A gust of extremely cold wind blew into the courtyard, causing the temperature inside to plummet and almost extinguishing the fire wall. The cold wind reached Odysseus and Elia directly, making them feel icy cold and stiff. But the wall of fire had bought Odysseus some time, allowing him to reach the control center of the composite magic circle and infuse it with spirituality. A magic circle composed of illusory symbols and graphics suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the constellation's master. This magic circle drastically affected the spirituality around the constellation's master, causing his Beyonder ability to lose its target and giving him a feeling of insufficient Beyonder power. Taking advantage of the situation, Elia took out a scroll and threw it at constellation's master. The scroll shattered in midair, turning into specks of illusory blue light that enveloped Constellation's master, and instantly froze into an ice sculpture. With Odysseus's composite magic circle, and Elia's help, holding off this Constellation's master shouldn't be a problem. But just then, a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. However, these raindrops were milky white, like milk, which clearly indicated that they were not normal rain. Odysseus quickly took off his coat and ran into the house while trying to avoid the rain with Elia. But after the two of them had only taken 2 steps, the fire in the courtyard went out completely, and they both felt a strong sense of drowsiness. For a moment, they didn't want to walk anymore, didn't want to escape anymore, and just wanted to lie down on the ground and get some sleep. Clairvoyant, who is currently sealing off the surrounding space and spirit world, knows very well that time is limited and they must capture Odysseus as soon as possible. Odysseus mustered his strength, reached into the inside pocket of his clothes, dabbed some red powder, and while he was still conscious, stuck out his tongue and licked his middle finger. Instantly, Odysseus was sweating profusely from the spiciness, and his entire mouth felt numb from the heat. What he just put in his mouth was a powder used in conjunction with witchcraft, one of the ingredients of which was powdered red chili peppers, which was extremely spicy. At this moment, Odysseus was torn between drowsiness and intense spiciness. Then he smeared the powder on his index finger into Aya's mouth, and both of them were sweating profusely and their faces turned bright red from the spiciness. However, such stimulation only prevented them from falling asleep immediately. They remained in a state of half asleep and half awake, slowly sitting on the ground, not wanting to move at all. The constellation's master finally broke free from the ice and glared angrily at Odysseus and Elia. Before the demigod Yarvis, he was actually trapped by a sequence 6 and a sequence 7. Although Odysseus and Elia could hardly harm him, it was still a disgrace to him. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The milky white rain had stopped, and the constellation's master only dared to enter the yard after smelling a pre-prepared potion. The star sand in the hands of the constellation's master disappeared, and the order on it was to capture Odysseus alive, so the constellation's master dared not use his most powerful abilities. He took out the mystical item he had prepared beforehand, a delicate little mirror, and casually tossed it toward Odysseus. The small mirror suddenly stretched out several thick strands of hair in midair, instantly wrapping Odysseus into a black cocoon, with only its head showing. Odysseus still retained a sliver of consciousness. He planned to wait until the enemy was off guard and then pray to Fool to see if that could solve the problem. If all else fails, one can only pray to God of Steam and Machinery for help. God of Steam and Machinery will never allow Hidden Sage to capture them. However, if that were the case, God of Steam and Machinery would have the opportunity to exert influence on Odysseus, so Odysseus would try to avoid taking that step unless absolutely necessary. Constellation's master grabbed Odysseus, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and emitted a red glow in his other hand, ready to kill Elia. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the roof. This is correct technique. To seal off spirit world shouldn't be that widespread, so the one hiding in midair must be Yarvis. The surrounding spirit world and space trembled slightly, and Bernadette, dressed in a lace shirt and trousers with pale yellow leather boots, appeared in the enclosed space. Upon hearing that voice, the constellation's master turned and ran away, carrying Odysseus. Hidden in midair, Yarvis hadn't expected that Queen Mystic would take Odysseus so seriously and notice the blockade so quickly. His figure appeared, and immediately a phantom, mysterious shadow appeared behind him. It was an angel from the 4th epoch. Yarvis had a deep understanding of this angel, so he was able to reappear it. Bernadette then took a small box from the void and put on the pale, metallic mask that was inside the box. After putting on this mask, all of Bernadette's life was concealed, and the oppressive and suffocating feeling of death spread around her. This was the level 0 sealed artifact, Pale Death, that Bernadette had obtained from her father. Yarvis and the figure that appeared from his reappearance turned pale white, and an immense pressure caused the demigod to retreat repeatedly. The constellation's master, carrying Odysseus and fleeing the battlefield, suddenly collapsed to his knees as soon as he reached the outside road. His flesh and blood quickly began to turn yellow and rot. In the blink of an eye, a sequence 5 was reduced to a skeleton in a Beander characteristic, without even having time to leave a last word. Unable to withstand the pressure of Pale Death, while in midair, Yarvis immediately jumped into Spirit World. The phantom he summoned disappeared before it could even take effect. Bernadette did not give chase, but quickly put away her mask. Although the power of a level 0 sealed artifact was terrifying, its negative effects were also terrifying. Then she waved her hand, and a drop of milky white water emerged from the foreheads of Odysseus and Elia, instantly waking them up from their drowsiness. But the spiciness in their mouths started to make them feel excruciatingly uncomfortable. The black hair that had been tangling around Odysseus returned to the exquisite little mirror. He put away the mirror and the beyond characteristic of Constellation's master, rushed into the apothecary, got a refreshing and cool potion, drank 2 sips, and then used it to rinse his mouth. Elia rushed in to find medicine, and after a minute or two of fussing, they finally felt a little better. Bernadette sat leisurely on the table and laughed, using explosive powder to stay awake. How did you even come up with that idea? There's no other way, Odysseus said in a hoarse voice. There aren't many ways to save yourself in front of a demigod. As he spoke, he handed Bernadette the beyond characteristic of the Constellation's Master book, but kept the sealed artifact, which was shaped like an exquisite mirror. 127 received special attention from Hidden Sage. Bernadette took the beyond characteristic, which resembled a cluster of stars, and said in her usual calm tone, I never imagined that the target of the Moses ascetic order would be you. I didn't expect that either, Odysseus said honestly. Fortunately, this was in Backland. The Moses ascetic order dared not gather too much power here. If the other side had sent another demigod, Bernadette, who arrived a step too late, might not have been able to save Odysseus. Bernadette thought for a moment and asked, what are your plans? Stay in Backland and seek the protection of the official Beyonders here. After learning that he had been noticed by the Hidden Sage, Odysseus realized that leaving Backland now was not a good idea. You can go to Lasha Island, Bernadette said. I can also provide you with sufficient protection. She used the properties of the Mist Sea to hide Lasha Island very well, and the Moses ascetic order never found it. Elia was taken aback. This was the first time she had ever heard Queen Mystic invite someone to Lasha Island. Odysseus took a deep breath and said, please let me think about it. Staying in Backland would make it difficult to get promoted again, since once promoted, God of Steam and Machinery would know that as he continues to advance, the surveillance on him will become even tighter. Moreover, the Church of Steam and Machinery might directly prevent him from becoming a demigod. If one is not at the level of a demigod, leaving Backland and being spotted by the Hidden Sage again would make it difficult to escape the capture of the Moses ascetic order. Bernadette nodded. Okay, she said, for the next while, I will be sending a formless servant to keep an eye on the herbal shop in your home. If there is another attack, you can shout for help. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Odysseus asked, have the monitoring personnel at Machinery Hivemind noticed anything unusual here? No, Bernadette said. I just checked, the person monitoring you today has changed from sequence 7 to sequence 8. Quote, he's under Yarvis's psychedelic spell, and currently thinks everything is normal here. This kind of psychedelic is very difficult to detect and difficult to notice afterward. Odysseus pondered for a moment, could you please let them see that my yard is on fire? Bernadette didn't ask why. No problem. After she finished speaking, her figure became ethereal, and the barriers between spirit world and the real world disappeared. At the same time, the skeleton on the street also disappeared. The sounds of carriage bells and pedestrian conversations gradually returned from afar, and the street outside became a normal street again. The dock area, a trap set by the official Beyonders. With Archbishops Anthony Stevenson and Horamic Haydn gaining the upper hand, the Rose School of Thought's operation had failed. The demigods of the Rose School of Thought were also puzzled. The information they received clearly indicated that the Nighthawks were not taken seriously enough, and that they were merely using the power of the Red Gloves and the Nighthawks to set up an ambush. Why is Machinery Hivemind involved too? Strange as it may be, since the war has already begun, we still need to try harder. The two demigods from the Rose School of Thought suddenly disregarded the attacks of the two archbishops and charged toward the rock together. Their actions immediately inflicted serious injuries on them, but they also took the opportunity to get close to the stone. Just as they were about to seize the stone, the Evernight Holy Emblem on the top of the warehouse emitted a terrifying power. This force plunged the area within a radius of several kilometers into a terrifying silence, and the stone vanished before the eyes of the two demigods of the Rose School of Thought. The two demigods almost turned and ran, but the puppet was a step too slow. His entire left arm, left shoulder, and part of his left chest also entered a hidden state along with the stone. The wound was very smooth, and his lungs could be clearly seen moving. The core of this trap lies in the divine power invoked through the Evernight Holy Emblem. Of course, this is not a direct bestowal of power by Evernight Goddess, but rather a powerful ritual magic that falls under the category of Evernight Goddesses, automatic recovery. If it truly was the Evernight Goddess who bestowed their power, these two demigods from the Rose School of Thought would likely have disappeared on the spot. Disciple of Silence and Puppet ceased all efforts and immediately fled for their lives. During the escape, Disciple of Silence threw out an ugly puppet, which instantly transformed into a normal human form the moment it left his hand and began to attack Anthony and Horimic relentlessly. Ultimately, the two archbishops failed to retain the demigod of the Rose School of Thought, but they did capture the puppet, a level 1 sealed artifact comparable to Sequence 4. When the battle ended, the stone in the center of the warehouse reappeared, as if it had never left. Gaul Herbal Shop, 51 Henry Street. After Queen Mystic left, Odysseus said to Elia, "Let's finish the deal quickly. The reinforcements my man found should arrive in about 10 or 20 minutes." As he spoke, he led Elia to the backyard, through the ravaged yard, into the lounge, and handed her a box containing 10 flamebolt rifles. After a quick inspection, Elia paid Odysseus the money, which he counted and found to be exactly 2,000 pounds. After the transaction was completed, Odysseus, seeing that there was still some time, asked Elia, who was packing the box into a cloth bag, "Do you have any way to lessen the process of being indoctrinated? Maintain your own condition." Elia replied, "Once you reach the Sequence 7 level, you can understand some of the knowledge. As long as you are in a good condition, there is no need to resist so much. Occasionally, you can even gain some useful knowledge. But it's different in Sequence 5, Elia sighed. Both the frequency and intensity will increase. Therefore, although she had already accumulated enough merit, she hesitated to advance to Sequence 5. Odysseus continued on this topic, asking, "How did you cope with the impact of those hidden sage remarks right after your promotion? Is it hard to get through?" Elia paused for a moment before replying, "It's just a few words of rambling. As long as your condition isn't too bad, it shouldn't have much of an impact. A few words of delirium. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." "Yes," Elia countered, "besides those babblings, what else did you hear?" Odysseus paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Perhaps I wasn't in a good state when I was promoted, so I felt that those delirious words were affecting my state." He realized that he might be receiving special treatment from Hidden Sage, and that only he could hear that long speech. Elia didn't continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to Odysseus, she left in a hurry. Odysseus returned to the shop in front, reflecting on his experiences that day while waiting for the machinery hivemind. About 10 minutes later, machinery hivemind's support finally arrived. Just as Odysseus had guessed, only one Sequence 8 and one Sequence 9 came to provide support. The main force of machinery hivemind had gone to the dock area. Odysseus had already prepared a lie. He told the members of machinery hivemind that Bernie had suddenly come to the pharmacy again today. Odysseus hoped that machinery hivemind could track this guy down, so while they were stalling him at the pharmacy, he sent his colleague Cain to ask for help. Unexpectedly, Bernie, who possessed strange powers, suddenly launched an attack. Odysseus had no choice but to use the magic circle in the backyard to burn Bernie to death, and his corpse remained in the backyard. After examining the remains, the members of machinery hivemind asked some detailed questions, which Odysseus answered one by one. Soon, they left with the remains. Max has been in charge of this case. They came here today mainly to make sure Odysseus is safe, take a statement, and collect the remains. They plan to hand over the statement and remains to Max after the joint operation over there is completed. Watching the machinery hivemind members leave, Odysseus rubbed his forehead. At least for now, it was all over. Machinery hivemind shouldn't notice the anomaly here, we can't let them know yet that a demigod-level battle took place here today. One side is Odysseus's enemy, which is fine as long as they know it, but it's hard to explain who the other side is. Fortunately, the demigods of this pathway have various ways to conceal their whereabouts, and today the official Beander's attention is focused on the dock area, so no one should notice the brief battle that took place here. After Cain returned, Odysseus went out and found a renovation company to clean up the burned things in the yard and then repaint it. The labor and materials will cost a total of £8, and it will take about 2 days to finish. Odysseus plans to continue growing herbs in the yard. Repurchasing the huge flower pots will cost about £20. As for the herb seeds, they are in the warehouse, so the cost is not calculated. In this battle, Odysseus lost a total of £28, but gained a mystical item. After finishing everything outside, Odysseus went to the lounge and took out the delicate little mirror to look at himself. His spirit sensed that this was a mystical item that corresponded to the sequence 7 level. The negative effect should be minimal, as his spirituality does not perceive a strong sense of danger. However, its use is relatively limited, it's mainly for keeping the target tied down for a period of time. In some situations, this ability can be quite useful, such as when launching a surprise attack. You can tie up your opponent without warning and then rush in to kill them with a single blow. However, this is on the premise that the target level is sequence 7 or below. Generally, once you reach Series 6, there should be many ways to counter the attack of this mystical item. Putting away the sealed artifact, Odysseus lay in his armchair, contemplating his situation and how to resolve the current problem. He quickly found inspiration in the giant's magic array. Back then, the main adversaries of the giants were the dragons. Battles between gods didn't necessarily require magic arrays, but ordinary giants faced 2 problems. First, the enemy's psychological stealth, and second, how to avoid being noticed by the dragon of imagination. 128 Obscuring the gods' sight. It is a painful thing to be at odds with the higher level beyonders of the spectator pathway. For example, ordinary giants like warriors would notice Anquelt once they had some understanding of the dragon of imagination. Anquelt would then be able to keep an eye on them at any time. Normally it's fine, but if they're discussing something confidential, like formulating a battle plan against dragons, and Anquelt sees them, it's like reporting their battle plan to the enemy leader. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Considering the impression people have of giants, they may not have had any battle plan at all when they launched the war. However, if there is a lack of understanding of the enemy, the problem is even greater, especially for commanders, who definitely need to understand the situation of higher-level enemies. So the giants faced a dilemma. They couldn't do without understanding their high-level enemies, but if they understood their high-level enemies, those enemies would also understand them. Another issue is the psychological stealth of the enemy. For example, a group of commanders might be discussing battle plans, and, dragon of imagination, Anquelt could be squatting right next to them listening, without them noticing if they are not of a high enough rank. Giant King, Ormir could provide them with some protection, but he couldn't protect them continuously, they would always have to find a way to deal with such problems. Fortunately, warriors, Dawn of Light, can dispel all Beander abilities, which can solve this problem to some extent. The reason it is said to be, to a certain extent, is because don't expect a sequence 4 level giants, Dawn of Light, to discover the other party's angel level, psychological invisibility. In the long-term conflict between these 2 ancient races, the giants gradually invented 2 magic arrays that could detect psychological invisibility, and prevent high-level enemies such as the dragon of imagination from eavesdropping. The problem Odysseus faced at this time was very similar to that of the ordinary titans at that time. Whether it was the god of steam and machinery or the hidden sage, they had ways to watch him without him noticing. Moreover, Odysseus had absolutely no ability to block such a gaze. These 2 magic circles provided Odysseus with a good idea. First, he planned to create an early warning mechanism that would be triggered whenever a high-level gaze was directed at him, so that he would at least know that he was being watched. Secondly, one can use a magic array to prevent the dragon of imagination from spying on them, so that they can avoid being watched by the gods when necessary. That evening, Odysseus entered the knowledge moor and began studying the 2 magic circles. The early warning mechanism is relatively simple because the principle of this magic circle is based on feedback from its own spirituality. Spirituality is closely related to the spirit world, especially Beander's spirituality, which can provide information that is difficult for ordinary people to notice. However, Beander's subconscious judgment allows her to ignore a lot of information. This is a self-protective mechanism, otherwise, Beander would hear or see a lot of things she shouldn't have. If Odysseus were to be observed by the god of steam and machinery, theoretically his spirituality would be able to detect it. However, since his spirituality is far too weak compared to that of a god, it would likely be ignored by his self-preservation mechanism. In addition, the gods have many ways to make Odysseus's spirit ignore his gaze. However, the magic circle is inanimate, it has no independent judgment. As long as Odysseus's spirituality provides certain feedback, it can be triggered, thereby issuing a warning signal. Modifying the other magic circle is not so easy. Theoretically, if two giants talk about the dragon of imagination, entangled, the dragon of imagination will notice it because the event of talking about him has occurred. In Odysseus's series of studies, when a certain event occurs in the real world, a corresponding marker appears in the spirit world. Many promotion ceremonies utilize this concept, providing certain assistance from spirit world markers during the promotion process. For example, the ritual for ascending to Bizarro Sorcerer involves planning a grand drama, and once this drama takes place in the real world, the spirit world will have a corresponding marker. Therefore, when a person is promoted, they can use the spirit world's markers to quickly regain their sanity. However, the higher level Beander's corresponding abilities of spectator did not find the mark in the spirit world, but rather in the subconscious ocean. The theory is the same, only the goals are different. For example, if two giants talk about dragon of imagination, in the real world, a corresponding mark will appear in the spirit world, and a corresponding mark will also appear in the ocean of the subconscious. The dragon of imagination, spirit can immediately discover and find the markers where its own name has appeared, and then follow the markers in the subconscious ocean to find the events that happened in the real world. In the end, it knows that two giants are talking about it. If the content of the conversation is too offensive, dragon of imagination can even bring down divine punishment along the ocean of the subconscious. This is the theory behind the spectator pathways Beander, which grants the ability to know everything that is said after becoming sequence 1. Adam's ability is similar. The magic circle invented by the giants severed the connection between the real world and the ocean of the subconscious. When they discussed the dragon of imagination, within the magic circle, no corresponding mark was formed in the ocean of the subconscious, and the dragon of imagination would not know what was being discussed. However, the way and process by which god of steam and machinery observed Odysseus was different from the way the giants and the dragon of imagination did. He made a mark on Odysseus, or rather, on his spirit body, so that whenever he wanted to take a look, his gaze could pass through the spirit world and the astral world, guided by that mark. With slight modifications, the giant's magic circle could be used to sever the connection to the ocean of the subconscious, and apply it to the spirit world, thus concealing the mark on Odysseus's spirit body. However, Odysseus at his current level doesn't know much about the astral world, and he doesn't know if he can hide his mark in the astral world as well. The key issue is that knowledge more is currently unable to simulate the gaze of a deity. He does have some ideas, but he has no way of determining how effective these designs will be. Ultimately, this study could only achieve the most ideal effect if Odysseus stood inside the magic circle, or placed the magic circle above his head. The god of steam and machinery could not find the mark on Odysseus's spirit, and therefore could not observe him. The effects of the arrangements made in astral world are uncertain, and god of steam and machinery may find Odysseus again through the perspective of the gods. Odysseus submitted these studies to Knowledge More, which is considered part of the research conducted this week. After leaving Knowledge More, Odysseus was not satisfied with the result because there were too many uncertainties. But there's no other way now. After all, it's a deity. Making the other party unable to see you at certain times is already a very blasphemous design. Then Odysseus realized that this magic circle alone was not enough, he also needed a mystical item with the ability to travel. After all, the gods are not blind. Even if Odysseus used a magic circle to hide the mark on his spirit body, the gods could still search for him one by one. For example, Odysseus, who was at 51 Henry Street, learned that he was being watched by the god of steam and machinery, and he immediately used a magic circle to cover the mark on his spirit body. However, god of steam and machinery can still use his divine sense to search for Odysseus. In less than a second, he can look at everyone on Henry Street. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. 1 second wasn't even enough time for Odysseus to escape the Gaul herbal shop. Having the ability to travel would be a different story. In a very short time, one could escape to County Ducie, hundreds of kilometers away from Backland, and temporarily escape the sight of the god of steam and machinery. Odysseus considered it for a moment, then decided to try anything as a last resort, and assume that his magic circle would work. So now another question is, where can you buy a mystical item with travel capabilities? Odysseus first thought of the Tarot Club, through which Miss Magician Abraham's family worked, and secondly through Bernadette's connections. The former is the apprentice family, which should contain many mystical items with travel capabilities. Bernadette has been active in the Beyond community for over 100 years and should have accumulated experience in this area. The second question is, how do we solve the problem of the money to buy this mystical item? After delivering those 10 flamebolts, Odysseus's savings had risen to £5,000. Also, next week is the end of November, and Odysseus will receive his November dividend from Nanmu Ballroom, which is around £3,000. But that's still not enough. A sealed artifact like that would conservatively cost at least £12,000 to £15,000. Even if it sold for £18,000, it would still be acceptable as long as the negative effects weren't too strong. Odysseus sighed, realizing for the first time how desperately he needed money. So on Sundays, Odysseus not only studied witchcraft in the backyard of the herbalist shop, but also pondered how to make money. So much so that when Max came to review the case again, Odysseus was somewhat distracted. Max asked Odysseus why he was always spacing out. After learning that Odysseus was short of money, he immediately got up, said that he was very busy that day, and left. Odysseus smiled helplessly. Although Max's salary was relatively high in Backland, around £20 a week, it was a drop in the bucket for Odysseus, and he wouldn't ask him for a loan. Monday arrived, and Odysseus decided to buy 1 or 2 mystical items on Tarot Club to accumulate gold pounds. Meanwhile, actively trade information or occult knowledge with Justice Audrey on Tarot Club, aiming to save enough money by the end of the year to buy a mystical item with the travel ability. Only after having a rough financial plan was Odysseus able to focus on his study of witchcraft. Around 2 p.m., Odysseus lay in his armchair, preparing to attend the Tarot Club. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odysseus's vision was suddenly covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in what seemed to be a grand hall prepared for giants. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey's voice immediately rang out. As usual, she greeted each member while observing the others. Apart from the hermit's seemingly slightly altered demeanor, the other members appeared to be perfectly normal, as if they hadn't encountered any major incidents in the past week. 129 It's Tarot Club time again. The Fool Klein noticed that the hermit's appearance seemed to have changed slightly. He opened spirit vision and indeed saw that the depths of the hermit's spirit were even more ethereal than before, with sparse points of light occasionally lighting up inside. Klein immediately realized, the hermit had been promoted again. He knew very well that hermit was only a sequence 9 when he first joined the Tarot Club. Now, only about a month has passed, and he has already been promoted twice in a row. Upon closer examination of the hermit's spirit, his condition was also good, with no signs of losing control. Klein frowned. How did he do that? The other members could also sense the change in the hermit's demeanor, but they didn't immediately connect it to a promotion. After all, when the hermit was buying the main materials for Sequence 7, he didn't seem to be in a hurry or eager to be promoted. After the Tarot Club greetings, Hanged Man Alger first offered up 2 pages of Emperor Russel's diary. The Fool Klein asked, "What do you want?" Alger bowed slightly and said in a devout tone, "Great Mr. Fool, I have unexpectedly obtained some information about ancient times and hope to verify its authenticity." Klein, though his heart pounded behind the grey fog, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Speak." Alger glanced at the other members, cleared his throat, and said, "I read in a document that the elf comes from the West Continent. Is that true?" In his view, the Justice and Sun magician set a very bad precedent by asking and answering questions in public, and even having the hermit describe the issue of the Justice paying for her services in front of everyone. This put Alger in a very passive position. Unless it involves personal privacy or other issues, he has to ask questions publicly, otherwise the other members will think he is stingy and doesn't know how to share. His question actually revealed the key information. Regardless of whether the answer was yes or no, everyone already knew about Elf. Klein breathed a slight sigh of relief, because the question of the origin of Elf had appeared in Russel's diary before. Russell obtained some information from the Black Throne, a relic of the Solomon Empire, which included descriptions of the West Continent. Based on this, it is speculated that the question can be answered accurately. Klein replied in a very relaxed tone, "Yes." Alger paused for a moment before respectfully saying, "Thank you for your answer." He then looked straight ahead, indicating that he was fine. The other members, Justice, Audrey and Magician Furs, were somewhat bewildered. In their minds, the elf were like a race from a story, but they never expected them to be real, and even from the West Continent. For them, the West Continent was a legendary continent. They only knew of its existence from snippets of conversation, and before that, they had only heard about it as a legendary myth. Who knew that the West Continent actually existed? While researching ancient materials for Mr. the Fool, son Derek recalled seeing a record about the elf, but the ancient book did not say where the elf came from. Hermit Otis and the world dummy, as usual, did not respond to the question. Alger's sacrifice reminded Odysseus that he also had 2 copies of Roussel's diary, but the fool was currently of little help in dealing with the god of steam and the hidden sage. Quote, so Odysseus planned to save up his offerings and then sacrifice them to the fool when he needed the fool's help in the future. Next, it was Mr. Fool's reading time. After 2 or 3 minutes, Klein finished reading the 2 pages of the diary and then said to everyone, you can begin now. Odysseus spoke first. I have a mystical item for sale, which corresponds to sequence 8 feet folk of rage, of the sailor pathway. It is a metallic gauntlet. The gauntlets came from the briber he killed with Riverbend Avenue's composite magic circle. Since he felt they were useless, he decided to sell them first. Just as Odysseus had predicted, Alger's first question was, how much do you plan to sell it for? What are the specific capabilities and drawbacks? 800 pounds. Odysseus continued, the main ability is that it allows one to accumulate rage and power, enabling one's attacks to explode in an instant. The negative effect is that it can easily lead to impulsive actions due to anger. Swimming for half an hour every day can greatly reduce this negative effect. The negative effects weren't very strong, so Alger immediately said, I'll buy it. Generally speaking, mystical items corresponding to sequence 8 are priced between 600 pounds and 800 pounds. However, there is also the issue of scarcity. For example, at sea, mystical items and beyond characteristics of the sailor pathway are more expensive than on land. A Beyonder characteristic of sequence 8 typically sells for around 600 pounds, but a Beyonder characteristic of the folk of rage would cost at least 800 pounds at sea. For the corresponding mystical item, the price will be even higher, provided the negative effects are not too severe. Alger bought it for 800 pounds and could resell it for tens or even hundreds of pounds more. Odysseus smiled and nodded, okay. He then added, I also have a supernatural weapon here, a revolver. It only needs to be loaded with ordinary bullets to hit the target and also attack the target's spirit, so that the target will need to use appropriate ritual magic to heal the spirit. It can be used for another 9 months, 300 pounds. This extraordinary weapon was seized from Fighting Arena. Odysseus has no shortage of extraordinary weapons, and he also has many weapons that can attack spirits, so he doesn't need this revolver. Alger paused slightly taken aback. The hermit had taken down 1 or more Beyonders last week. And seized a sealed artifact, a supernatural weapon. Klein had a similar idea, because there were very few mystical item transactions in the Tarot Club. Usually, people would bring their loot here to trade if they couldn't sell it in the real world. Audrey was very interested in the revolver, but considering that she didn't need it and it wasn't convenient for her to take it out and use it, she didn't say anything. Derek was also interested in the weapon, but City of Silver didn't have any revolvers, and using it would expose him, so he didn't make a deal. Klein has the ability to use air bullets, and Furs is short of money, so no member inquired about the deal. Odysseus had no choice but to say, I have a way to prevent the loss of this weapon's spirituality. If anyone needs it, please feel free to contact me. The usage period is still 9 months. Other members indicated that they would make a deal with the hermit if they had such a need. Then Alger spoke up, does anyone here understand Elvish? I mean the ancient Elvish script, not the Elvish script that you can still occasionally see people using in the Beyonder world. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. His question was mainly directed at the hermit and son, the former seemingly having a deep understanding of writing and language, while the latter could access many ancient documents and perhaps understand some of the lost Elvish script. Odysseus smiled and said, the ancient Elvish script you mentioned can also be called the mystical symbols used by Elf. I dare say that there are no more than 20 people in the North and South continent who understand this door language. The key point is that it excludes the West continent, the forsaken land of the gods, and the astral world. Another key point is, humans. Odysseus paused, then added, I happen to be one of them. Alger looked in the hermit's direction, I have a document that needs your translation. How much do you charge? I just translated an ancient dragon text for a client last week and charged them 100 pounds, Odysseus said with a smile. That's a reasonable fee. Klein thought to himself, is translation work really that lucrative? Furs also considered learning an ancient Dor script, which would be much faster than making money by writing books. Alger immediately said, deal. He has consulted many people, and even asked someone to consult the descendants of elf who are hidden on a certain island. But they received the same reply: they couldn't translate it. If no one at the Tarot Club could translate it, Alger planned to submit the document to the church to earn merit. But in that case, he would miss out on that treasure. The other party agreed so readily that Odysseus felt the price was too low and the fee should be increased. Mr. Fool, please materialize it for me. With Klein's help, Alger materialized the ancient elvish document onto a somewhat illusory piece of paper, and in the next second, it appeared in Odysseus's hands. Odysseus stared at the characters on the paper, which were clearly different from the commonly used occult symbols. After looking at them for a minute or two, he said, "Is that enough? Should I write down the translation for you, or read it to you?" "Read it to me." Alger was certain that this was a key clue to a great treasure, the owner of which was a pirate who had been active at sea more than 300 years ago. It was said that Loan and Intis had both bestowed upon him the title of nobleman, so reading it aloud might allow other members to learn some clues about this pirate. Odysseus translated, "All my wealth has been placed in the eyes of whales. My future kin used them to revitalize our people. The enemy was too powerful. I foresaw that I was destined to fail, so I hid them all in advance. Among them were even the relics of the great elf king. We were once the masters of the seas, and under the leadership of the great elf king and the Queen Calamity, we were one of the most powerful races in the world. But look at us now, we have to live in a corner of this world, hiding from the scoundrels of Storm Church. Go and fight the cultists of the Storm Church." The position of Lord of Storms was also seized by despicable means. That position should rightfully belong to the great elf king. Defeat this evil god and reclaim everything we have lost. A brief silence fell over the hall. After a long while, Alger finally reacted. The divine position was seized by despicable means. Apart from Son Derek, all other members of the Tarot Club were stunned by the materials translated by Hermit Otis. It actually says that the Lord of Storms, one of the 7 righteous gods, is an evil god. Moreover, it is said that the position of Lord of Storms was seized by despicable means. Can a divine position be seized? This made the other members feel that simply listening to these words was blasphemy. Hanged Man Alger, in particular, had always presented himself as a devout believer in the Lord of Storms, but he knew in his heart that he was only a shallow believer. Upon hearing the hermit's translation, Alger immediately thought to himself, "That bastard is lying. How dare he think like that? Isn't he afraid of divine punishment from the Lord of Storms?" Then Alger thought of something else. Storm Church and Elf used to be mortal enemies. Elf has now disappeared from public view, but Storm Church still harbors some hostility towards elf-human hybrids. Alger has been consistently overlooked because he has some elf blood. The paradox is that both the middle and upper management of Storm Church advocate for the recruitment of mixed-race individuals with elf blood. The fool Klein, who was behind the gray fog, was also somewhat surprised, but he quickly calmed down. "It's not impossible, gods can fall, like the creator of the City of Silver." Justice, Audrey quickly reverted to spectator mode and asked, "Why would the person who wrote this vilify Lord of Storms?" Odysseus, however, said, "It's not necessarily slander. I've seen some murals and written descriptions of Elf King, and they all involve waves and lightning. To be honest, it's very similar to the authority of the Lord of Storms." So that's true. The atmosphere in the main hall became even more eerie. The other members didn't even dare to raise their heads, only daring to ponder these thoughts in their hearts, because it was too shocking and too blasphemous. Magician Furs thought to himself, "Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable, this is the most bizarre story I've ever heard. Even more unbelievable is that it might not even be a story." Klein also recalled that among the ancient god materials sacrificed by Little Sun, Elf King was indeed related to ocean waves. Alger recalled that the church's description of the elf described them as an ugly and rude race that enjoyed cooking and eating human blood, but those records also stated that most of the elves were sailor, pathway beyonders. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and asked, "Mr. Hermit, do you have any information about Elf or Elf King?" He felt that it would be very dangerous to rush into exploring the treasure if he couldn't resolve his doubts. Even if he doesn't go treasure hunting, these things might still affect his condition. "I have some here, not much, and it might not be important," Odysseus smiled. "If you want to know more, I can help you gather more." Alger nodded. "Okay." Then he asked, "What do you need? How can I complete the transaction with you?" Odysseus pondered for a moment before saying, "Today we'll complete the first transaction." I'll tell you what I know, and then you tell me how this ancient elvish document came about and who its previous owner was. If there's any follow-up, tell us about your treasure hunt experience. We'll complete a further transaction next week, which can be done in gold pounds, because I'm short of money right now. Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes lit up. She planned to make a deal with Mr. Hermit in gold pounds later to learn more about occult knowledge. The issue of occult symbols mentioned earlier hasn't been clarified yet. She has always wanted to continue trading with the Hermit, but Odysseus previously refused to accept transactions in gold pounds, so she hasn't had the opportunity to ask. Across from Audrey, Hanged Man Alger said, "Okay." He took a deep breath and said, "Let me start. About 10 days ago, I defeated a pirate crew and seized this document written in ancient Elvish from them. At the time, the focus was on dividing up the gold and other valuables, and nobody paid much attention to these documents. It wasn't until we were returning that I went through these documents and found this information. Along with this document was a notebook, and the owner of this notebook was none other than the famous Decandetier." The other members looked slightly bewildered, because none of them had ever heard of the name. "You might not know much about this person," Alger chuckled. "He was a great pirate from 300 years ago, back when there were no safe routes in the Berserk Sea, and no so-called age of exploration. The sea was much more mysterious and dangerous than it is now. But ships were already sailing at sea because countries had colonies in the coastal waters, and many goods were cheaper to transport by sea. Back then, there was no pirate admiral, or king, but Decandetier was the king of the seas in that era. It is said that he plundered mountains of treasure and built a huge pirate crew, which none of the 4 kingdoms of the North Continent could destroy. Even when there was no other choice, the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Kingdom at the time made him a nobleman and sent him a large amount of wealth every year in order to get Didier to let his country's ships go." Audrey was very interested in this legendary story, and when she heard this, she asked, shouldn't there have been official Beyonders back then? Why didn't they go and capture this great pirate? Alger smiled and said, "You probably haven't been to the sea. It's too vast, and there are too many unknown areas and places to hide. Even angels wouldn't dare say they could find a fleet at sea." Furs then asked, "And then what? How did this great pirate disappear?" "It is said that it was during the summer that Didier went to war with the Storm Church." Alger said seriously, "A long time ago, when I first saw the records about Didier, I felt very strange. Why would he challenge the Storm Church? He can be the king of the sea, and Storm Church doesn't care. But if he provokes Storm Church, that's a different story. The true master of the sea is Storm Church. I only learned today that this great pirate harbors hatred towards Storm Church, and the power of that hatred even led him to do something that overestimated his own strength." Odysseus then asked, "Is he a descendant of Elf?" He wasn't surprised by this. The Beyonders on this pathway were all hot-tempered guys, who would fight if they disagreed, and if they couldn't win, they'd just die. Elf and Storm Church already had a deep-seated hatred for each other, so it was already quite remarkable that the great pirate was willing to wait until he had built up a large pirate crew before taking action. "Yes, Didier has a title, the Last Elf," Alger replied. "It is said that he possesses many of Elf's secrets. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." He paused and then said, "I learned about his treasure and the clues he wrote in ancient Elvish through Didier's notes. Didier probably never imagined that his challenge to Storm Church would lead to a massive campaign by the church to eliminate Elf. It is said that some Elf tribes still lived scattered on some islands at that time. During this operation, the Elf completely disappeared from people's sight, and no Elf knew about ancient Elvish anymore." Odysseus remarked, "Reality is truly ironic. Everyone was taken aback, and they all felt the same way." Odysseus organized his thoughts and said, "I saw in some ancient records that the Elf king was called Suniasolum." Klein and Alger immediately realized that this was the name of an old god. The hermit had actually uttered the name of an old god right off the bat. Audrey and Furs had no concept of ancient gods, yet they thought Elf King was like the current King Loan or a head of state. During this tarot club session, Little Sun treated it as just listening to stories, since he didn't really connect with the events of the North and South continents. Odysseus paused for a moment before asking, "Don't you find the first half of this name familiar?" Sonia, Audrey realized after being reminded, Sonia Island is to the east of the North Continent, and the Sonia Sea is to the east of the Berserk Sea. Sonia Island is currently the largest island in the sea, roughly the size of 2 counties in the Loan Kingdom. It is rich in resources and strategically located between Loan and Fasak. Odysseus smiled and said, "That's right. It is said that in the early days of the 4th epoch, Sonia Island and Sonia Sea were still Elf territory. It wasn't until after the 4 Emperors' War that the North Continent ceased its millennia-long conflict, and the Faesac Empire and the Loan Kingdom on the eastern side of the continent began to fight for Sonia Island, which was not far from the mainland. When we were discussing Elf just now, it suddenly occurred to me that the Storm Church must be secretly supporting the Loan Kingdom's attempt to seize this island. The Elf has always regarded Storm Church as its mortal enemy, while the Loan royal family basically believes in the Lord of Storms. As long as Sonia Island is brought under the rule of the Loan Kingdom, the Elf will lose its last stronghold. Although I haven't read any historical materials of this kind, from a normal perspective, this issue may not have initially involved the full-scale war between Loan and Faesac. But from the Faesac people's perspective, if Loan seizes Sonia Island, he can use it as a base to attack Faesac, and vice versa. Thus the two countries began to clash over the island, and finally in 621 Epic, the 20 Years' War broke out. Loan was defeated and Sonia Island came to Faesac's possession. At this point, Odysseus said seriously, "In this battle, the biggest loser is not Loan, but Elf." They were attacked by two countries in turn, and at the end of the 4th epic or the beginning of the 5th epic, they had no choice but to leave their last refuge named after Elf King and flee to live on remote islands in the Sonia Sea and Berserk Sea. Thank you all for your monthly votes. I'm adding an extra chapter as a token of my appreciation. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.